Chapter 672. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi translation strength skyrocketed. Yixian's cave dwelling was very simple. Other than the entrance, he had opened up a large open space. Ding! The host has learned 36 overlapping shadows. The current level is 10%. This was the mid-grade virtual god martial art that Hermit Xian Zhongzhong had given him. The 36 overlapping shadows was considered a sword technique, but it could be performed with other weapons as well. It could be performed with a sword, a saber, or even a staff. At that moment, Yixian took out a mid-grade virtual god weapon and began to cultivate. At 10%, he could only slash out 3 times in an instant. However, as his cultivation increased, he could slash out 6 times, 9 times, and even 12 times in an instant. After a few days, he could slash out 33 of the 36 overlapping shadows in an instant. He had reached 90% mastery. He was only 10% away from 100% mastery. At that time, he would be able to create 36 overlapping shadows. This martial art is really good. Although I need to slash out dozens of times, if I am fast enough, I can create 36 layers of vibrations. Yixian's confidence suddenly exploded. If he were to use the 36 overlapping shadows and combine it with the 16 layers of the Earth's pulse, its power would be several times stronger than the colossal heavenly kill slash. This was not because the 36 overlapping shadows was a mid-grade virtual god martial art, but because this martial art was almost tailor-made for the Earth's pulse. Together with Hermit Xian Zhongzhong's cultivation notes, Yixian now had a deep understanding of the Earth's pulse. He could transform into the 32 layers of the Earth's pulse at any time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach 100% mastery by just cultivating. I should go out and find someone to fight. Yixian thought as he walked out of his cave dwelling. Coincidentally, Hiyan also left the cave dwelling. Junior brother, how is it after cultivating for a few days? Hiyan asked. Yes, I have mastered 36 overlapping shadows to 90% mastery. Yixian nodded and said. Hiyan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Junior brother is really talented. In just a few days you have mastered this martial art to 90% mastery. Come spar with me. After he finished speaking, he took out a long sword. Yixian was also worried about not having an opponent. Although Hiyan was a level 9 king and he was only a level 4 king, he knew Hiyan would definitely go easy on him. Senior brother, be careful. Yixian also took out a mid-grade ethereal divine weapon and attacked. 33 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world 16 layered waves. Yixian had unleashed 33 stacked shadows in an instant, but because he was too fast, the 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world were unable to contain all of his attacks. Boom! 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 One attack after another landed on Hiyan's longsword, but Hiyan was able to receive them without being affected. As expected of a 9th grade king, Yixian was shocked. At the same time, Hiyan was also a little surprised. He praised. Junior brother is indeed amazing. The 33 overlapping shadows actually contain 3 pulses of the earth. Again. Boom! 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 Loud rumbling sounds kept spreading. Yixian kept attacking Hiyan, but Hiyan kept blocking and explaining to Yixian. Yixian listened to his advice and improved little by little. From 3 pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world to 4 pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world, in just a little over an hour his battle strength had doubled. With the guidance of an expert, there was no need to take too many wrong paths. Alright, take a break. After receiving one of Yixian's 33 overlapping shadows that contained 7 pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world, Hiyan couldn't help but say. Yixian stopped. He was very excited. These 36 overlapping shadows were really too powerful. If he cultivated them to the peak and all 36 shadows contained pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world, even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to withstand his sword. Senior brother, in our battle just now, Master. Yixian suddenly thought of a problem. Don't worry. Master has a soundproof array, and so does MT Xian Zhongshan. Our voices won't be heard. Hiyan said. Junior brother, are you not interested in the gravitational space? Gravitational space? At this time, Yixian suddenly remembered that the gravitational space profound wasn't any weaker than the 36 overlapping shadows. It seems that junior brother has forgotten. Follow me. He Yan smiled faintly and led the way. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. Xian Zhongshan had said that he was confident that Yi Xian could comprehend the gravitational space profound within a month. Comprehending the gravitational space within a month? If others heard this, they would definitely laugh their heads off. However, since Xian Zhongshan had said so, he naturally had his own way. Soon Yi Xian, who was following behind He Yan, entered a cave. There was nothing special about this cave, but the interior was extremely spacious. It was roughly a square of 1,000 meters. Senior brother, this is. Yi Xian looked around but didn't find anything. You can prepare first. Once you're ready, we'll start training. Once we start, we can't stop until you comprehend the gravitational space profound, He Yan said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Senior brother, I'm ready. Hearing this, He Yan smiled faintly and said, in that case, you can stand in the middle. Yi Xian didn't ask anything and directly walked to the middle of the cave. Are you ready? Yes. Yi Xian answered. Haha. He Yan smiled and stood there quietly. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly flew up. What? Yi Xian was shocked and immediately reacted. He Yan was using the gravitational space profound. But as soon as he reacted, his body quickly retreated, then down, left, back, right. This was He Yan's training method. You can't use wind manipulation to fly, or the time will be reset. Oh, forget it, you can't use it anyway, He Yan said. Halfway through his sentence, he had already activated the flight restriction formation on Xian. F***ck. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. At this moment he couldn't use wind manipulation to fly. He Yan flipped him upside down and sent him flying around the huge cave. Comprehend the gravitational space profound. Otherwise you'll have to stay like this even if you faint. He Yan's voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't even know which direction he was facing. However, he felt that this method was quite effective. It was easiest to comprehend the gravitational space in the gravitational space. The gravitational space was an extension of the gravitational space profound. So to comprehend the gravitational space, one had to use the gravitational space profound. However, the gravitational space profound could only be directed downwards, but it couldn't form a repulsive force. That's right. Use the gravitational space profound. You've just comprehended the gravitational space profound, so you're not very familiar with it yet. Once you're familiar with it, you'll find a repulsive force. Chapter 673. Gravity space. That's right. Use the profound meaning of gravity. You have just comprehended the profound meaning of gravity, and are not very familiar with it. Once you are familiar with it, you will discover a repulsive force. While He Yan was ravaging Yi Xian, he explained to him. If Yi Xian were to comprehend everything He Yan said, he would need a very long time. The teacher led the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. Yi Xian could only rely on himself now. No, this is not the right time to use it. Yes, stabilize your body first. Good. Very good. You are already familiar with the profound meaning of gravity. In these 3 days, Yi Xian had been toyed with by He Yan. He had visited every corner of the cave. Moreover, He Yan had controlled it well. Yi Xian had been in the air for 3 days. During this time, Yi Xian had fainted a few times. Fortunately, he could fly after reaching the spirit realm. If He Yan had toyed with a spirit realm cultivator like this, he would have spat out his heart. Under He Yan's guidance, Yi Xian only spent 3 days to familiarize himself with the profound meaning of gravity. He had completed what others had taken several years to do. Not only that, he had also discovered a secret. Amazing! You discovered the secret of the repulsive force so quickly. He Yan could not help but praise. As Yi Xian tossed and turned, he pondered. He discovered that the profound meaning of gravity had a pattern. The profound meaning of gravity would always descend from above his head. If he stood opposite an enemy and used the profound meaning of gravity, the enemy would be pushed down. If he used the profound meaning of gravity with his head facing the ground and his feet facing the sky, it would become a repulsive force. The enemy would be pushed up into the sky. This was the repulsive force. As long as he understood this, the path would be much easier. Now that I can use the repulsive force in all directions, as long as I combine them, It will become the gravity space. Yi Xian's eyes twinkled. However, this last step was not so easy. Fortunately, with He Yan, Yi Xian did not have to take many detours. On the 7th day after Yi Xian discovered the repulsive force, a notification finally rang out in his mind. Ding! Host has comprehended the gravity space profound. Finally, he understood. I will. Yi Xian, who had comprehended the gravitational space, hurriedly used it and turned his body upside down. He Yan suddenly raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, You've comprehended it. In the past month, other than the time when Yi Xian was standing in the air, this was the only time that Yi Xian was standing in the air like he was flying. Thank you, senior brother. I have already comprehended it. Yi Xian stood in the air and cupped his fists at He Yan. The next moment, a rock near He Yan's feet flew into the air. And then boom! The stone exploded into powder. Gravity suppression. He has indeed comprehended it. He Yan was now certain. This move was to create a repulsive force with the target in the shape of a circle, oppressing the enemy from all directions and crushing the enemy's body. Yi Xian's confidence soared again. If it was a one-on-one situation, his opponent would be restrained even if they didn't explode and die. Even if they could break free with their realm, their mobility would be greatly reduced. At that time, the enemy would be a live target. With my current strength, I should be able to easily kill a 6th-grade king, right? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. At this time, He Yan exclaimed in admiration, Junior brother's aptitude is really good. When I first comprehended the gravity space profound, it took me 11 days. Junior brother, you are 1 day faster than me. 11 days? Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, when he remembered that He Yan was already a 9th-grade king, he calmed down a lot. That Zhang Tianjin was not worth mentioning in front of He Yan. Of course, He Yan had a good master. If Zhang Tianjin entered the Sword God Palace, his speed would soar. However, Yi Xian didn't know that He Yan still had a secret in his heart. He Yan had indeed spent 11 days comprehending the gravity space profound, but he had done it on his own. As for Yi Xian, with He Yan's guidance, he had taken countless shortcuts. If Yi Xian had comprehended the gravity space profound on his own, it would have taken him at least half a year. Moreover, He Yan was not a peak king like he had imagined. Now Yi Xian's strength was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than when he had entered the Mystic Mountains. Even if he had to face a 7th-grade king, he wouldn't be afraid. Junior brother, now that you have comprehended the gravity space profound, do you want to continue staying in the Mystic Mountains or go out for a walk? He Yan asked. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He suddenly remembered that he had left the Shuntian Island for a month. It was time to go back and take a look. I want to go out and give it a try. Yi Xian replied. He Yan nodded. All right, then go. You can break through faster in a real battle. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come back to the Mystic Mountains Island at any time. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he directly left the Mystic Mountains Island. When the kings outside saw that Yi Xian could fly on the Mystic Mountains Island, they were all envious. At this time, the mad sovereign pirates had already given the order to clear out more than 10 islands around the Mystic Mountains Island. No pirate groups were allowed to enter. At the same time, no one dared to cause trouble in the surrounding sea. The sea was calm and peaceful, and many merchant ships had left. Let's go back to the Shuntian Island first, then help to expand the sea route. Yi Xian thought to himself as he flew towards the Shuntian Island. Now that he had comprehended the gravity space profound, he could use the gravity space profound to increase his speed. His speed was probably even faster than a 6th-grade king. Soon he saw the Shuntian Island. However, when he saw the Shuntian Island, he discovered that there was a pirate group attacking the island. The island is under attack? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he immediately flew over. At this time on the Shuntian Island. Damn it, the Great Elder is not here. This is troublesome. The leader of the Shuntian pirates, He Liang, had a gloomy expression. There were only 2 4th-grade kings in the Shuntian Island. Lan Yu and the other 2 could be counted as a 4th-grade king. However, this time there were 2 5th-grade kings and 4 4th-grade kings attacking the Shuntian Island. This group of pirates was at level 5. Grandpa He, what should we do? Lan Yu looked at He Liang worriedly. If Yixian was here, he would definitely be able to fight. However, they could not withstand a single wave of attacks. If the island's protective array was broken, they would be killed instantly. Now that the protective array was about to be broken, they had to make a decision. Ha ha ha, Shuntian pirates, what a coincidence. My name is the Heaven-Defying Pirates, and yours is the Shuntian Pirates. If I don't attack you, who should I attack? A burst of loud laughter came from outside the Shuntian island. Chapter 674. Against the Heavens Pirates. Against the Heavens Pirates, although they have 2 level 5 kings, they are only a level 4 pirate regiment, so they can attack Shuntian Island. A level 3 pirate regiment can control an island, level 4 has 2, and level 5 has 3. Although they didn't level up and can control 1 less island, it can be very convenient. Damn it, let's go. We will withdraw from Shuntian Island and start again. He Liang suddenly made a decision. Where there is life, there is hope. As long as they don't die, they can take down another island and use it as a stronghold. At this time, He Liang left with the Shuntian pirates, ready to go to Ironstone Island. However, at this time, boom! Suddenly, a different sound came from outside Shuntian Island. It wasn't that the island's barrier was broken, but that someone attacked the Against the Heavens pirates. What? Lan Yu and the others turned their heads in horror, and found that the experts of the Against the Heavens pirates stopped attacking the island's barrier and began to move quickly. It's Yixian, Yixian is back! Judge Song exclaimed. Everyone looked, and sure enough, there was a familiar voice shuttling through the crowd of the Against the Heavens pirates. Yixian! Outside Shuntian Island! You guys are really bold, go to hell! Yixian held Bahuang's sword and began to attack crazily. At this time, his domain has surrounded the entire Against the Heavens pirates. Using the gravity space profound meaning, he forced those people to gather together. 33 overlapping shadows. A sword light quickly swept out, and those kings and ordinary crew members who were lined up in the gravity space were directly cut in half. Against the Heavens pirates, 2 level 5 kings for level 4 kings and dozens of level 3 kings. However, in less than 2 seconds after Yixian approached, more than half of them were killed and injured. So strong, how can he be a level 4 king? The captain of the Against the Heavens pirates was shocked, together with another level 5 king. They roared and rushed toward Yixian. You overestimate yourself. Die! Yixian's eyes flashed as he directly sent out a 33 overlapping shadow towards the captain of the heaven-defying pirates. Within these 33 overlapping shadows, 10 of them contained the Earth Pulse, and even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to receive them. At the same time, Yixian shrunk the gravity space and concentrated it on another level 5 king. The repulsive force from countless angles was all pressing down on this rank 5 king. What, The level 5 king paused for a moment, and in the next moment his body exploded. Bang! A rain of blood fell from the sky. At the same time, the head of the Against the Heaven pirates was also killed by the 33 stacked shadows. 2 grade 5 kings had fallen in an instant. You don't even think about running away. Yixian put away the 2 Qian Kuan rings and rushed over. In less than 2 seconds, he killed the remaining 4 kings. The king level and virtual god level crew members of the heaven-defying pirates were stunned. Their boss had actually been killed by a 4th grade king. Moreover, he hadn't been able to resist at all. Who was this person? The level 1 to 3 kings wanted to run, but they were in Yixian's territory. The gravity space ultimacy made it impossible for them to even turn around. They could only look at Yixian in horror. You people, do you choose to submit or die? Yixian's cold voice fell into everyone's ears. They looked at each other and said in unison, We choose to submit. What a joke. Even a level 5 king could only be killed by Yixian. The strongest among them was only a level 3 king. Resist? Were they tired of living? Very good. Yixian was very satisfied. This time, not only did he get 6 Qiankuan rings, but he also subdued dozens of kings. This was a great harvest. If it was before, he would only be able to kill 2 level 5 kings, but the rest would definitely run away. However, with the gravity space ultimacy, his combat strength had increased greatly. Not only could he kill a level 5 king easily, but he could also intimidate everyone. At this time, the protective formation of the island suddenly opened, and a few figures rushed out. Yixian, you came back just in time. Otherwise, we would have left through the secret passage. Song Suijing threw herself into Yixian's arms. In the chaotic astral ocean, every island had a secret passage. These secret passages first led to the ocean and then came out from a hidden seabed. Unless it was a pirate group that had occupied Shuntian Island, ordinary people would not know the location of the secret passages and where they led to. Are you all okay? Yixian asked hurriedly. We're fine. Song Suijing shook her head. At this time, Elder He also rushed over. Immediately, Yixian shouted to the kings of the heaven-defying pirates in front of him. This is the leader of my Shuntian pirates. From now on, your heaven-defying pirates will join my Shuntian pirates. If there is anyone with bad intentions, kill without mercy. The reason why he was able to kill 2 level 5 kings and 4 level 4 kings was because He Liang was only a level 4 king. Now that the great elder was not here, He Liang could not suppress the 4 kings, so Yixian killed him. Yes, the kings and ordinary members of the heaven-defying pirates immediately responded in unison. This time the crisis was safely passed. Fortunately, Yixian came back in time. Otherwise, Shuntian Island would have been occupied. At this time, the enforcer of the sea in charge of this island attack also rushed over. He held a few portraits in his hand and compared them. You were the ones who attacked Ironstone Island that day? The enforcer of the sea asked. Yes, it was us. Yixian understood that this enforcer of the sea was a member of the crazy sovereign pirates, so he did not hide it. On behalf of the crazy sovereign pirates, I sincerely invite you to join us. The enforcer of the sea immediately said. He received the report before, and then reported the news of Yixian's group. However, because Yixian disappeared after occupying Ironstone Island, the enforcer of the sea had been looking for him for a long time. Today they finally found him. This is something that Yixian can't avoid. After all, he has already shown up and helped the Shuntian pirates to survive the crisis. If he does not agree, the crazy sovereign will find trouble with the Shuntian pirates. Okay, I will join. Yixian nodded. Hearing Yixian's answer, the enforcer of the sea grinned, but just as he was about to speak, Yixian added, however, only I will join. Their realm is too low. Okay. The enforcer of the sea nodded. He is a level 6 king, and Yixian's strength is probably enough to fight with him. As for Blue Moon and the other 2, although their attributes are rare, they have not yet matured and their battle strength is insufficient. Chapter 675. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin reject now that Yixian had joined the revered mad pirates. No one would dare to mess with the Shuntian pirates. This would be beneficial for opening up a new route. At that moment, He Liang invited this law enforcer to Shuntian Island to sit down. At the same time, Yixian also distributed the spoils of war. He was now focusing on nurturing Song Suijing and the others. After all, if Duan Muyun were to leave the Warlord Palace, the strongest person would only be a level 5 king, and that would be the Vice Palace Master Lan Yao and the Grand Elder Shi Yonghao. If Song Suijing and the others could become level 4 kings, they might even be able to contend with the Zhang family patriarch. At this time, in a city on Shuntian Island, Yixian and the enforcer were discussing some matters. Yixian, this is the list of benefits that the higher-ups have given you. Take a look. The enforcer handed a list to Yixian and said, this list is based on your strength at the time. Now that you are strong again, you will only receive more, not less. Yixian glanced at it and found that the rules were very good. He could choose to become an enforcer or form a pirate group and kill his way to other territories. Of course, he could also act alone and become a raider. On this list, it was also stated that Yixian could choose 3 small islands. These 3 islands couldn't be attacked, and Shuntian Island met the requirements. At the same time, he would also receive a large amount of treasures. Every time he completed a mission, not only would he not have to hand over his earnings, he would also receive generous rewards. What do you think? The enforcer asked. Not bad. Yixian nodded and said, I choose to become a raider. His strength had improved too quickly. It would be a burden to lead a pirate group, so he felt that it was better to act alone. Good. Come with me to the headquarters. Sir Revered Mad Pirate is forming a raider team. You will be able to make it in time. The enforcer nodded. Leave immediately? Yixian was slightly startled. Then I will inform the others. Okay, I will wait for you outside. Now Yi Xian had joined the Guangzhou pirates, so he had to listen to orders. However, as one of the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, Wild Revere definitely had more information than him. Becoming a raider was a good opportunity for him to level up and make a breakthrough. At that moment, Yi Xian bid farewell to Song Suijing and the other 2 and left with the enforcers of the sea. The spoils he obtained before have already been distributed to the 3 of them. Song Suijing and Judge Song can use this opportunity to break through to the 3rd grade king realm. Moreover, after he went to the headquarters, there would be a batch of treasures sent to Shuntian Island. Shuntian Island would be protected because of this. Although Yi Xian was only a class 4 king, he had the wind acceleration and the gravity space profound. With the combination of the 2, his speed was even faster than the maritime enforcer. In order to save time, he also used the gravity space profound meaning to help the enforcers of the sea. In 5 days, they had crossed more than half of the sea and arrived at the headquarters. This class 6 king handed Yi Xian over to the people of the headquarters and left. The one who received Yi Xian was a class 7 king named Du Jun. He could be considered one of the higher-ups of the Guangzhou pirates. Oh, not only does he have the wind attribute, but he also has the earth attribute and has comprehended the gravity space profound meaning? Du Jun was also shocked when he found out about Yi Xian's current strength. The news that came that day was that Yi Xian had attacked Ironstone Island. However, the enforcers of the sea had estimated that Yi Xian was at most a class 4 king. However, they didn't expect that Yi Xian had a second attribute and had comprehended the gravity space profound meaning. This was something that had never been heard of before. You have great potential. Follow me to see Sir Guangzhou. Du Jun said to Yi Xian. A class 4 king with dual attributes in gravity space profound meaning. If such a genius was nurtured, his battle strength would be extremely high. You want to see Guangzhou? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and followed Du Jun. Now, he wasn't someone without background. He was an in-name disciple of Mysterious Mountain. Although he was just an in-name disciple, Guangzhou had personally gone to Mysterious Mountain and knew how strong Mysterious Mountain was. Hence, Guangzhou would definitely give him some face. The headquarters of the Guangzhou pirates was also an island. However, this island could move. Under this island there was a deep-sea giant turtle that was comparable to a class 8 king. This deep-sea giant turtle was Guangzhou's pet. Simply put, Yi Xian was currently on the back of this deep-sea giant turtle. With Du Jun leading the way, Yi Xian entered the interior of the Guangzhou pirates. There were many experts here. Even though they had restrained themselves, Yi Xian could still feel dozens of powerful auras. They were all at least class 7 kings, and there were even class 8 kings among them. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that if he could destroy this Guangzhou pirates, he could at least become a class 8 king, right? It was a pity that he wasn't strong enough now. Not to mention Guangzhou, who was close to a peak king, these people alone were enough to kill him. Soon Du Jun led Yi Xian into a luxurious castle. Here Yi Xian could feel a few more powerful auras. Among these people, there might be class 9 kings. There were 3 overlords in the chaotic astral ocean, but that didn't mean that there were only 3 class 9 kings. In fact, there were a few more. Some of these people had gone into seclusion, while others had joined forces with the 3 overlords. There were indeed 2 class 9 kings in the Guangzhou pirates. Leader, there is someone here that you might be interested in meeting. Du Jun led Yi Xian to a large door and shouted inside. In the next moment, the magnificent door was opened. A red-robed middle-aged man was sitting inside, and beside him was a white-robed young man. Yi Xian had seen this red-haired middle-aged man before. He was Guangzhou, a class 9 king. Who is it? Guangzhou asked in surprise. Du Jun brought Yi Xian in and handed over a sheepskin scroll. Dual attribute gravitational space? Guangzhou's eyes lit up. Among his subordinates there was also a dual attribute user. That dual attribute user was only able to obtain a twin fruit after 8 lifetimes of luck. Who would have thought that there would be another one? How did you comprehend gravitational space? Guangzhou suddenly turned and asked. I comprehended it on Mystic Island, Yi Xian replied. Guangzhou narrowed his eyes and asked again. Were you there when I went to Mystic Island? Yes. It was also on that day that I was accepted as a disciple by Mountain Master Xianzun. Yi Xian said directly. He didn't say that he was just a disciple in name. After all, he had to pull the banner of the Void God Realm Great Emperor Xianzun. Mountain Master Xianzun's disciple? Chapter 676. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin attacking the island alone. Master isn't interested in this, he just wants peace and quiet. So, after I comprehended the gravity space profound, I decided to go out and train. Yixian replied. Wild Sovereign hesitated. If Yixian didn't have a strong background, he would be able to nurture him and become one of his generals in the future. However, Yixian was the disciple of a Void God Realm Great Emperor. If something happened to Yixian and Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan found out, he would be in trouble. You can be a law enforcer but not a raider. Wild Sovereign refused. Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan was a Void God Realm Great Emperor. He couldn't bear the risk of something happening to Yixian. Yixian was helpless. He didn't expect Wild Sovereign to be so afraid of Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan. In that case, this junior will take his leave. Yixian cupped his fists. Being a law enforcer? What a joke. Being a law enforcer was to wait for the raiders to come before he could act. If he chose to be a raider, he could directly invade the other two territories and attack the island. This way he could level up much faster. Yixian turned to leave. Du Jun glanced at Wild Sovereign and hurried to follow. As for Wild Sovereign, he didn't stop him. If Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan was only a Void God Realm King, Wild Sovereign wouldn't be afraid. But he was a Void God Realm Great Emperor. A Void God Realm Great Emperor, even if he didn't attack, could kill many Peak Kings with his will alone. After thinking for a while, Wild Sovereign decided to give up. If he really angered Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan, his foundation would be destroyed in a day. Send someone to seal off Shuntian Island, and send a few law enforcers to guard it. Battle Emperor's people have been too rampant recently, don't let anything happen. Wild Sovereign said to the white-robed youth beside him. The area around Shuntian Island was very barren, so high-level raiders wouldn't go there. 1 or 2 level 6 kings would be enough. Wild Sovereign didn't want to make Yixian an enemy. Soon Yixian left the Quangzun pirates. He joined because he was afraid that Quangzun would find trouble with Blue Moon and the others. Now that Quangzun didn't agree, he was relieved. Before leaving, the Shuntian pirates were preparing to move to the Anhu Island. That island was very small and barren. At most, there would only be level 3rd kings who would come looking for trouble. Hence he wasn't worried. At this time, he was already heading to another territory by himself. The 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean were the Mad Sovereign, the War Emperor, and the Female Monarch. Among them, the Female Monarch had always been neutral, and her territories were relatively peaceful compared to the other 2. On the other hand, Quangzun and Zhan Huang had been fighting each other for many years, but there was still no clear victor. Rumor had it that Yixian had sent a group of raiders to the War Emperor's territory to cause trouble. That was why he chose to go to the Empress territory instead of the War Emperor's. Tranquility was what suited him. Relying on the wind acceleration and gravity profound, Yixian's flying speed was very fast. However, it still took him a full 10 days to reach the Empress territory. At this time, Yixian was flying toward an island with an outdated nautical map in his hand. Kaiyang Island, occupied by a level 4 pirate group. Yixian confirmed his target. The situation in the chaotic astral ocean was very unstable. Every day there would be new islands being occupied by new powers. Hence, there were many places where his map wasn't accurate, but it wouldn't be too far off. The island of a level 4 pirate group generally doesn't change much, unless the pirate group attacked a better island and moved there. Coincidentally, the island was captured by a level 5 pirate group. However, it didn't matter whether it was level 4 or level 5. Very soon Yixian arrived at Kaiyang Island. However, he didn't need to be like Judge Song and Song Suijing. With his strength, breaking the formation of a small island wasn't a problem. He took out his Bahuang sword and aimed it at the island's protective formation. Bahuang sword art. Sword cleaving Bahuang. Even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to block this attack. However, a level 6 king could easily break the island's protective formation. Hence, this attack was enough to break the island's protective formation. Whoosh! With various amplifications, the sword-cleaving Bahuang sword's power was extremely great. It directly hit the island's protective formation. Pung! The island's protective formation shook violently. Immediately, a huge entrance was broken open. Enemy attack! Someone on Kaiyang Island immediately shouted. They didn't receive any news of an attack, so it must be a raider. However, by the time this level 4 pirate group discovered it, Yixian had already killed his way into Kaiyang Island. Tisk tsk tisk? Yixian sneered as he started to move. His speed was so fast that no one could catch up with him. His goal was very clear, which was the interspatial ring. Of course, if there were some who had bad mouths, he wouldn't mind sending them to hell. In Kaiyang Island there was a bloody storm. Yixian quickly found the leader of this pirate group by sensing his aura. 5 minutes later, this pirate group was ransacked, and Yixian had already left Kaiyang Island. Not bad, not bad. 3 level 4 kings. When Yixian left Kaiyang Island, his face was full of smiles. A level 4 pirate group was ransacked by him and he gained a lot. At this moment he was very close to becoming a level 5 king. Immediately he left again. This was because Kaiyang Island was ransacked, and the law enforcers on the sea nearby would definitely be notified. He had to be quick. Coincidentally, there was an island nearby that was occupied by a level 4 pirate group. Hence, this became his second target. He spent a day to reach this island. Then he used the same trick again. First, he broke a hole in the island's protective formation, then went in to ransack it. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 5 king. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded. After hearing the notification, Yixian couldn't help but smile. Now, he was at the same level as Lan Yao. However, his strength had already greatly surpassed Lan Yao's. That Zhang Tianjin has entered the Sword God Palace. His strength must have increased by leaps and bounds. Maybe he has already become a level 6 king. I won't fall behind. Yixian squinted his eyes. Although he could challenge those at a higher level, Zhang Tianjin was also a genius. If they were at the same level, Yixian was 100% sure that he could kill him. Thinking of this, Yixian took out a map of the sea and was ready to choose his third target. However, at this moment a few figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Law enforcers on the sea? Yixian's smile didn't fade. He also wanted to see how powerful the law enforcers under the Empress were. "Robber, you are courting death." A man in green robes shouted and rushed toward Yixian. Behind him there were 2 people. A level 6 king and 2 level 5 kings. This was a good opportunity for Yixian to practice. He took out an ordinary mid-grade void god weapon and went up to meet the attack. Chapter 677. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 32 layers. Yixian was still 3 layers away from mastering the 36 overlapping shadows. Hence, he wanted to see if he could bring the 36 overlapping shadows to 100% mastery. In an instant the 2 sides came into contact. 33 overlapping shadows. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 16 layers. Although Yixian's mastery of profound and martial arts didn't increase, he was still improving. Previously he could fuse the Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 10 times, but now he could fuse the Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 15 times. His strength had already far surpassed the 3 enforcers of the ocean. Pung! 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 Yixian was fighting 1 against 3. Although he was holding back, the 3 were still defeated and were forced to retreat. So strong! He must be a genius under Mad Revered. Quick! Report this to the higher-ups. The level 6 king who was leading the group shouted. Immediately, one of the level 5 kings retreated. You want to leave? Leave behind your yin and yang ring. Yixian's eyes flashed as he sent out an attack with all his might, instantly severing that level 5 king's arm. However, he didn't take that level 5 king's life. Then, he quickly flew over and kept the yin and yang ring. Impossible. He's clearly just a level 5 king. How can he be faster than me? Even if he has comprehended the underground movement technique, this isn't the ground. The level 6 king couldn't understand. However, in order to cover the escape of that level 5 king, he had put his life on the line. Just by relying on the 33 overlapping shadows and the throbbing pulse of the Earth's 16 layers, I was able to defeat those 3. If I add in the 8 Desolate Sword, Wind Acceleration and Gravitational Space, my strength will be able to kill a level 7 king. Even if a level 8 king comes, I won't be afraid. Yixian's confidence was once again off the charts. Soon that level 5 king disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, Yixian heard 2 notifications. Ding! Proficiency of the 36 overlapping shadows has increased. Current proficiency is 100%. Ding! Host has comprehended the throbbing pulse of the earth 32 layers. When he heard the 2 notifications, Yixian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not only that, but his throbbing pulse of the world had also increased to 32 layers. His combat prowess had at least doubled. Alright, it's time for you to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for messing with the wrong person. With that thought in mind, Yixian suddenly drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, 36 sword shadows pierced into the body of the grade 6 king, killing him instantly. The other rank 5 king saw that his boss had died and immediately retreated. However, in the next moment he felt that he couldn't move anymore. Countless waves of pressure were pressing down on him from all directions. Do you feel like you can't move? The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. Following that, his eyes flashed, and this level 5 king tier was crushed to death by the pressure of the gravity drop. Gravity suppression. Bang! The 5th grade king's body exploded, and his severed limbs fell from the sky. Yixian controlled the repulsive force and sent the 2 interspatial rings into his hands before devouring them. The interspatial rings of a level 6 king tier are really not bad. Yixian smiled with satisfaction. In this world, the strong were respected. If you were strong, you would be the king. If he was weaker now, he would be the one to die this time. As for his corpse, it would probably be thrown into the sea to feed the sea beasts. Then there would be nothing left. That level 5 king tier must have gone to report this to his superiors. At that time, a level 7 king tier or even a level 8 king tier might come down. This was Yixian's goal. He would rather kill a level 7 king tier than 10 level 6 kings. If he could kill a level 8 king tier, he would probably break through in an instant. That level 5 king tier had gone to report this to his superiors, so Yixian still had to wander around this area. The Empress's territory was relatively peaceful, but that was only in comparison to Mad Sovereign and Battle Emperor. This only meant that there were fewer raiders, but it didn't mean that there were fewer pirate groups in the ocean. As Yixian attacked the islands, he dealt with the pirate groups along the way. However, these islands and pirate groups were too weak, so he just robbed them along the way. On the 5th day after the departure of that level 5 king, an expert of sufficient strength finally arrived. A level 7 king tier. Moreover, it was a genius with a rare attribute. Wind. Wind acceleration profound? Yixian looked at this level 7 king tier with a slightly shocked expression. This was the first time he had encountered a wind attribute expert other than Lan Xian. The wind attribute was an extremely powerful attribute. Its profound included Wind Blade, Wind Acceleration and Wind Bind. Among them, Wind Blade also had a level 2 profound Death Storm. Its power was comparable to Sky Burning Flames. Wind Bind also had a level 2 profound Wind Space. Every profound could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. If a martial artist could comprehend all of the profound, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight someone 2 or 3 levels higher. Currently, Yixian had only comprehended Wind Acceleration profound. He hadn't comprehended Wind Blade or Wind Bind. This battle was quite valuable to him. TSK. Let me see what kind of profound you have. Yixian's eyes flashed as he quietly watched his opponent approach him. After the green-clothed middle-aged man approached, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked, "You're the one who attacked more than 10 islands recently?" "That's right. It's me." Yixian nodded without hiding anything. The green-clothed middle-aged man didn't expect Yixian to admit it. Should he say that Yixian was daring, or was he overflowing with confidence? If that's the case, then go to hell. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else. He expanded his territory and gathered countless wind blades to attack Yixian. Hee. Yixian grinned and took out a mid-grade ethereal god weapon to block the attack. A level 5 king tier can actually block my wind blade attack. You're quite capable. That level 6 executor of the sea should have been killed by you, right? The middle-aged man asked. That's right, Yixian replied while blocking the attack. Then try this. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he instantly strengthened his wind blade attack. This was the wind blade profound. Seeing this, Yixian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. As expected, This middle-aged man had comprehended the wind blade profound. That was great. His gravity space profound was comprehended in He Yan's gravity space profound. Now that his opponent had comprehended the wind blade profound, it would be very helpful to him. Bang! 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 Although the wind blade attack was strengthened several times, it still couldn't pose a threat to Yi Xian. After all, he had comprehended the gravity space profound. The two of them stood where they were. One of them attacked while the other defended. As for Yi Xian, he didn't use wind blade or gravity space. He just defended. Kid, what are you doing? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. Chapter 678. Storm of Death. According to the information the middle-aged man had received, Yi Xian had an earth element void spirit and had comprehended 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth. However, they didn't know that Yi Xian had already improved his profound strength. Moreover, they didn't know what other trump cards Yi Xian had. Therefore, the Empress Pirates had sent the middle-aged man as a precaution. The Empress has put a bounty on your head. Now I won't waste time with you. Die. The middle-aged man put away his curiosity and slashed out with his long sword. An attack containing wind blade profound swept towards Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian also slashed out with the slash. 36 overlapping shadows. 32 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth. Boom! 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 That green sword chi containing wind blade profound vibrated hundreds of times in an instant. The throbbing pulse of the earth had transformed from 16 layers to 32 layers. Fusing martial arts had become even harder. Previously, when he had 33 overlapping shadows, he could fuse more than 16 layers of throbbing pulse of the earth. But now, he could only fuse 32 layers. Although the number had decreased, the power had still increased. This kid can challenge those of a higher realm. I can't be careless, the middle-aged man thought. His slash was enough to kill a level 6 king, but it was easily blocked by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's strength had probably exceeded his expectations. Die! The middle-aged man didn't hold back anymore. He used his wind speed to attack Yi Xian from different angles, while condensing wind blades to obstruct Yi Xian. Seeing the middle-aged man attacking with all his strength, Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used the gravity space to dodge. If he didn't use his wind speed, it would be difficult for him to deal with the middle-aged man. Therefore, he could only use the gravity space's repulsive force to increase his speed. This kid is only of the earth element. Why is his flying speed so fast? He's only slightly slower than me. The middle-aged man couldn't understand. The earth element did have a profound to increase its speed, but that required it to be on land. Apart from the wind speed, the only other thing that could increase one's flying speed was the lightning speed. However, the earth Upanishad was rare, and the gravity power Upanishad was even rarer. In the entire chaotic star sea, the warriors who had comprehended the gravity space were even rarer. Thus, he didn't think of the gravity space at this moment. After all, if Yi Xian had comprehended the gravitational space, why didn't he use it? Boom! 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 A series of deafening sounds rang out as the two of them fought at a height of 50 meters. The surrounding sea beasts were all alarmed by the huge commotion and fled. Almost all the sea beasts were void god beasts. Their intelligence was not lower than humans. It was better for them not to watch a battle of this level. Kid, you're one of Mad Sovereign's people, right? The middle-aged man shouted. Does it matter which faction you belong to? Yi Xian replied coldly. Indeed, it's not important. However, you'd better show your true strength now. Otherwise, you'll die without knowing why. The middle-aged man kindly reminded him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this middle-aged man had some sort of ultimate move. He had to be careful. The two of them continued to exchange blows. The middle-aged man kept looking for an opportunity to use his ultimate move. To be honest, Yi Xian was also curious about his ultimate move. As such, Yi Xian deliberately revealed an opening. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, he did it on purpose? Just now, he and Yi Xian had exchanged more than 100 blows. Yi Xian did not reveal any openings, but now he did. This must be Yi Xian's doing. Since that was the case, he would beat Yi Xian at his own game and follow his plan. Kid, you are indeed a genius, but you're still too young. Die. the middle-aged man thought to himself. In the next moment, a strong wind began to blow around Yixian. Windblade's second-level ultimate move, Death Storm. What? Yixian was shocked. He thought that the middle-aged man had some sort of powerful martial art. He didn't expect it to be the ultimate move of Death Storm. Although he had never seen Death Storm before, he had heard that it was a super ultimate move that could tear a person into countless pieces. By the time Yixian reacted, the Death Storm had already unfolded. This ultimate move was similar to Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens. It required some time to charge up. If one did not dodge it quickly, it would be very dangerous. Whoosh whoosh. The Death Storm began to blow with Yixian at its center. Tens of thousands of wind blades attacked. Yixian was so frightened that he hurriedly took out the Octotera shield to protect his vitals. At the same time, he condensed an earth wall to surround himself. Fortunately, the earth wall could integrate the 32 layers of the earth pulse. When the wind blades hit the earth wall, their power was instantly reduced by more than half. Although the gravity ultimate move was very useful, it was completely useless against these energy attacks. Swish! 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 One wind blade after another broke through the earth wall and struck Yixian's body, cutting open his flesh. However, in the next moment, the bloodline of the divine tree of life would recover from its injuries. It was only a moment of pain. The death storm continued to blow without restraint. Yixian, who was protecting his vitals, was continuously injured and healed. After a second, the death storm stopped. Whoosh whoosh. Luckily, I have the 32 layers of the earth pulse. If it was only 16 layers, I would be in trouble. Yixian was a little scared. He didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would almost cost him his life. The death storm had stopped, but the middle-aged man was dumbfounded. One had to know that 2 level 7 kings had died under this move. However, Yixian, who was only a level 5 king, actually survived. Not only that, but he also survived unscathed. It was just that his clothes were tattered. This is impossible, the middle-aged man cried out in alarm. Haha, there's nothing impossible about this. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this move. Yixian grinned. During the death storm just now, there was actually a system notification that Yixian had ignored. It couldn't be helped. Just now, he had been constantly blocking the wind blades. If he had been distracted again, his head would have been chopped off. He only glanced at it after the death storm had stopped. Ding! The host has comprehended the wind blade ultimate move. This was the system notification just now. With the death storm, Yixian had actually comprehended the wind blade ultimate move on the spot. Sir, do you have any other trump cards? Why don't you use them all? Yixian looked at the middle-aged man calmly. There were only 3 types of wind blade ultimate move. Wind blade, wind acceleration, and wind fetters. He had already seen the second level of the wind blade ultimate move, Death Storm, but he hadn't seen the second level of the wind fetters ultimate move, Wind Space. Wind Space was what Yixian wanted to comprehend the most. This was because the wind space and gravity space could increase his strength by at least 10 times. Chapter 679. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin the Splitting Cloud Pirates. The middle-aged man stared at Yixian in shock. That death storm had consumed more than half of his qi. If he couldn't kill Yixian with it again, he would have no choice but to turn tail and run. However, Yixian was now on guard. The next death storm wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Retreat! The middle-aged man immediately turned around and fled. He had compared his speed with that of Yixian. Although Yixian's speed was abnormal, he was still slower than him. Hence he chose to retreat. However, how could Yixian let go of such a fat sheep? Looks like you've run out of tricks. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell. Yixian's eyes flickered as he activated his dual domains. Before the middle-aged man could run far, he felt a strong pressure coming from the front. What's going on? The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Yixian had sprouted a pair of energy wings and was flying towards him. Wings of the wind? What? That's impossible. The middle-aged man was shocked. Yixian had the wind attribute as well. No, he had the dual attribute. Yixian had eaten the twin fruits. The middle-aged man finally reacted, but it was already too late. Gravity suppression. When Yixian got close, He immediately used the gravity profound to bind the middle-aged man. The pressure from all directions exerted itself on the middle-aged man, restricting his movements. Fortunately, he was a level 7 king, so he could still move. However, his speed was reduced by at least 70%. Thank you for your death storm. It allowed me to comprehend the wind blade profound. Now please die. Yixian's voice was extremely cold. When the middle-aged man heard it, his body trembled. In the next instant, the middle-aged man's neck was slashed by a wind blade. His head flew into the air as blood spurted out like a fountain. A level 7 king dead. After the middle-aged man died, Yixian took his interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through to become a 6th grade king. His cultivation level rose once again. This middle-aged man had the wind attribute and was definitely a key nurturing target in the Empress's pirates. Therefore, there were quite a lot of good things in the universe ring. Before I broke through, I could kill a level 7 king even without using the Bahuang sword. Now that I've broken through, I should be able to fight against a 9th grade king, right? Yixian narrowed his eyes. The wind acceleration profound meaning, coupled with the gravity space's repulsive force, allowed his speed to surpass that of a level 8 king. Coupled with his various bloodlines and other factors, he did indeed have the ability to fight a 9th rank king tier. In that case, let's go meet the Empress pirates and see what the popular Empress of the chaotic astral ocean looks like. Yixian made a plan in his mind. Of course, before going to the Empress's pirates, he wanted to break through again. It was safer this way. Once he broke through to the 7th grade, he would enter the core region of the Empress territory. At that time, who would be able to stop him? After killing the middle-aged man, Yixian quickly left. This time he wanted to go to a high-level place where there were 6th and 7th grade pirate groups. Immediately, he took the middle-aged man's nautical chart and rushed toward that area. After breaking through, Yixian speed soared again. 3 days later he arrived at that area. A 6th grade pirate group could control 4 islands, but they usually gathered a large number of experts on one island. At this time, Yixian's target was a place called the Shattering Cloud Island, which was occupied by the Shattering Cloud Pirates. At the same time, the Shattering Cloud Pirates were a subordinate force of the Empress's pirates. However, Yixian didn't care about who he was. Although you have the same name as the first sect I entered, I will be merciful. Yixian smiled calmly. Hearing the name Shattering Cloud, he couldn't help but think of the Shattering Cloud sect, which was a sect he had stayed in for a period of time. There he met a female disciple who had a crush on him, Guan Yulan. Unfortunately, Guan Yulan was taken away by a mysterious expert when he went to the imperial capital to participate in the imperial capital tournament. Her whereabouts were still unknown. At that time, they suspected that she might have entered the islands around the Tianshui continent or the chaotic astral ocean. However, the world was so big that it wasn't easy for Yixian to find her. Hey, what are you doing outside the Shattering Cloud Island? Suddenly, a loud roar entered Yixian's ears. It was the guard of the Shattering Cloud Island in front of him. His voice pulled Yixian back to reality. Right now, attacking the island was more important. Hehe, I want to attack the island. Yixian replied with a smile. Ha ha, kid, go back to where you came from. Do you know that our leader is a 6th grade king? The guard laughed. However, in the next moment, a loud rumbling sound interrupted his laughter. Bang! Yixian directly slashed a ray of sword chi at the protective array of the island. This was an island occupied by a 6th grade pirate group. It was rich in resources, so the protective array of the island was naturally strong. However, this was not worth mentioning to Yixian. He is indeed much stronger than the ones I encountered before. Yixian thought as he took out the Bahuang sword. Whoosh! The ray of sword chi split into 8 and then merged back into 1, slashing at the protective array of the island. Bahuang sword chi. In an instant, a large hole was opened in the protective array of the island, and it was slowly being repaired. However, at the same time that the protective array of the island was being repaired, a figure had already rushed in through the hole. You! The guard was shocked. Yixian appeared on the Shattering Cloud Island in the blink of an eye. He was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. Sorry, Yixian said as he went over and took off his universe ring. This guard was actually a king. Although he was not very strong, he was still a 3rd grade king. However, this kind of strength was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Xian. Before the Shattering Cloud pirates could react, Yi Xian directly attacked. The Shattering Cloud pirates did not expect that someone would be able to break through the protective array of the island, so they did not hide their aura at all. Yi Xian easily locked onto a position. Not good, we have to inform the leader. The guard reacted and hurriedly shouted to the sky. Enemy invasion. This roar was shouted with all the strength of the guard. His voice was loud enough to reach the Shattering Cloud City, which was not far from the entrance of the Shattering Cloud Island. The speed of sound transmission was more than 300 meters per second. Ordinary warriors could exceed the speed of sound. However, after true energy was mixed in, the speed of sound transmission increased by 100 times, or even 100 times. Before Yi Xian could reach the Shattering Cloud City, a few people had already rushed out. Chapter 680. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Shattering Cloud Sect Leader. How dare you sneak into the Shattering Cloud Island? You really don't know what's good for you. A level 6 king growled. He was the vice leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates. You'll know who's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. Yi Xian smiled coldly. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly saw a figure flying toward them. It was also a level 6 king. Originally, this person wouldn't have attracted Yi Xian's attention. However, when Yi Xian saw the face of this level 6 king, his body trembled violently. He had seen this person before. He had seen it once. Yi Xian was stunned. Kid, how did you get in? The leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates asked. He had seen all the kings on the Shattering Cloud Island. When the Shattering Cloud Pirates attacked, there were indeed some native kings, but their realms weren't high. However, Yi Xian's aura was so strong that it wasn't any weaker than his own. Therefore, he determined that Yi Xian was an outsider. Yi Xian's gaze was fixed on the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates. After a while, he asked in shock, You are the Shattering Cloud Sect leader? That's right. He had seen the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates before on Lin Wenyue's omniscient mirror. At that time, the Shattering Cloud Sect leader was standing on a large bird, accompanied by a mysterious old woman and Guan Yulan. When the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates heard the words Shattering Cloud Sect leader, his body trembled as well. He asked in shock, Who are you? How do you know? As expected, this answer confirmed Yi Xian's suspicions. No wonder the pirates were called Shattering Cloud. He was the Shattering Cloud Sect leader. I am Yi Xian, a disciple of the Shattering Cloud Sect. Yi Xian hurriedly reported his name. Although he had joined many forces, he was still a disciple of the Shattering Cloud Sect. In this world, it wasn't a problem to have several masters at the same time. What? You're a disciple of the Shattering Cloud Sect? How is that possible? The leader of the Shattering Cloud Sect was shocked. Where was the Shattering Cloud Sect? Heavenly Water Continent. In the Heavenly Water Continent, there were only divine core warriors. When the sect chief of the Shattered Cloud Sect left, his cultivation level was extremely low. He was only at the True Spirit Realm. After the True Spirit Realm, there were still the True Energy Realm, True Profound Realm, Mortal Core Realm, Earth Core Realm, Heavenly Core Realm, and finally the Spirit Realm and the Void God Realm. Right now, he was already a level 6 Void God Realm King, which was many times stronger than a True Spirit Realm King. Who would have thought that a barren land like that would actually produce another level 6 king? I am Vice Sect Leader Zhouzong's disciple. Yi Xian first stated his identity before asking, Sect Master, I used a special method to see you leave with Guan Yulan and Qingyu. Where are they? After hearing the first half of Yi Xian's words, the sect master of the Shattering Cloud Sect was certain that Yi Xian was from the Heavenly Water Continent. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, his expression darkened. It's best if you don't ask, the Shattering Cloud sect leader replied. Why? Yi Xian asked in shock. The Shattering Cloud sect leader paused for a moment before saying, Alright, I guess there's no harm in telling you. Yulan has a special physique, so a mysterious expert took a fancy to her and brought her to the chaotic astral ocean. Right now, she's in the Empress Pirates, one of the Empress generals. What? She's under the Empress? Yi Xian was shocked. If the Shattering Cloud sect leader was a level 6 king, then Guan Yulan should be at least a level 7 king, right? After all, the Shattering Cloud sect leader and Guan Yulan came to the chaotic astral ocean together, so they cultivated at the same time. Therefore, Yixian guessed that Guan Yulan was at least a level 7 king. Then her realm? Yixian asked again. He felt that it would be more accurate to hear the Shattering Cloud sect leader's answer himself. She was a level 7 king a long time ago. She might have broken through to the level 8 king by now. She's the Empress' successor. The Shattering Cloud sect leader said in shock. This wasn't a secret, so it didn't matter if it was revealed. The Empress' successor. Yixian was shocked. He didn't expect Guan Yulan's background to be so strong. The Empress' successor. Didn't this mean that she would have to share the chaotic astral ocean with the Battle Emperor and the insane sovereign? Then is she with the Empress now? Yixian asked again. Come with me. The Shattering Cloud sect leader suddenly called Yixian over and said in a low voice, she is indeed with the Empress pirates now. However, you better not look for her because she has already lost her memories of the Tianshui continent. She doesn't recognize you. Lost her memories? Hearing this, Yixian suddenly remembered what Lin Wenyue had said that day. Guan Yulan's eyes were empty like a puppet's. It turned out that her memories had already been erased at that time. Not to mention a Void God Realm King, even a level 10 Martial Path Warrior would be able to erase the memories of a lower level warrior as long as they had the corresponding method. Don't blame me. I did it for Yulan's good. However, I didn't expect that senior to erase her memories without saying anything and bring her back to the Empress pirates. The Shattering Cloud sect leader shook his head helplessly. What kind of body type does Yulan have? If he was just taking her in as a disciple, why would he erase her memories? Yixian asked in confusion. The Shattering Cloud sect leader paused and said, that senior issued some requirements in the Tianshui continent. I saw that Yulan met those requirements, so I brought that senior to the Shattering Cloud sect. As for the Empress, it is said that she cultivates a technique called the Heartless Path. She needs to cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yulan met the requirements of the Heartless Path, so her memories were erased to make it easier for her to cultivate. This? Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked again, then did she agree to it? Or was it forcefully erased? After that senior checked her body type, he erased her memories forcefully. Yulan wasn't ready, so. The Shattering Cloud sect leader didn't continue. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes also shot out 2 rays of light. Guan Yulan's memories were forcefully erased. If she had agreed to it, Yixian wouldn't have anything to say. However, her memories were forcefully erased, so it had something to do with him. After all, the two of them were very close when they were in the Shattering Cloud sect. They were only one step away from being together. However, because of that old woman's interference, Guan Yulan had gone missing for many years. Although she didn't say it out loud, she is my friend after all. I will seek justice for her. Yixian made a mental note. As for the Shattering Cloud sect leader, Yixian didn't blame him. After all, he was only in the true spirit realm at that time. That mysterious old woman could kill him with just a thought. Who is that old woman? Yixian asked again. Her name is Bai Qingxia. She raised the Empress single-handedly. Like Yulan, she is the Empress's right-hand woman. The Shattering Cloud sect leader replied. Her right-hand woman. This meant that the Empress trusted Guan Yulan and Bai Qingxia the most. Chapter 681. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin Guan Yulan. Alright, I got it. Yixian nodded silently. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect asked. You are a disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect. How did you become a level 6 king? I broke through to the Strength Realm in the Heavenly Water continent and came to the Blood Rock continent. Then, I obtained the inheritance of an empty God Realm king. Yixian made up a random excuse. I see. The Heavenly Water continent is too poor. There are many geniuses there, but they are buried because of the lack of yuan qi and cultivation resources. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect sighed. Sect master, is the Empress an empty God Realm Great Emperor? Yixian asked again. He was more concerned about this. No, the Empress couldn't become a great emperor because she didn't cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect shook his head. Hearing this answer, Yixian was relieved. Since the Empress wasn't an empty God Realm Great Emperor, He didn't need to be afraid. When the time was right, he would find Guan Yulan and see if he could awaken her memory. Sect Master, since the Shattered Cloud Island is your territory, I will take my leave. Yixian cupped his fist at the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect. Sai, you should leave quickly. If the enforcers of the sea know that you are a raider, you will die. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect sighed. Sect master, take care. Yixian didn't want to cause trouble for the sect master, so he left the Shattered Cloud Island. This time it was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect to meet someone from the heavenly water continent in the chaotic astral ocean. However, there was a trace of hatred in his heart. Guan Yulan's memory was forcibly erased. It wasn't her own will. Therefore, Yixian had to get back at her. Humph, how dare you forcibly erase Yulan's memory? Yixian said coldly in his heart and left quickly. Since the Empress wasn't an empty God realm great emperor, he could go to the Empress's pirates when he broke through to level 7 king. But for now it was better to make a breakthrough first. There were some level 6 and 7 pirates around the Shattered Cloud Island, but in order not to cause trouble for the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect, Yixian decided to go further away. He flew over the sea for 2 days and arrived at a suitable place for leveling up. This time his target was a level 7 pirate group. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword Breaking 8 Baron. Yixian flew to the outskirts of the island and launched an attack on the array formation. The formation at the entrance of the island's protective formation was very weak because it was often opened. This was the most suitable place to attack. However, as the level of the island was relatively high, the sword was unable to break through it. The attack on the island guard array was too loud, and it immediately attracted the attention of the pirates. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of a person not far away. Several hundred kilometers to the north of the island, there was a huge figure. It was a huge wolf with silver wings, and on the back of the huge wolf sat a white-clothed woman. If Yixian was here, he would definitely recognize her at a glance. This woman in white was Guan Yulan, the person he was looking for. Yixian was 15 years old when he entered the Shattered Cloud sect, and now he was 22 years old. Therefore, it had been many years since Guan Yulan left the Tianshui continent. The young girl from before had grown into a slender and elegant girl. She had lost her youthfulness and had become more mature. At this moment, she looked in the direction of the sound and gently patted the giant wolf's back. The silver-winged giant wolf immediately understood and turned into a stream of light and flew over. As for Yixian, he was completely unaware that he was attacking an island-protecting formation. Suddenly he felt that something was amiss. He immediately turned his head and saw a stream of light that was rapidly approaching him. Is it the maritime enforcer? He thought subconsciously. However, at this moment, a blue sword aura suddenly slashed towards him. So fast. Yixian's eyes widened. He immediately stopped attacking the island and quickly dodged. Water attribute? No, it's lightning attribute. He reacted. This sword aura was blue, but it was not of the water attribute. This was because this sword aura contained a kind of energy that made one's heart palpitate. However, when Yixian was about to counterattack, he realized that the incoming person was somewhat familiar. Guan Yulan. Yixian exclaimed in surprise. Guan Yulan, who was sitting on the silver-winged howling skywolf's back, was also stunned when she heard Yixian's exclamation. She also felt that Yixian was somewhat familiar, but she had no memory of him. Her memory was erased by Qingxia. But the silver-winged howling skywolf remembered Yixian. Awoo! The silver-winged howling skywolf howled at the sky and then pounced towards Yixian. It seemed to be very emotional. Guan Yulan immediately jumped down from its back and then slashed at Yixian again. Damn it! Yixian quickly dodged and prepared to kill the silver-winged howling skywolf that was pouncing towards him. However, at this moment, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Qingyu. At the same time, he also noticed that this silver-winged howling skywolf did not seem to be hostile towards him. Its eyes were filled with joy. Wolf. Qingyu? Yixian exclaimed again. Awoo! The silver-winged howling skywolf rushed to Yixian's side and rubbed its head affectionately against Yixian. Although it had not seen Yixian for a few years, Qingyu still remembered Yixian's scent. After all, when it was born, it saw Yixian and Guan Yulan the moment it opened its eyes. Haha, I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Yixian reached out and patted Qingyu's head. After a few years, Qingyu had grown from a small wolf cub to a giant wolf that was even bigger than a tank. It even grew a pair of silver wings. It seemed that it had undergone mutation. Guan Yulan, who was not far away, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. The silver-winged howling sky wolf that did not submit to the Empress was actually willing to be patted by a strange man on the head. What was going on? Raider, what sorcery did you use? Guan Yulan shouted angrily. Sorcery. Yixian raised his eyebrows and said, Yulan, don't you remember me? Why should I remember you? Guan Yulan was stunned. She did feel that Yixian was somewhat familiar, but she could not recall anything related to him. It seems that her memory has really been erased. Yixian was having a headache. He did not know how to awaken Guan Yulan's memory. This was going to be troublesome. However, just as he was thinking, another ray of sword aura suddenly attacked. Yixian was shocked and hurriedly dodged. This ray of blue sword aura contained a huge amount of power and swept past Qingyu. Fortunately, Yixian had the acceleration of the wind and the repulsive force of the gravity space. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half. Awoo! Qingyu hurriedly howled, but Guan Yulan acted as if she did not hear it and continued to attack. Chapter 682. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Forbidden Lightning Ground, 7th Grade King. Lightning Attribute. Yixian saw through Guan Yulan's realm. Just as the Shattering Cloud Sect Master had said, Guan Yulan was a 7th grade king and was about to break through to the 8th grade. However, he didn't expect Guan Yulan to have the rare lightning attribute. Just like Lan Yu. Although they were both lightning attribute, Lan Yu was much weaker than Guan Yulan. One was a 3rd grade king while the other was about to break through to the 8th grade. Although Guan Yulan felt that Yixian was familiar, she couldn't remember him. She was one of the Empress generals after all, and she happened to see Yixian attacking the island. Therefore, Yixian was her enemy. Heavenly punishment. Streaks of lightning struck down from the sky. Yixian didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged. What should I do now? Yulan's memory has been erased and she doesn't recognize me. Even if I'm here, I can't do anything. Yixian's face was gloomy. He could feel that Guan Yulan's battle strength was very strong. More importantly, he couldn't fight back. Retreat. At that moment, Yixian made the decision to leave first. He didn't have any ideas at the moment, so he could only leave first. When he returned to Mt. Xianzhongshan, he would ask Hermit Xianzhongshan if there was a way to awaken her memory. You want to leave? Guan Yulan's eyes flickered and immediately chased after him. Guan Yulan was brought to the chaotic astral ocean when she was a teenager. She must have been told a lot of things in the past few years. For example, she grew up in the chaotic astral ocean and didn't have any family or friends. Therefore, she wouldn't believe anything Yixian said. Yulan, let's meet again. Yixian loudly shouted as he directly used gravity space to block Guan Yulan. However, Guan Yulan's strength was beyond his imagination. Lightning acceleration. Guan Yulan instantly burst out. Her current speed had already surpassed the silver-winged sky howling wolf. The silver-winged sky howling wolf had grown rapidly in the past few years. Its battle strength was comparable to an 8th grade king, and its speed was comparable to a 9th grade king. However, Guan Yulan's lightning acceleration was lightning acceleration, and was even faster howling wolf. F***CK. Yixian was shocked. He hurriedly condensed wind wings and used the repulsive force of the gravity space to accelerate. However, what made him helpless was Guan Yulan's speed was Yulan was. Yulan's I and Yulan's is? Yixian felt helpless in his heart. One recognized him but the other didn't. This was too dramatic. What he wanted to do now was to increase his speed to the level of a level 7 king. Then, he would look for the Empress and see if she had a way to help him. However, he was Yulan. As Yixian fled, he used his repulsive force to block Guan Yulan. However, Guan Yulan's comprehension of the lightning acceleration profound was very high. Even with the repulsive force blocking her, her speed was still equal to Yixian's. Yitutasi, SS to leave is to be gone b. IS's was. They. Was you was. Marauder, you can't escape. Guan Yulan shouted from behind. Yixian glanced behind him and sized up Guan Yulan. After not seeing her for a few years, Guan Yulan's figure had become better and more mature. However, the expression on her face made Yixian's heart turn cold. Back then, when they were about to pierce through the last layer of veil, they were suddenly interrupted by the shattering cloud sect's vice sect master, Zhou. Yixian was now thinking that the next time he returned to the heavenly water continent, he would dig up Zhou's corpse and whip it to vent his anger. Two people, one fleeing, the other chasing. Whisper, who was comparable to a level 8 king, roared as she followed. It had followed Guan Yulan for many years, so its IQ was not lower than a human's. It could understand Guan Yulan's words, but Guan Yulan could not understand its words. Guan Yulan had always believed that Yixian had used some sort of trick to subdue Qingyu, so she was relentlessly pursuing him. Yixian didn't have any other choice. At this moment, all he could do was to escape and continue to escape. When Guan Yulan's Zhanqi ran out, he would be able to escape. However, after the two moved at full speed for a few hours, an island suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. An island without a protective formation? Yixian looked in front of him with some surprise. This island did not have a protective formation. That was exactly what he wanted. As long as he landed on the ground, he could use his legs to run. He had the earth movement technique to run on land, and the wind acceleration technique to fly in the air. However, don't forget that he still had 4 agility advancements, which could increase his movement speed by 40%. When the time came, he would definitely be able to open up a distance in an instant without exhausting Guan Yulan's true qi. However, when Guan Yulan saw this island, her expression changed slightly. She had heard of this island before. This was one of the 10 forbidden lands of the chaotic astral ocean, the Thunder Forbidden Land. It was rumored that this island was very mysterious and would be struck by chaotic astral lightning from time to time. Although it looked peaceful at times, it was actually very dangerous. After all, some chaotic astral lightning could even kill a Void God Realm Pinnacle King. Even the Empress did not dare to enter the Thunder Forbidden Land, so Guan Yulan was hesitant. However, when she saw that Yixian's speed did not decrease at all, she made a decision. Chase. As for Yixian, he didn't know what this island was. This was because his nautical chart only had one name, Heavenly Thunder Island. If the chart said Thunder Forbidden Land, he would definitely take a detour. We're here. Yixian rushed into the Thunder Forbidden Land and quickly landed, preparing to use his legs to open up a distance between him and Guan Yulan. His speed was very fast, instantly widening the distance between them. How did his speed suddenly increase so much? Guan Yulan looked at Yixian's back and was very confused, but she was determined to chase, so she immediately said to Qingyu, "Qingyu, don't come in." The silver-winged sky-howling wolf, Qingyu, had accidentally entered the Thunder Forbidden Land when she was wandering alone, and was accidentally struck by chaotic astral lightning, almost losing her life. Therefore it had a deep fear of this place. It could only watch as Yixian and Guan Yulan entered. It prayed in its heart that the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden area wouldn't suddenly become violent. Otherwise, Yixian and Guan Yulan would be in danger. At this time, Yixian and Guan Yulan had both entered the Thunder Forbidden Land, and Yixian, who had a 40% increase in speed, had already opened up a distance between them. However, just 1 minute after they entered the Thunder Forbidden Land. Why are there more clouds in the sky? Yixian looked up in surprise, and found that there were electric snakes swimming in the clouds. These were not ordinary clouds but thunder clouds. Not good, chaotic astral lightning. His face sank. Chapter 683. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans in crisis at this moment. The thundercloud above Yixian's head was terrifyingly large. It was gathering yuan qi of heaven and earth as if it was about to go all out. Before entering the chaotic astral ocean, Yixian had heard about the chaotic astral lightning. However, he later found out that the chaotic astral lightning was much more dangerous than he thought. The chaotic astral lightning had a tracking effect. The stronger the aura, the closer the chaotic astral lightning would land. Boom! Just as Yixian was thinking, a bolt of lightning struck down. He quickly glanced at it and found that it was 1,000 meters away from him. He didn't have a lightning attribute and had no resistance to the chaotic astral lightning. This chaotic astral lightning almost scared him to death. Boom! Suddenly, Another bolt of chaotic astral lightning struck down from behind him. Yixian quickly turned around and found that Guan Yulan had caught up to him while he was hesitating. The second bolt of chaotic astral lightning struck near Guan Yulan. He quickly looked up and saw that the lightning snakes in the thundercloud had become more frequent. It seemed that a chaotic astral lightning feast was about to begin. Not good. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Yixian's face darkened. He quickly turned around and rushed toward Guan Yulan. You want to fight here? Guan Yulan's expression wasn't good either. Seeing Yixian rush over, she immediately launched an attack. Yixian could dodge her attacks when they were in the air. Now that they were on land, Guan Yulan's attacks weren't a threat to him at all. Don't fight first, let's get out of here first. Yixian hastily shouted. However, Guan Yulan didn't care at all and attacked Yixian with all her might. Whoosh! 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 Yixian dodged the sword chi one after another. Not only that, Guan Yulan kept attacking Yixian with heavenly punishment. Suddenly, more and more lightning strikes appeared in the forbidden thunder ground, and the sound became louder and louder. Fortunately, Guan Yulan's heavenly punishment was very different from the chaotic astral lightning. Sky Law's lightning strike was very thin, and it was condensed from the top of the head, so the path was very straight. The chaotic astral lightning was very thick, and its color was also very dark. It was shot down from the thunderclouds, and after tracking Yixian's aura, it would constantly turn back. However, regardless of whether it was the heavenly punishment or the chaotic astral lightning, Yixian had to avoid them all. Even after seeing Guan Yulan's actions, Yixian still didn't run away. Instead, he prepared to go past Guan Yulan and let her chase him out of the forbidden sky thunder grounds. However, right at this moment, boom! Boom! Two bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down at the same time, hitting Guan Yulan's surroundings. This time, Guan Yulan was no longer calm and quickly moved. Although some of these riot astral thunders were very weak and couldn't even kill a level 1 king, humans couldn't tell whether they were strong or weak, so they had to avoid them. After the two chaotic star thunders appeared, the entire forbidden sky thunder grounds became restless. The star thunder feast had begun. Boom! 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 Bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down one after another, the frequency several times faster than before. Yixian and Guan Yulan's expressions darkened as they continuously dodged. Now, Guan Yulan also stopped attacking Yixian and began to avoid the chaotic astral lightning. However, the chaotic astral lightning had the ability to track auras. She was in the air while Yixian was on the ground. Moreover, she was a level 7 king and was about to break through to level 8 king, while Yixian was only a level 6 king. Therefore, the chaotic astral lightning would naturally target her first. Not good. Yixian suddenly thought of this and hurriedly reminded Guan Yulan to land on the ground. However, right at this moment, boom! 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 5 bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down in succession. One of them was aimed at Yixian while the other 4 were all aimed at Guan Yulan. If it was only 1 or 2 bolts of chaotic astral lightning, Guan Yulan would be able to dodge them. However, she didn't expect 4 bolts of chaotic astral lightning to strike her. Boom! Although Guan Yulan quickly dodged, she only managed to dodge 3 bolts of chaotic astral lightning. The last one struck her directly on the top of her head. Guan Yulan! Yixian cried out in alarm as he quickly rushed over. The chaotic astral lightning varied in strength. At this moment, Yixian could only pray that this chaotic astral lightning wouldn't be too strong. After all, Guan Yulan was a level 7 king. However, Guan Yulan's luck was really bad. The power of this chaotic astral lightning was enough to kill a level 7 king. After being struck by the chaotic astral lightning, Guan Yulan's consciousness suddenly blurred. Her vision also started to blur. She saw a figure quickly rushing towards her. The figure in white fell from the sky powerlessly. Yixian hurriedly rushed over and caught Guan Yulan. However, just as he came into contact with Guan Yulan, his entire body trembled violently. After the chaotic astral lightning circled around Guan Yulan's body, it was transmitted into his body. If he was hit by this chaotic astral lightning, he would probably die instantly. Even the remnants of the chaotic astral lightning caused him quite a bit of trouble. The chaotic astral lightning circled around Yixian's body, causing his muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs to sizzle. Fortunately, he still had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Moreover, his body was filled with earth attribute true energy. Although the earth attribute didn't restrain the lightning attribute, the earth attribute true energy's resistance to electricity was stronger than the other attributes. If Yixian had the water attribute, then he would have been in deep trouble this time. After the chaotic astral lightning entered his body, Yixian's entire body trembled. He only recovered after a long while. Damn it! Yixian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost cracked. He hurriedly checked Guan Yulan's aura. Phew, there's still aura, but it's extremely chaotic. I need to treat it immediately. He hurriedly took off Guan Yulan's interspatial ring and devoured it. Ding, the host has broken through to become a level 7 king. The system notification sounded. The two of them, one was a level 6 king and the other was a level 7 king. After the two of them gathered together, their auras skyrocketed. Now that Yixian had broken through to become a level 7 king, his aura had become even stronger. Rumble! The chaotic astral lightning struck again. However, after breaking through, Yixian's speed was extremely fast. He hurriedly carried Guan Yulan and left. The auras of the two level 7 kings were immediately locked onto by the thunderclouds in the sky. Following that, the chaotic astral lightning struck down one after another with great accuracy. If Yixian hadn't broken through, he would have probably been struck to death. Damn it, let's leave quickly. Yixian was extremely regretful. Why did he enter this island? Most importantly, he even lured Guan Yulan in. If one didn't seek death, they wouldn't have died. Guan Yulan was struck by the chaotic astral lightning. Fortunately, she had the lightning attribute. Otherwise, she would have died from that strike. Chapter 684. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations. When Thunder Emperor Yixian carried the severely injured Guan Yulan and ran in the direction they came from at an extremely fast speed. However, what he did not expect was that there was an illusory formation in the forbidden land of thunder. What? That's impossible! Yixian exclaimed, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the roar of the riot astral thunder. Yixian's sense of direction was still very strong. He estimated that with his speed, he should have left this heavenly thunder island. However, in front of him was still an endless stretch of land. Illusory formation. It must be an illusory formation. Yixian immediately reacted. The Sky Thunder Island was really too strange. He had been wandering in the riot astral ocean for a few months, but this was the first time he had seen such a violent scene. However, it was not the time to think about it. He had to find a way out quickly. At the very least, he had to find a place to hide. However, the wave of riot astral thunder just now was just an appetizer. The series of riot astral thunder just now had at most 6 riot astral thunders. Next, it was going to break through that number. Yixian suddenly felt something. He looked up and realized that more than 10 riot astral thunders had struck down from the thunderclouds in an instant. F***CK! Yixian exclaimed. More than 10 riot astral thunders were all directed at him, sealing off all his escape routes. Among them there was an extremely thick riot astral thunder, which made him break out in cold sweat. Yixian barely dodged this round of attacks, but it was still just the beginning. Boom! 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 The riot astral thunder before was one after another. Now it was described as a formation. There were more than 10 riot astral thunders in a single wave. Yixian did not dare to be careless. He had already used the underground walking technique to its peak. He looked around and found a cliff. In fact, he wanted to dig a hole and drill into the ground, but time did not allow it. At this moment he saw a cliff. He immediately took out the Bahuang sword and rushed over. Bahuang wind killing formation skybreak. Boom! The walls of this cliff were extremely hard, and Tian Dashing could only barely make a 1-meter hole in the wall. Again. Boom! The stone wall was broken a little more, and now it was enough for the two of them to hide. However, the chaotic astral lightning would strike down in multiple directions, so this wasn't enough. But at this moment, ding! Host has comprehended the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Suddenly, a notification sounded and Yixian shuddered. Shrinking the earth into an inch? He was pleasantly surprised. He had actually comprehended the second level of the world walking technique at this critical moment, the earth shrinking technique. This was good news. At that moment he controlled the Bahuang sword and retrieved it. In the next moment, he used the profound meaning of earth shrinking that he had just comprehended. A hole opened up in the ground, and Yixian carried Guan Yulan into it. Although a king's domain could also control soil, the effect was much worse than earth shrinking. At this moment, Yixian had already entered the ground and maintained a 2-meter space around him. He quickly descended, and his speed was even faster than when he was running on the ground. This was the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Boom! Although Yixian had entered the ground, the chaotic astral lightning still hit the spot where he entered. Fortunately, Yixian was already a few thousand meters below the ground. Although the chaotic astral lightning was strong, it was no longer a threat to him. Huff! Huff! Yixian stopped and let out a sigh of relief. He had moved almost 10,000 meters down, and the soil that he broke quickly closed up after he left, so it was more or less enough to cover his aura. At that moment he searched through Guan Yulan's Qian Kuan ring, then took out some medicine and hurriedly treated Guan Yulan. Of course, the most effective medicine was his blood. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his blood could also heal. With the two-pronged treatment, Guan Yulan's aura finally stabilized, but she was still unconscious. I don't know when the chaotic astral lightning outside will stop. I should use the underground movement technique to find the exit. Yixian carried Guan Yulan again. At this moment he had the profound meaning of earth shrinking so he could move freely underground. Therefore, he wanted to directly enter the bottom of the island and leave the sea. At that moment he continued to move downwards. This Sky Thunder Island was several times larger than the Cracked Cloud Island on the nautical chart, but no one knew how high it was. Yixian continued to move downwards, and when he was 50,000 meters down, he suddenly missed and fell from the ceiling. What? Yixian was shocked. He realized that there was another world here. If it was just an ordinary cave, he wouldn't have paid much attention to it, but he saw a stone tablet. Zephyr Thunder Palace. Yixian read out the 3 words on the stone tablet. At this moment the person in his arms suddenly moved. Yixian looked down and realized that Guan Yulan had opened her eyes. He quickly put Guan Yulan down with a vigilant expression. His intuition told him that Guan Yulan would immediately attack. However, he guessed wrong. When Guan Yulan saw him, she didn't attack. Instead, she said softly, "Yixian." What? Yixian thought that he had misheard. He tried to recall and realized that he didn't tell Guan Yulan his name. How did Guan Yulan know? Could it be that her memory had recovered? "You've recovered your memory?" Yixian exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Guan Yulan was stunned for a moment, then quickly retreated and looked at Yixian strangely. It seemed that her memory hadn't recovered yet. "You're Yixian?" Guan Yulan asked in shock. "Yes, do you remember me?" Yixian nodded. Although his appearance had changed, it wouldn't change much. "I don't remember you, but why do I feel like I know you?" Guan Yulan didn't understand. Without waiting for Yixian to speak, she shouted angrily, "What did you do to me?" She thought that Yixian must have done something. After all, she was lying in Yixian's arms just now. "I didn't do anything to you. We used to be friends. Don't you remember?" Yixian frowned. "How can you and I be friends?" Guan Yulan didn't believe him. She was a general under the Empress and a law enforcer on the sea. On the other hand, Yixian was a predator. A law enforcer on the sea and a predator. How could they be friends? "Let me ask you, do you not have any memories before you were 16 years old?" Yixian asked with narrowed eyes. This question confused Guan Yulan. Indeed, she didn't have any memories of her past. Everything was told to her by the Empress and by Qingxia. She found it very strange. Looking at her, Yixian continued, "We grew up in the same sect. 7 years ago, your memory was suddenly erased by an expert and then brought to the chaotic astral ocean." Chapter 685. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Zephyr Thunder Palace 7 years ago. Yixian was now 22 years old. 7 years ago he was 15 years old, which was the age when he entered the Shattering Cloud sect. Guan Yulan was even more confused when she heard this. Indeed, she only had the memories of the past 7 years. Everything before that was gone. Yixian saw that it was working, so he quickly told Guan Yulan about the past, bit by bit, in an attempt to awaken her memories. He guessed that Guan Yulan's memories hadn't been erased but sealed. When she was struck in the head by the chaotic astral lightning, a corner of the seal was broken. That was why she could call out Yixian's name. Also, I was the one who gave Qingyu the name. Otherwise, why do you think Qingyu would recognize me? Yixian continued. Guan Yulan was silent. She had no recollection of what Yixian said, so she needed to verify it. However, Qingyu was carrying her at that time, and was quite a distance away from Yixian. If Yixian wanted to do something, she should be able to detect it. There's no way to verify what you just said. Although Yixian was telling the truth, Guan Yulan still had some doubts. I know. I just want you to understand that I'm not your enemy. Otherwise, I would have killed you instead of saving you. Yixian knew that this wasn't enough to make Guan Yulan believe him, so he didn't continue. Then what about the things in my yin and yang ring? Guan Yulan suddenly realized this problem and hurriedly asked. To escape, I had to take some out. Don't worry, I'll return them to you when the time comes. Yixian replied. If he hadn't broken through just now, both of them would have died under the chaotic astral lightning. This was something that couldn't be helped. Originally, he wanted to swallow the rest of the things to increase his strength. However, he just happened to comprehend Earth shrinking at that time and resolve the crisis. Although this reason was a bit far-fetched, Guan Yulan remembered that Yixian didn't take advantage of her. Otherwise, would she still be alive? At this time, Guan Yulan began to look around. When she saw the 3 words Zephyr Thunder Palace, she was shocked. Where is this? She couldn't help but ask. I just comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrinking, so I escaped underground. I don't know where this is. Yixian shook his head. The words Zephyr Thunder Palace were written on the steel. Behind the steel there was another path. Yixian had not entered yet, so he did not know where this place was. However, he could roughly guess that this was someone's abode. Who would build a cave in such a dangerous place like the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? Furthermore, it was built so discreetly tens of thousands of meters underground. If Yixian hadn't comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrinking, he probably wouldn't have noticed it either. After all, there was a huge thundercloud above his head. However, Guan Yulan suddenly remembered something. Wind Thunder Grand Emperor? She cried out in alarm. When Yixian heard these 4 words, he asked in surprise, who is the Wind and Thunder Great Emperor? However, he could guess that the Wind and Thunder Great Emperor should be an empty God Realm Great Emperor. Otherwise, why would he dare to use the word Great Emperor? The Wind and Thunder Great Emperor was an empty God Realm Great Emperor in the chaotic astral ocean, 1,000 years ago. He had 2 void god spirits of the wind and thunder attributes. It was said that he ruled the entire chaotic astral ocean, but disappeared later on. That was why the chaotic astral ocean was torn apart and there were endless wars. Guan Yulan explained and continued. Before he disappeared, he left a message saying that his life was coming to an end. Before he died, he built a wind and thunder palace, and he would pass away in this wind and thunder palace. Wind and thunder palace? When Yixian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at the steel subconsciously. The name the same. For 1,000 years the world has been searching for the Wind and Thunder Palace, but to no avail. It was also at that time that pirates gradually increased. Who would have thought that the Wind and Thunder Palace was actually under the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? Guan Yulan was shocked. This time they didn't know what kind of luck they had to be able to find the Wind and Thunder Palace. This meant that there might be the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor inside. The inheritance of a great emperor was something that even the Empress, War Emperor, and Kuang Zun would want very much. Who knows, they might be able to break through to the empty God Realm Great Emperor because of this. Let's go in and take a look. Yixian was interested. His father, Yi Chong, had soared to the sky because he obtained the inheritance of the Sword God of Bahuang. The Sword God of Bahuang was also an empty God Realm Great Emperor, so he could also be called the Bahuang Great Emperor. Now what Yixian lacked the most was realms. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor, it would save him a lot of time. When the time came, he could directly kill his way into the Sword God Palace and beat the crap out of Zhang Tianjin and Zhang Wenyue. Guan Yulan was actually a little conflicted with Yixian. But Yixian didn't take advantage of her when she was in trouble and won her over. Therefore, she agreed to go in with Yixian. The two of them walked past the stone tablet of the Wind and Thunder Palace and entered a dark passage. After walking for a while, they saw a blue-green door. This door was blue on the left and green on the right. There was also a palm-sized hole on both sides of the door. If you want to open this door, you need to gather both the wind and lightning attributes. Yixian read the words on the stone wall to the side. The Wind and Thunder Emperor had both the wind and lightning attributes, so it was reasonable that his inheritance needed people with both attributes to obtain it. However, it didn't say that one person had to have both the wind and lightning attributes. It was possible for two people, one with the wind attribute and the other with the lightning attribute. What a coincidence! I have the wind attribute and you have the lightning attribute. We can give it a try. Yixian's eyes lit up. Guan Yulan glanced at him. Indeed, it was a coincidence. If they could really open this door, then they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor. This was something that many people dreamt of. Immediately, they positioned themselves. Yixian stood on the green side and Guan Yulan stood on the blue side. The two of them faced each other and put their arms into the two holes on the door at the same time. Then they channeled their lightning and wind attribute true qi. Boom! In the next moment, the blue-green door opened with a loud bang. It was done. The door opened very slowly. The two of them were very excited and couldn't wait to rush in. As the door opened, the two of them saw everything inside one by one. They walked in side by side and glanced around. In front of them, there was a statue that was as tall as a person. This statue had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He held two long swords in his hands and looked very majestic. It seemed that this middle-aged man should be the Wind and Thunder Emperor. Chapter 686. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Wind Thunder Inheritance, Wind Inheritance, Lightning Inheritance. Yixian widened his eyes in shock. Anyone who saw this would instantly understand that the two inheritances were separate. After all, the twin fruit was a legendary item. The wind and lightning attributes were also rare. With the two combined, it would be hard to find one even in 10,000 years. Yixian quickly walked up and opened the green treasure chest with his wind attribute. What entered his eyes were 2 to 3 bloodline seeds and an interspatial ring. 3. Yixian was shocked as he glanced at the note in the treasure chest. Upper grade empty god martial art wind cleave. Commodity empty god martial art, wind cloud cleave. Wind attribute ultimacy seed. He was shocked. An ordinary person could only condense one bloodline seed at most. However, the Wind Thunder Emperor could condense 3 bloodline seeds. No, he might even have the lightning inheritance. The martial art seed was still acceptable. However, this was the first time that Yixian had heard of an ultimacy seed. Ultimacy seed? Guan Yulan could not help but exclaim when she saw the note. The Wind Thunder Emperor was able to condense his own ultimacy into a bloodline seed. The aptitude of the Wind Thunder Emperor had greatly exceeded their expectations. Immediately, she opened the blue treasure chest. There were 3 bloodline seeds and an interspatial ring lying inside. 6 bloodline seeds. There were a total of 6 bloodline seeds. How did the Wind Thunder Emperor do it? At this moment, a deep and powerful voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Those who have obtained my inheritance, please remember my name, Feng Yi. I hope that you can break through the shackles of the empty god realm and become a sovereign in your lifetime. There were only 2 sentences and they were very short. However, Yixian and Guan Yulan knew that this was the voice that the Wind Thunder Emperor left behind before he passed away. Feng Yi was the name of the Wind Thunder Emperor. Ascending to the sovereign realm, is this the meaning of becoming the strongest? Yixian asked in surprise. Guan Yulan did not answer but put on the interspatial ring. There was only one thing in her interspatial ring. It was a sword. She immediately took it out. The Thunder Rush Sword of the Wind Thunder Grand Monarch? Guan Yulan exclaimed. Rushing Thunder Sword? Yixian glanced at the dark blue sword, then turned to look at the statue. Wasn't the statue holding the Thunder Sword in its left hand? He quickly put on his own Cosmos ring and took a look. Sure enough, there was also a light green longsword. Wind Dragon Slash? Yixian read out its name. The Wind Thunder Grand Emperor has the rushing Thunder Sword in his left hand and the wind dragon slash in his right. No one in the chaotic astral ocean is his match, Guan Yulan explained. Although Yi Xian already had the Bahuang sword, this wind dragon slash was also an upper-grade void god weapon. Moreover, it was of the wind attribute. If this wind dragon slash was used as a wind attribute martial art, its power would be even stronger. The emotional Yi Xian immediately took the 3 bloodline seeds and swallowed them. Ding! Host has learned Wind Cleaver. Current proficiency level is 100%. Ding! Host has learned Wind Cloud Slash. Current proficiency level is 100%. Ding! Host has comprehended Deathstorm Ultimacy. Ding! Host has comprehended Wind Binding Ultimacy. Ding! Host has comprehended Wind Space Ultimacy. 4 notifications sounded out in a row, shocking Yi Xian's mind. Wind Cleaver was a movement martial art, while Wind Cloud Slash was an attack martial art. These 2 upper-grade void god martial arts had been cultivated to 100%. That was not the main point. The main point was that he had comprehended the remaining 3 ultimacies of the wind attribute. Even if he had not comprehended a single ultimacy, he would have comprehended all the ultimacies after swallowing the wind attribute ultimacy seed. Wasn't this Wind Thunder Grand Emperor a little too strong? How terrifying. My strength is at least 3 times stronger than before. Yi Xian was shocked. Wind Cleaver's martial art was much more advanced than the meteor movement skill. His speed of flight was much faster. However, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that he had comprehended Wind Space Ultimacy. Now that he could combine Gravity Space Ultimacy with Wind Space Ultimacy, he was probably qualified to challenge a level 9 king, or even kill one. Yulan, hurry up and refine the bloodline seeds. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. Guan Yulan also had 3 bloodline seeds. The first 2 seeds were martial arts, while the third seed was a lightning attribute ultimacy seed. Guan Yulan did not waste time. She walked to a corner and started refining the 3 bloodline seeds. For martial arts, ultimacy was more important. Therefore, she prioritized refining the lightning attribute ultimacy seed. I've struck gold. I've really struck gold. With my current strength, I can do whatever I want in the chaotic astral ocean. Yi Xian's heart was exploding. Wind Space Ultimacy and Gravity Space Ultimacy. These 2 monstrous moves could easily kill a level 8 king. Against a level 9 king, Yi Xian did not even need to use the 8 Desolate Sword. Just the Wind Dragon Slash and Ultimacy would be enough. Perhaps he did not even need to use his moves. He could just use the Dual Space Ultimacy and then use the Death Storm. It was not impossible to kill a level 9 king with just the domain. Guan Yulan dispelled her suspicion of Yi Xian and closed her eyes to refine the seeds. As for Yi Xian, he stood by her side and protected her. Although this was the Zephyr Thunder Palace and there would not be any danger, he still had to be careful. Guan Yulan did not have the devouring system. Therefore, she had to refine the seeds herself. This process was a little slow. It took her a whole week to refine the seeds. There were only 4 lightning attribute ultimacies. Lightning Acceleration, Lightning Dragon Armor, Heavenly Punishment, and the second level of Heavenly Punishment, 10,000 Waves Heavenly Thunder. Originally, Guan Yulan had only comprehended 2. Now, with the addition of the Lightning Dragon Armor and 10,000 Waves Heavenly Thunder, her battle strength had greatly increased. Then she started to refine the other 2 seeds. Refining martial arts seeds would often be accompanied by some strange phenomena. If a martial artist succeeded in refining them, their realm would sometimes suddenly increase. Because Yi Xian did not cultivate them himself, this phenomenon would not occur. However, the same thing happened to Guan Yulan. After Guan Yulan spent another week to refine the 2 martial arts seeds, she suddenly broke through to the 8th grade king level. Moreover, she had improved a lot. If she cultivated for a while longer, she might be able to break through to the 9th grade king level. Yi Xian had the devouring system. It was different. He was able to refine 3 bloodline seeds in an instant, but Guan Yulan took half a month to do so. Congratulations, Yi Xian said with a smile when he saw Guan Yulan open her eyes. Thank you. Guan Yulan nodded slightly. During this half a month, Yi Xian turned the Zephyr Thunder Palace upside down. However, he did not find anything else. Chapter 687. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Invincible King Xian was disappointed. If the Wind Thunder Emperor had left behind some treasures, he would have been able to level up again. However, it was better to give him a fish than to give him a fish. Now that Yi Xian had fully comprehended the wind attribute ultimacy, would he still be afraid of not being able to level up? Since there was nothing else here, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan left. Yi Xian first went to the ground and found that it was calm. Hence they chose to leave. There was indeed an illusion array in the Sky Thunder Forbidden Land, but without the disturbance of the riot astral lightning, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan quickly found the exit and left the Sky Thunder Island. Outside the Sky Thunder Island, "You can leave now. The next time I see you, I won't go easy on you." After leaving, Guan Yulan said to Yi Xian, "Even if you don't go easy on me, you won't be able to do anything to me. Why don't we give it a try?" Yi Xian looked at the mature Guan Yulan. "Let's give it a try." Guan Yulan's eyes flashed and she took out the thunder sword that she had just obtained. She had already broken through to become a grade 8 king, and had fully comprehended the ultimacy. Her current combat strength was at least a few times stronger than before. She wanted to try it out. "Come on." Yi Xian also took out the Wind Dragon Slash. Swoosh! Boom! Guan Yulan took the initiative to attack. She used Sky Punishment and Thunder Slash at full power. However, the current Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. The full power of the upper-grade Void God martial art, Wind Slash, Wind Space, Gravity Space and Wind Acceleration made Yi Xian's speed extremely fast. He easily dodged Guan Yulan's attack. At the same time, he also used the Wind Space and Gravity Space on Guan Yulan. In an instant, two forces restrained Guan Yulan. Even though she was a grade 8 king, she couldn't break free and couldn't move at all. This scene was like the arrival of a great emperor. Under the combination of the wind space and gravity space, it was like the will of a great emperor. How is that possible? Guan Yulan was shocked. If she cultivated normally, she was confident that she could break through to the 9th grade king level within a year. If she had the help of a large amount of natural treasures, she would be even faster. However, in front of a 7th grade king like Yi Xian, she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This dealt a huge blow to her self-confidence. "It's useless. I reckon that even a 9th grade king wouldn't be able to break free so easily. With my current strength, I am probably invincible under the empty God realm Emperor realm," Yi Xian said with a smile, his face full of satisfaction. Guan Yulan had a solemn expression on her face. Originally, she and Yi Xian were considered equals. However, after both of them received their respective inheritances, the gap between her and Yi Xian had widened to such an extent. Furthermore, she had seen the Empress in action before. However, she believed that if Yi Xian and the Empress were to fight, the Empress would most likely be trapped in this dual space. Even without the dual space, Yi Xian's speed had already surpassed the Empress's. He was undoubtedly the strongest person under the Great Emperor realm. "Then what do you want?" Guan Yulan asked with a frown. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly removed the dual space and Guan Yulan regained her mobility. "I want to go to the Empress's pirates and have a look. They erased your memory without your permission. This is justice, of course I want to get back at them," Yi Xian said indifferently. "No." Guan Yulan rejected immediately. Even if what Yi Xian said was true, the Empress still cared for her. She didn't want to see Yi Xian and the Empress fight. Most importantly, she was the Empress's adopted daughter. The Empress brought you to the chaotic astral ocean to inherit her foundation. She wanted you to break through to the empty God realm Emperor realm. Now that you've inherited the Wind Thunder Emperor realm, with your talent, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the empty God realm Emperor realm. There's no need for you to practice the heartless path. Yi Xian paused and continued, "I'm going to find her to ask if there's a way to restore my memory." Guan Yulan fell silent. Considering what Yi Xian said and her own suspicions over the years, to be honest, she already believed Yi Xian. "You really won't do it?" Guan Yulan asked again. "It'll be best if she's willing to restore your memory. If she refuses, then I'll have to do it by force. However, I swear that I won't harm her life or kill anyone else. What do you think?" Yi Xian stated his conditions. Guan Yulan fell silent for a while and nodded in silence. She only had the memories of the past few years. She felt very empty, so she was very eager to know what she was like 7 years ago. "A woo!" At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was the silver-winged sky-howling wolf. Now that everyone is here, let's go. There was still a long way to go from the Forbidden Thunderland to the Empress Pirates. However, with Yixian's double space, their speed was very fast and they arrived at the Empress Pirates in just one day. The Empress Pirates were the same as the Mad King Pirates. The Mad King Pirates were on a giant deep-sea turtle, while the Empress Pirates were on a giant snake. However, when Guan Yulan brought Yixian in, they found that the Empress wasn't there. The three pirate groups are gathering? Yixian was stunned. The location of the gathering was at the intersection of the three territories. He just didn't know what they were going to do. The chaotic astral ocean is divided into three parts, so the three pirate groups gather once a year to discuss some matters, Guan Yulan explained. Is that so? Let's go and have a look. Yixian narrowed his eyes and hurried on his way. If he could capture the three pirate groups at once, he would at least be able to become a level 9 king, right? However, he had promised Guan Yulan that he wouldn't hurt the Empress Pirates. But he didn't say that he wouldn't attack the Battle Emperor and the Mad King. The War Monarch Hall needs to go through the War Emperor's territory. If we kill the War Emperor, then the route will be open without any hindrance. Yixian's eyes lit up. His target this time was the Battle Emperor Pirates. This time, it took them 3 days to reach the intersection of the three territories. This was an ordinary island, but there were dozens of warships gathered here, including the Battle Emperor, the Empress, and the Mad King. However, when Yixian and Guan Yulan arrived, things weren't as simple as they thought. There were hundreds of people in the air above the island, all of them experts. The Empress, the Battle Emperor, and the Mad King were at the front of their respective camps. However, the situation didn't look good for the Empress because the Battle Emperor and the Mad King had joined forces. Chapter 688. Translator. Hindi Translations Editor. Hindi Translations Kill Yourself. Have the two of you forgotten the original three-party agreement? A beautiful middle-aged woman yelled. She was the Empress, a level 9 king. Mad Sovereign was a red-haired old man, while the last of the three overlords, War Emperor, was a white-haired old man. Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun's teams had surrounded the Empress. Empress, we've been fighting for more than a decade now. You've always been neutral, but you've done a lot of shady things, haven't you? Mad Sovereign said. What do you mean? The Empress narrowed her eyes. I thought it was War Emperor who sent the assassins in my territory. I didn't expect it to be you, Mad Sovereign said coldly. Humph, you don't suspect War Emperor, but you suspect me? The Empress's expression darkened. At this moment the Battle Emperor added, Empress, I, the Battle Emperor, am a man of my word. At the same time, I never hide anything. I'll admit it if it was me. I've been fighting with Mad Sovereign for more than a decade, so he knows what kind of person I am. But this time you sent people to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. Are you trying to pin the blame on me? What? The Empress's expression froze. Mad Sovereign's son was dead? She hadn't heard about this. Impossible, I didn't give such an order. The Empress shouted. She knew there was no point in hiding it now. The assassins she sent to Mad Sovereign's territory were indeed her people. Not only that, she had also sent people to War Emperor's territory. But she had never given the order to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. You were neutral, so we didn't care. But now that your people killed my grandson, I have to avenge him. Mad Sovereign looked at the Empress coldly. I never gave such an order. The Empress quibbled. She really hadn't. Her people must have bumped into Mad Sovereign's grandson and killed him. Humph. I remember you have a housekeeper called Bai Qingxia, right? War Emperor's eyes flashed. That's her. She killed Mad Sovereign's grandson. At the same time, she was killed by Mad Sovereign. Boom. This news was a heavy blow to the Empress. Bai Qingxia was one of the people she trusted the most. Although she was her housekeeper, she was raised by Bai Qingxia. In the Empress's heart, Bai Qingxia was her mother. Who would have thought that she would die at the hands of Sovereign Kuang? She killed my grandson and even pretended to be a level 7 king to destroy many of the islands under my control. If I hadn't coincidentally bumped into her, I wouldn't have been able to capture her. Kuang Zun glanced at Zhan Huang and said, Empress, I'll tell you another secret. Zhan Huang is my older brother. My grandson calls him Grandpa. We've been fighting each other for decades because we don't like each other. We've never killed our own family. Boom! The Empress's head buzzed again. The Battle Emperor was Kwang Zun's brother? This was something she had never known before. Not only that, but even the experts under Mad Sovereign and Battle Emperor didn't know either. Not to mention them, even their grandchildren might not be fully aware of this secret. If you were just neutral, we would have turned a blind eye. But since you're looking for trouble, don't blame us for being merciless. Zhan Huang looked at the Empress and said coldly, Empress, kill yourself. Kill herself. Asking a superior to commit suicide was not an easy thing to do, unless this superior had already been utterly defeated. The Empress had asked her subordinates to disguise themselves and sneak into Zhan Huang and Kwang Zun's territory to increase their hatred. However, he had accidentally killed the grandson of the Mad Sovereign and even lost one of his closest relatives. Left with no choice, Kwang Zun and Zhan Huang could only break their agreement and target the Empress. Disheartened, the Empress looked around. This time both Zhan Huang and Kwang Zun had brought more people than her. If they joined forces, she had no chance of winning. If she killed herself, she wouldn't have to fight, and her subordinates wouldn't have died. But she couldn't accept it. Her wish was to unite the chaotic astral ocean like the Wind Thunder Emperor had 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to see that happen. I understand. The Empress unsheathed her weapon. Captain! The experts behind the Empress hurriedly shouted. The Empress's pirates were the weakest of the three overlords. She was the only one who was a level 9 king. Kwang Zun's pirates had 2 other level 9 kings. Zhan Huang was slightly weaker, so there were only 2 of them. As long as the Empress died, the situation in the chaotic astral ocean would change. Could be divided or it could be united. After all, Zhan Huang and Kwang Zun were brothers. It wasn't impossible for them to unite the chaotic astral ocean. Kill yourself. It's time for the chaotic astral ocean to be peaceful. Zhan Huang looked at the Empress. However, at this moment 2 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. Empress! Guan Yulan rushed to the Empress's side. The Empress looked at her and shook her head. Yulan, I'm sorry. The Empress's pirates, I'm afraid. The winner takes all. Don't worry. As long as you die, we won't make things difficult for your people. Zhan Huang added. The Empress nodded. She was ready. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was not far away, knew he was about to come out. Although this had nothing to do with him, the Empress had taken care of Guan Yulan for 7 years. Guan Yulan had no parents since she was young, so Yi Xian didn't want her to die. Since the Empress wanted to unite the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian would lend her a hand. After all, Guan Yulan would be the Empress in the future. Kwang Zun! Yi Xian shouted and rushed over. Kwang Zun was stunned. When he saw Yi Xian's face, he was even more surprised. It's you? Why are you here? Kwang Zun asked in shock. Yi Xian's appearance made the Empress's hand freeze. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Kwang Zun, Zhan Huang, I'm giving you a chance. If you retreat now, you can save your lives. Otherwise, your pirates will be removed from the chaotic astral ocean in the future. Kwang Zun was shocked when he heard this. What did you say? An image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the image of Mysterious Mountain making a move. When Yi Xian left the Kwang Zun pirates, he was only a level 4 king. Now that 2 months had passed, he was at most a level 5 king. Kwang Zun thought that Yi Xian had asked Mysterious Mountain to make a move. Chapter 689. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin challenging an overlord, of course. Yi Xian didn't want them to leave. He wanted to kill them all, so he said regretfully, Don't worry, my teacher won't do anything. Now I challenge you. Mad Sovereign, War Emperor, do you accept? This sentence frightened the surrounding people. A young man dared to challenge Mad Sovereign and War Emperor at the same time. Challenging 2 kings at the same time? Was he looking for death? Second brother. Who is his teacher? War Emperor asked in surprise. He could see that Mad Sovereign knew Yi Xian. Mysterious Mountain Man. Mad Sovereign said gloomily. News of a Void God Realm Great Emperor appearing in Mad Sovereign's territory quickly reached War Emperor's ears. When the Battle Emperor heard the truth, his face turned pale. The Nihility God Realm Great Emperor was a powerful expert that could easily kill all of them. As for Yi Xian, he was actually the disciple of that Nihility God Realm Great Emperor. Don't worry, I'm just an in-name disciple. My teacher won't ask if I live or die. This time Yi Xian directly revealed that he was an in-name disciple. That day in the Guangzhou Pirates, he said that he was Mountain Master Xianzhong's disciple, but he didn't say that he was an in-name disciple. After Guangzhou saw the gravity space, he naturally thought that Yi Xian was Mountain Master Xianzhong's personal disciple. But today Yi Xian was 100 times stronger than before. There was no need to hide it. In-name disciple? Mad Sovereign's expression changed again. If he knew Yi Xian was only an in-name disciple, why would he refuse? So he's just an in-name disciple. How dare he challenge me in second, brother? Zhang Yanyue, go and fight him. War Emperor snorted. After hearing about mysterious mountain man, War Emperor didn't dare underestimate Yi Xian. Although he was only an in-name disciple, wasn't he yen stronger than Mad Sovereign? Therefore one couldn't judge a book by its cover, nor could one judge a book by its cover. Hearing this, the muscular man behind the battle emperor stepped forward. He was an 8th grade king, and his strength was not to be underestimated. In any case, today's matter had already been decided. Yi Xian's appearance was just a small interlude. Very quickly, Yi Xian stepped into the air and walked out, brandishing a green longsword in his hand. Wind Dragon Slash. The name of this green longsword was the same as a martial art he had learned before. To deal with a level 8 king, he didn't need to use the Bahuang sword at all. He didn't even need to raise his hand. The reason why he took out the Wind Dragon Slash was to show off. This weapon. All the experts present raised their eyebrows, including Guangzhou, Battle Emperor, and the Empress. The Wind Dragon Slash of the Wind Thunder Grand Emperor? Someone exclaimed. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was an all-powerful figure 1,000 years ago. At that time he unified the chaotic astral ocean. However, because his lifespan was nearing its end, after he disappeared, the chaotic astral ocean was once again divided. However, there were still many statues of him in the chaotic astral ocean. As his main weapon, the Wind Dragon Slash was naturally familiar to the world. It's just a replica. It's only a middle-grade ethereal god weapon. Someone immediately snorted disdainfully. Everyone had seen many replica weapons like this, so it didn't mean anything. However, how would they know that the Wind Dragon Slash in Yi Xian's hand was the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's main weapon, the template of all the replicas? Go to hell, kid. The snort just now was from the muscular man. He directly slashed a flaming sword chi at Yi Xian. Haha! With the Wind Dragon Slash in his hand, Yi Xian casually slashed out an attack. Wind Cloud Slash. Whoosh! This slash easily broke through the flaming sword chi and cut the muscular man in half. It was so fast that only a few people present could react. When the muscular man's body fell from the sky and his interspatial ring flew toward Yi Xian, the people present finally reacted. This is the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's Wind Cloud Slash. Gosh, the Wind Dragon Slash can be replicated. But I've never heard of anyone who could create a martial arts technique similar to the Wind Cloud Slash. Could it be that he found the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance? The people around were shocked. The War Emperor, Guangzhou, and the Empress also widened their eyes. They felt that this slash was so terrifying that even they might not be able to withstand it. Just as everyone was wondering, Yi Xian laughed loudly. That's right, I've already obtained the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance. The Wind Dragon Slash and the Wind Cloud Slash were also obtained from the Wind Thunder Palace. When his words fell into everyone's ears, everyone's body trembled violently. The Wind Thunder Palace really existed? The world had been searching for thousands of years, but they couldn't find the legendary Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. Therefore, many people guessed that the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor might have left behind a lie. There was no Wind Thunder Palace, nor was there any Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was a selfish person who wouldn't pass on what he had learned in his life. They didn't expect it to be true. War Emperor Guangzhou, come out and fight me, Yi Xian shouted. He had completely comprehended the wind profound meaning. Even though he was only a level 7 king, he could easily kill a level 8 king. In the battle just now, he didn't even use his domain. He killed a level 8 king with a casual slash. If he used his domain, Guangzhou and War Emperor would be nothing. War Emperor and Kuang Zun looked gloomy. Before they could say anything, Yi Xian said, "Oh, the level 9 kings of your two pirate groups should come out as well." This time, apart from Crazy Sovereign and Battle Emperor, there were a total of 3 9th level kings from both sides, which meant that all of them had come. Now Yi Xian didn't only want to challenge Kuang Zun and War Emperor, but also the 3 level 9 kings. Wasn't this a little too crazy? Only a Void God Realm Emperor could challenge 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Wasn't Yi Xian courting death? Hearing this, even Guan Yulan was shocked. She wanted to stop Yi Xian, but when she saw the confident smile on his face, she held herself back. She had seen Yi Xian's strength before. She didn't have any ability to resist Yi Xian. One had to know that her strength was already comparable to a level 9 king. Yi Xian had wind xingxia, wind acceleration, and 2 space profound meanings. His speed was unmatched. Thinking of this, Guan Yulan had great confidence in Yi Xian. "You don't know your place." War Emperor was furious. Challenging him was one thing, but now the Mad Sovereign had to be added into the mix. Now the Mad Sovereign wanted to challenge all 5 level 9 kings, including him. This was an absolute humiliation. Chapter 690. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. The War Emperor was dead. "Alright, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." The Battle Emperor flew out, accompanied by another level 9 king. Kuang Zun frowned as well. Then he walked out, followed by the 2 kings. 5 level 9 kings had gathered. Among the 5 of them, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor were the strongest. Although the other 3 were just level 9 kings, only an Empty God Realm Emperor would be able to kill them. They did not believe that Yi Xian was an Empty God Realm Emperor. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction when he saw the 5 of them. There were a total of 6 level 9 kings in the chaotic astral ocean. Excluding the Empress, there were only 5 of them left. In order to unify the chaotic astral ocean, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor had to die. Otherwise, how could the Empress keep the chaotic astral ocean in check? Therefore, these 5 people became people that Yi Xian had to kill, and also became his stepping stones. Yi Xian had already made a plan. After unifying the chaotic astral ocean and assisting Guan Yulan in becoming the Overlord, he would open up a route for the Warlord Palace and kill his way back to the eastern mainland to take revenge on Zhang Tianjin and Zhang Wenyue. Yi Xian flew into the distance. Crazy Sovereign and the others felt that it was unnecessary. After all, if the 5 of them worked together, they would be able to kill Yi Xian in an instant. Yi Xian suddenly switched the Wind Dragon slash to his left hand and took out the Bahuang sword. This was his first time facing 5 level 9 kings. He did not dare to be reckless and had to be cautious. "Kid, hand over the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance and I will spare your life," the War Emperor said to Yi Xian. The Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance would definitely be of the wind and lightning attributes. The War Emperor's son was of the wind attribute and could use it. "Hee, if you want the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance, come and get it yourself." Yi Xian smiled. He knew that he would not rest until he was dead. Even if he had the backing of Mysterious Mountain Man, the War Emperor and the others would not show him mercy if he was not strong enough. "Very good, you have a backbone. Since that's the case, then don't blame me." The War Emperor yelled and immediately expanded his territory. At the same time, he threw out dozens of virtual god weapons and attacked Yi Xian. The 2 of them were 10,000 meters apart, and their domains had already enveloped Yi Xian. On the other hand, Yi Xian's domain also enveloped the 5 of them. Battle Emperor was of the metal element, Mad Sovereign was of the fire element, and the other 3 were of the metal, fire, and water elements respectively. Although there were 2 elements that countered him, Yi Xian had more than just the earth element. Swish! Yi Xian swiftly flew over. The pair of green wings on his back were extremely dazzling. The 100% completion high-grade Void God martial art, Wind Cleaver, contained the wind acceleration profound meaning, the gravity space's repulsive force acceleration, and the wind space's wind acceleration. This allowed Yi Xian, who was only a level 7 king, to surpass even the Battle Emperor and the Mad Supremacy. What? Seeing Yi Xian go all out, the Battle Emperor and the others finally understood what kind of person they had provoked. A level 7 king's speed actually surpassed them, who were level 9 kings. He was a genius, no a monster. The wealth of a level 9 king was very tempting to Yi Xian, but he also knew that an elite like the Battle Emperor wouldn't put everything in his yin and yang ring. They would find a place to hide most of their belongings. However, as long as he killed the 5 of them, he would at least be able to break through to become a level 8 king. Yi Xian's main target was the Battle Emperor. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in a flash. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the 5 of them were stunned to appear in front of the Battle Emperor. Wind space, gravity space. In the next instant, Yi Xian used the dual space to restrict the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor was already a pinnacle king, but the dual space had a huge restriction on him. Although he could move, his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Die. Star-shattering sword. This battle was very important. Yi Xian arrived in front of the Battle Emperor before thrusting out his star-shattering sword. The Battle Emperor really wanted to dodge, but his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Moreover, Yi Xian was so fast that he couldn't react. He couldn't dodge this attack. Metal defense. The Battle Emperor was covered in a layer of golden armor. However, the cold light still entered his body. Gotcha! The Battle Emperor's golden armor began to shatter as blood poured out. The Battle Emperor, one of the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, was dead. Yi Xian had instantly killed him. Wild Sovereign and the others were stunned. They stared blankly at the Battle Emperor's body, which had been shattered into countless pieces, falling from the sky. At this moment, the yin and yang ring had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. F***ck, the Battle Emperor is so stingy? Yi Xian was helpless. Indeed, the stronger one was, the more cautious one was. The amount of treasures in the Battle Emperor's yin and yang ring was pitifully small. However, it was still a lot more than a level 8 king. I just need to kill 1 or 2 more and I'll break through. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had recovered some of his qi, enough for him to use the Windfall Cleaver. The star-shattering sword had used up all of his qi. He had to be more cautious while his qi recovered. He had to retreat first. Big brother. When Yi Xian retreated 1,000 meters away, Quang Zun finally reacted. The Battle Emperor who had just died was Wild Sovereign's big brother. Kill him. Wild Sovereign roared and charged at Yi Xian. The other 3 quickly followed, determined to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. At this time, the people of the 3 pirate groups were already dumbfounded. The Battle Emperor was the strongest of the 3 overlords. He had reached the peak and was only 1 step away from becoming a void god great emperor. How could someone like that be killed by Yi Xian? Most importantly, the Battle Emperor was of the metal attribute. Even Wild Sovereign wouldn't have been able to break through his defense so easily. However, he had indeed died just like that. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic. Who is he? The Empress murmured. Guan Yulan didn't answer. She silently watched Yi Xian being chased by Wild Sovereign and the other 3. She finally understood why Yi Xian had challenged 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Yi Xian, who was being chased by Quang Zun's group of 4, dodged while recovering his true energy. At this moment, he had already recovered 1/3 of his true qi. This was enough for him to use the sword-shattering stars again and kill a 9th grade king. However, the star-shattering sword was his strongest attack, and no one could withstand it. If he only used this move, wouldn't the other profound meanings he had comprehended become mere decorations? Ha ha ha, you 5 enjoy this move. Yi Xian laughed. Suddenly, he ingeniously dodged the attacks and gathered the 4 together. Then he trapped them in a dual space. The 4's speed dropped drastically, and their expressions changed. In the next moment, the dual space was filled with howling winds. Chapter 691. Wind Element Profound Death Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as countless wind blades appeared. Not only that, but the Bahuang sword had also been shattered. With all sorts of enhancements it flew in. Death Storm, 10,000 lightning, and raging flames incinerate the heavens. These 3 profound were extremely powerful. Although Yi Xian was only a level 7 king, using Death Storm in the dual space was much more threatening. Wild Reverend and the other 3's faces sank. They used all their abilities to block, but their speed was greatly reduced. They could only defend. However, one shouldn't forget that the wind blades weren't the only ones attacking. There were also 8 other blades. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth, 32 layers. Pung, 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 pung. The blades continuously broke through the defenses of the four. By the time the death storm stopped, 2 figures had already fallen from the sky. Their interspatial rings flew towards Yixian. Of the 4, only Wild Reverend and the other metal-attributed level 9 king had survived. It's still not powerful enough. Yixian grinned as he caught the 2 interspatial rings. It was indeed not powerful enough before, but now it was enough. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 8 king. Now Yixian could be considered a true unrivaled king. As a level 7 king, he was able to challenge 5 level 9 kings by himself and even kill 3 of them. Now that he was a level 8 king, could Wild Reverend and the other level 9 king still survive? Wild Reverend felt Yixian's domain suddenly expand. His face was ashen as he stood there motionless. Winner takes all. Wild Sovereign calmly spat out these words. Good, you're a formidable character. I'll fulfill your wish. Yixian's eyes flashed as a wind blade flew towards Wild Reverend, cutting his head off. 4 of the 5 level 9 kings were already dead. The last metal-attributed level 9 king suddenly cowered. He hurriedly said, Spare me. The stronger one was, the more one feared death. He'd worked so hard to become a level 9 king. He wasn't willing to die like this. Compared to his life, what was dignity? I'm sorry. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. Yixian finished speaking calmly. In the next instant, this level 9 king tier was killed by his sword shattering the stars. The destructive power of a 9th grade king was enormous. He couldn't leave such a star in the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, this person had to die. All 5 9th grade kings had fallen. The battle was over. Huff huff as expected. He didn't manage to break through to the 9th grade. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite satisfied with his strength. After all, this was not his full combat strength. He felt like he could deal with dozens of battle emperors and mad sovereigns at the same time. 5 9th grade kings were really nothing much. Seeing the 5 kings fall one after another at the hands of Yixian, the 3 pirate groups were so shocked that they were prostrating themselves on the ground. At this time, the 3 camps were completely silent. Yixian glanced into the distance and quickly flew over. Now that the Battle Emperor and the Mad Celestial are dead, those who submit will be spared. Yixian shouted to the experts of the War Emperor pirates and the Guangzhou pirates. After a second of silence, they shouted in unison, We submit! Such a loud and clear voice made Yixian feel relieved, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. He was now the strongest person in the chaotic astral ocean. If he wanted to, he could definitely unify the chaotic astral ocean. Of course, this didn't include Mysterious Mountain Man. However, he didn't want to be a pirate leader. His goal wasn't as simple as becoming a Void God Realm king. After that, his gaze landed on the Empress. His gaze caused the Empress to tremble all over. Don't worry, I won't attack you, Yixian said. If he wanted to, none of the people present would be able to escape his pursuit. However, Yixian wouldn't attack the Empress because she was related to Guan Yulan. Moreover, Guan Yulan still needed to ask if she could recover her memories. Now, I want to make a deal with you. Yixian suddenly glanced at Guan Yulan and said, Yulan and I are friends. I knew her before you brought her to the chaotic astral ocean. As long as you recover her memories, you will be the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean. The Empress was stunned. Yixian was also from the Tianshui continent. How was this possible? You? The Empress was so shocked that she couldn't speak. You must want to unify the chaotic astral ocean, right? Didn't you find Yulan because you want to train her to become a Void God Realm Great Emperor and unify the chaotic astral ocean? Yixian asked. Indeed, that was what the Empress wanted. As long as she could train a Void God Realm Great Emperor, she could unify the chaotic astral ocean. However, there was no need to wait until then. Okay. The Empress immediately agreed. The best way to cultivate the Heartless Tao was to erase one's memories and start from scratch. In fact, there were many girls like Guan Yulan, but their talents were much worse than Guan Yulan's. That was why the Empress wanted to train Guan Yulan as her successor. Now, with this relationship with Yixian, the Empress could unify the chaotic astral ocean and fulfill her wish. Then, Guan Yulan wouldn't need to cultivate the Heartless Tao anymore. As soon as the Empress finished speaking, she put her hand on Guan Yulan's head. Guan Yulan groaned in pain and blinked. When she opened her eyes again, there was a change in her eyes. Yi Xian. Guan Yulan looked at the white figure in front of her and whispered softly, "Finally recovered." Yi Xian was overjoyed. As expected, his memories were not erased. Instead, they were sealed. Now it was finally unlocked. Yi Xian. After recovering her memories, Guan Yulan threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. 7 years. 7 years had passed since that day. Yi Xian hugged Guan Yulan tightly and patted her back. These 7 years he had been thinking about Guan Yulan, but he couldn't do anything about it. Although he already had a fiancée in this world, even an ordinary warrior could have several wives. Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun both had 5 or 6 wives. They all wanted their families to be strong, so 2 wives was nothing. At this time, the Empress and the others finally understood why Yi Xian wanted to help. The Empress felt very lucky. 7 years ago, she took Guan Yulan away from Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't take her life. He was already very kind. "Yulan, from now on you are the Empress," the beautiful woman said to Guan Yulan's back. Guan Yulan trembled and turned around. "Mother, you." Chapter 692. Then she glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only a grade 7 king before, but he was able to kill 3 grade 9 kings. Now that he was a grade 8 king, he was invincible under the Great Emperor level. With such talent, he could definitely break through to the Void Spirit realm. If he married Guan Yulan, wouldn't she be Yi Xian's mother-in-law? Having a son-in-law in the Void Spirit realm was even more impressive than unifying the chaotic astral ocean. Hearing her words, the experts of the 3 pirate groups all knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Empress." Empress Guan Yulan. After the fall of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, the Empress became the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean. However, the current Empress was a different person from before. Guan Yulan inherited the position of Empress and became the Empress of the chaotic astral ocean. The territories of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang were merged with the Empress's territory. Yi Xian didn't expect that the chaotic astral ocean, which had been in chaos for thousands of years, would be unified one day. Moreover, it was through his hands. Now that Guan Yulan was the Empress, there were no more obstacles to the Battle King Palace's route. At that moment, Yi Xian prepared to tell Song Suijing and the others about this. When they first came to the Blood Rock continent, Song Suijing said that she agreed that Yi Xian could have other women but not too many. Therefore, she didn't have any objections. After all, there were 2 brothers in the Great Song dynasty and 1 in the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. Now Lan Yu was also taken by him. There were 4 in total. Yi Xian, including her, only had 2. Where could they find such a loyal man? However, when Yi Xian brought Guan Yulan to Shantian Island, Lan Yu told him a piece of news. The heart of the great emperor had appeared. No, it should be said that it had disappeared. Shantian City. What happened? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Previously, the 3 king palaces combined the 3 maps of the heart of the great emperor and guessed the location of the great emperor's death. This location originally belonged to the eastern continent, but now it belonged to the great wilderness. The 3 king palaces have already come to an agreement to find the great emperor's corpse and study it together, Lan Yu replied. And then? Yi Xian frowned. Then, the great emperor's corpse was taken away by a mysterious expert. Palace Master Situ immediately chased after him, but there has been no news, the great elder Shi Yonghao replied. A mysterious expert? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Could this mysterious expert be from the Yao clan? I was there at that time. That mysterious expert was very powerful. He was at least a level 6 king. Most importantly, there was still a trace of the great emperor's will left behind in the great emperor's corpse. Sai, we were too careless." Shi Yonghao sighed. The will of the great emperor? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lan Yu, who was at the side, hurriedly said, "The demonic beast race emperor's corpse still contains the remnant will of the demonic beast race emperor. If an ordinary king were to obtain it, he would be able to comprehend it quickly. He might even be able to break through to the Void God Realm Emperor realm." What? He directly broke through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor? Yi Xian was shocked. If that mysterious expert was from the Yao clan, then wouldn't the Yao clan have another Void God Realm Great Emperor? We just don't know who that mysterious expert is. Palace Master Situ has gone out to investigate, but there has been no news, Shi Yonghao added. Then I'll go too. I've already broken through to level 8 King Realm. My strength isn't any weaker than Palace Master Situ's. Yi Xian took the initiative to resign. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. In just a few months, Yi Xian had broken through to level 8 King Realm. Yi Xian pulled Guan Yulan over and said, "Now that I've killed Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, she's the new Great Empress. The chaotic astral ocean can be considered unified. Great Elder, you can go and choose a route." Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, 2 level 9 kings, were killed by Yi Xian. This young lady, who was only 25 years old, was the new Great Empress? Everyone's minds went blank. They couldn't figure out what had happened in the past few months. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he pulled Song Suijing over and whispered a few words to her. Song Suijing had also broken through to level 4 King Realm, but she was still far from Guan Yulan. Yi Xian's current goal was to nurture Song Suijing into a great empress and rule the chaotic astral ocean together with Guan Yulan. Song Suijing was stunned when she heard Yi Xian's whisper. She nodded silently. She had heard about Guan Yulan from Yi Xian a long time ago. She didn't expect the great empress in front of her to be Guan Yulan. "Yulan, take care of things here. I'll go back to the eastern continent to take a look," Yi Xian said to Guan Yulan. "Okay." Guan Yulan nodded. She was quite capable. When Yi Xian came to the chaotic astral ocean again, she would be able to take care of everything and open up a path. After that, Yi Xian directly left Shuntian Island and flew towards the eastern continent. It had been a few months since he came to the chaotic astral ocean. When he came, he was only a level 3 king. When he left, he was already a level 8 king. However, his strength was invincible among the Void God Realm kings. Mysterious expert, Great Emperor's will. I'm already a level 8 king. If I break through again, I'll be a level 9 king. When that time comes, I don't know what I'll need to become a great emperor. Maybe it'll be this Great Emperor's will, Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He sped up to the extreme and arrived at the eastern continent in just a day. Then, he quickly returned to the Warlord Palace and found Lan Yao. Although he only spent a day to rush back, it had been more than half a month since the Great Emperor's heart was taken away by the mysterious expert. "Palace Master, what's the situation now?" Yi Xian asked anxiously. "Yi Xian, you're back?" Lan Yao was shocked when he saw Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian was no longer afraid of the Jiang family, since he dared to come back from the chaotic astral ocean. "Deputy Palace Master, I've heard about what happened. Is there any news about the monster race Great Emperor's corpse?" Yi Xian asked quickly. The Great Emperor's will was very important to him. After all, his father Yichong was stuck at the level 9 King Realm. If he could obtain the monster race Great Emperor's corpse, he might be able to break through to the Void God Realm. "Yes, the Sword God Palace just sent a message." Lan Yao nodded and took out a portrait. This is the portrait of the mysterious expert. It said that he escaped into the wilderness. Yi Xian took the portrait and was shocked. He knew this person. Chapter 693. "Yi Xian, have you seen him before?" Lan Yao asked hastily when he saw Yi Xian's strange expression. "Yes, he is the great elder of the 9th branch. He colluded with the Beast clan and stole the heart of the heavenly dragon from us." Yi Xian nodded. Lan Yao was shocked when he heard this. How could it be him? The great elder of the 9th branch was only at the empty god realm. Even if he stole the heart of the heavenly dragon, it was impossible for him to become so powerful in such a short period of time. "Hold on. Jiang Tianjin and I were fighting over the Void God Realm Heavenly Dragon Corpse. The Palace Master had seen it before. This corpse's level is very high. It's at least a level 6 king," Lan Yao suddenly said. "Level 6 king?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the elder of the 9th branch was very lucky to have seen such a powerful corpse. Then the heart of the heavenly dragon. We humans don't know much about the Beast clan. Although he couldn't comprehend the ultimacy after taking the heart of the heavenly dragon, his physique could be greatly improved. The news from the Sword God Palace also said that he had an extremely strong physique. It seems that he used a special method to become so powerful. Lan Yao said in realization. A level 6 king was not worth mentioning to Yi Xian. However, after the great elder of the 9th branch obtained the empty God Realm Emperor's corpse, it was unknown. Now that he has obtained the empty God Realm Emperor's corpse, his strength will definitely increase tremendously. Deputy Palace Master, is the heavenly dragon corpse from the beast clan or an ordinary empty God Realm beast? Yi Xian asked again. It is from the beast clan. Lan Yao replied. If it is the beast clan's heart, it can't be refined into the heart of the heavenly dragon. He must have used other methods to become powerful. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He exclaimed, "Oh no, now that he has obtained the beast clan emperor's corpse, his strength." After Yi Xian's reminder, Lan Yao came to a realization. The great elder of the 9th branch had become so powerful after obtaining the beast clan's heart. Now that he had obtained the monster race great emperor's corpse, how powerful would he become? Most importantly, the monster race great emperors will still remain within the corpse. Yi Xian, it's better if you don't go. The Sword God's palace already knows about this matter. They will deal with it, reminded Lan Yao. Deputy Hall Master, don't worry. My current strength is no weaker than Hall Master Situ's, Yi Xian said hurriedly. He said this in a more tactful manner. If he were to fight with Situ Aotian, then he would definitely win. This, Lan Yao's heart trembled again. After a moment of hesitation he said, the Sword God Palace has already sent a team into the depths of the wasteland. How many experts are there in the wasteland? Yi Xian asked curiously. The monster tribe of the Great Wilderness is stronger than the 3 halls combined. The agreement between the Sword God Palace and the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness states that the monster kings of the Great Wilderness are not allowed to leave the Great Wilderness. The Sword God Palace also does not allow great emperors to enter the Great Wilderness, Lan Yao explained. Are there any great emperors of the monster tribe in the Great Wilderness? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure about this, but I'm sure there is an expert who is more powerful than the empty God Realm Great Emperor. Back then, the Sword God Palace made an agreement with him, Lan Yao said solemnly. His? Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. He asked in shock. Is there really an expert who has surpassed the empty God Realm? Isn't that a legend? The world thinks it's a legend, but it's not. The seniors of the Sword God Palace have seen him with their own eyes. Otherwise, the Sword God Palace would have gone in and exterminated the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness. Lan Yao shook his head. Yi Xian was stunned. An expert who has surpassed the empty God Realm Great Emperor? What realm is he in? Yi Xian asked curiously. I'm not sure, but he's very powerful. Moreover, he seems to be a human, not a monster tribe. Lan Yao revealed another secret. A human, not a monster tribe? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Since he was a human, why was he helping the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness? This kind of thing was not something he could know about. All right, Deputy Palace Master. I'll head to the depths of the Great Wilderness immediately. Yi Xian nodded and left the Warlord Hall immediately. If possible, he wanted to obtain the monster tribe Great Emperor's corpse. If he could use it, he would become a great emperor himself. If the devouring system didn't need it, he would give it to Yi Chong. After leaving the Warlord Hall, Yi Xian headed straight for the Great Wilderness. In less than a day, he arrived at the Great Wilderness. He passed through the outer and inner regions of the Great Wilderness and arrived at the depths of the Great Wilderness. Even the Sword God Palace has not explored the depths of the Great Wilderness. The monster tribe of the Great Wilderness is intimidated by the Sword God Palace. There might be an empty God Realm Great Emperor, so I can't let my guard down. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the depths of the Great Wilderness. The depths of the Great Wilderness was an unknown place. Yi Xian began to wander around the depths of the Great Wilderness. His speed was very fast. Occasionally, he would encounter some void god beasts, but they were all killed by him. However, the vastness of the Great Wilderness had exceeded his expectations. He traveled in a straight line for 3 days, but he still couldn't find the end. It took him less than half a day to go from the outer regions to the depths of the Great Wilderness. Could it be that the size of this great wasteland is even larger than the chaotic astral sea? Yi Xian thought for a moment before continuing his search. His only clue was the depths of the great wilderness. However, he had already arrived at the depths of the great wilderness, but he didn't see any monster tribe or humans. However, on the fourth day after he entered the great wilderness, he finally saw some people. Rumble. The commotion in the distance attracted Yi Xian's attention. It's quite a commotion. It seems like a large-scale group battle. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly flew over. When he arrived, he saw dozens of figures besieging a few people. Dozens of high-level monster tribe kings besieging 6 people? Yi Xian glanced around and found that Situ Outyan was among the 6 monster tribe kings. He quickly sized them up. Among the dozens of monster tribe kings, there were 9 level 9 monster tribe kings, more than 10 level 8 monster tribe kings, and the rest were all level 7 monster tribe kings. F***CK. Is this the full combat strength of the monster tribe? Yi Xian was shocked. The chaotic astral ocean seemed to have only this much combat strength. He didn't expect the great wilderness to be so powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly glanced around and found a figure 10,000 meters away from the battlefield. It was the Grand Elder of the 9th Hall of the Warlord Hall, Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong was dressed in black and looked the same as before. At this moment he also noticed Yi Xian. "We've got another guest," Liao said. Chapter 694. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and turned around. When he saw that Situ Outyan and the other 5 couldn't hold on any longer, he quickly rushed over. As for Qin Huaizhong, he looked at Yi Xian and didn't make a move. "You are merely from the monster tribe. Die." Yi Xian's eyes widened. If he were to kill these demons, then his cultivation would naturally soar to the 9th level of the King Realm. Gravity space, wind space. Yi Xian quickly trapped the weaker kings of the monster tribe. In the next instant, a strong wind blew in the dual space. Huff huff. Death storm. Although these kings of the monster tribe had strong physiques, they were nothing compared to Yi Xian when even Kuang Zun and the War Emperor had died. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 kings of the monster tribe were killed. Their interspatial rings flew toward Yi Xian. What? Situ Outyan and the other 5 kings, the kings of the monster tribe, and Qin Huaizhong were all shocked. How high was Yi Xian's cultivation realm to be able to kill so many kings in one hit? How dare you kill our monster tribe members? You are courting death. The Grand Elder's eyes flashed as he rushed toward Yi Xian. From the moment he saw Qin Huaizhong, Yi Xian had already guessed that Qin Huaizhong was the only one watching from the side. Since so many monster tribe members had surrounded Situ Outyan and the other 5 kings, they had probably submitted to Qin Huaizhong. Only strength could make the kings of the 9 major monster tribes submit to him. Therefore, Qin Huaizhong had most likely become a great emperor. Devour. Yi Xian quickly devoured the interspatial rings. Unfortunately, he didn't become a grade 9 king because of this. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong had already rushed over. In the next instant, Yi Xian felt a strong force that shook his mind and made him want to retreat. This feeling was very similar to when Wu Shang had appeared outside the King of Weapons Hall. Great Emperor intent. Oh no, Qin Huaizhong has really broken through to the empty god realm. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the dual space on Qin Huaizhong. He could move. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. It seemed that he would not be like an ant in front of a void god realm great emperor. Qin Huaizhong, who was flying towards Yi Xian, was startled. His speed had been restricted, which surprised him. But in the next moment, he was enveloped by a strange energy, and the effect of the double space on him was instantly reduced. A cold light flashed by. Qin Huaizhong's eyes widened. A surge of energy instantly dispersed Yi Xian's sword-shattering stars. Great Emperor's will. Is this the Great Emperor's will? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. However, he felt that Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor will was much weaker than Wu Shang's. Perhaps Qin Huaizhong had yet to truly break through to the empty god realm. Since that was the case, he had a chance of winning. He was using the upper-grade virtual god martial art, Wind Cleaver, at the same time using profound meaning to increase his speed. If one were to compare, his speed was even faster than Qin Huaizhong's. Good boy, I haven't seen you for a year and you've grown to this extent. You can be considered a heaven-defying monster. But today I am the sovereign of the beast race. How dare you kill my people? You're courting death. Qin Huaizhong was furious. and he chased after Yixian. He had already merged with the great emperor's heart, and his physique was extremely strong. However, the beast race great emperors will had collapsed until only a trace was left. Otherwise, Yixian would have been shocked to death. The great emperors will couldn't increase Qin Huaizhong's speed. Moreover, he mainly relied on his physique, which was why he couldn't fly fast. As expected, his great emperor's will is very weak. It's worlds apart from Wuxiang's. As long as I go around him and deal with the other beast kings, I'll be able to break through to the 9th grade beast king realm and fight him. Yixian thought in his heart. His sword-shattering stars had been directly shattered by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will. However, he continued to attack because he guessed that the great emperor's will would be consumed like true qi. 36 overlapping shadows. 32 layers of earth pulse. Tempest cleave. He attacked and retreated at the same time. Although his attacks were shattered by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will, his true qi recovered faster than it was consumed. Damn it, I should have just killed those 6 people. Qin Huaizhong regretted not being able to catch up to Yixian. He had merged with the great emperor's will, and become the emperor of the beast race. The 9 beast kings obeyed him. Therefore, he didn't interfere in the battle just now. Instead, he let the beast race subordinates fight. If he had taken action just now, Situ Outyan and the others would have died hundreds of times. Humph kid, don't think you can escape. I'll show you my true face. Qin Huaizhong suddenly shouted. In the next moment he transformed into a red sky dragon. His transformation was completed in an instant, unlike the other beast race members who took a long time to transform. So fast. He doesn't have the beast race's curse. Yixian's eyes narrowed. After transforming, Qin Huaizhong's speed increased greatly. He was much faster than Yixian. Yixian cursed in his heart and hurriedly landed on the ground. Profound meaning of earth ground shrink. Qin Huaizhong didn't expect Yixian to have comprehended shrink. He immediately gathered the great emperor's will and bombarded the ground. Boom! 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 The great emperor's will was a very special technique. It had many uses. For example, it could be used to suppress, defend, or even attack. If the profound meaning and domain were merged with the great emperor's will, the power would increase greatly. Wherever Qin Huaizhong's eyes looked, it was like an explosion. The power was several times stronger than raging flames incinerate the heavens. He bombarded the ground more than 10 times and blasted more than 10,000 meters into the ground. He realized that Yixian's aura was gone. Is he dead? Qin Huaizhong narrowed his eyes. However, in the next moment he suddenly realized something. Oh no! He immediately turned around. He felt that Yixian shouldn't be dead. He must have gone back. Rumble. As expected, when he rushed back, he realized that Yixian had already arrived. At this moment there were already more than 10 figures in the air. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a level 9 king. The system notification sounded. Yixian's eyes flashed. He looked at the red figure and smiled. While the other party was in a daze, he quickly used Shrink to rush back. Then he killed several beast kings and many level 7 and level 8 kings. The pressure on Situ Outyan and the other 5 instantly decreased. The 6 of them were all elites of the Sword God's palace. Each of them was a genius who could fight against 2 or 3 people at once. That was why they could hold on until now. Just now, Yixian had helped them reduce the pressure, but now that he'd done it again, their opponents were only 5 level 9 demon kings and 10 level 7 or 8 demon kings. Chapter 695. 36 overlapping images. 32 layered earth pulse. Tempest cleave. Yixian attacked the red sky dragon that was rushing over. Although it was better to use the dragon's judgment and the 8 desolation slaying sword to deal with the sky dragon, the dragon's judgment was too weak. If it couldn't hurt Qin Huaizhong, it wouldn't increase its strength at all. Therefore, Yixian continued to use his normal attacks. Boom! 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 His attacks were dispersed by Qin Huaizhong's emperor intent. After transforming, Qin Huaizhong's strength increased greatly. However, Yixian's strength also increased greatly after his breakthrough. Therefore, neither of them had the upper hand. Qin Huaizhong used his emperor intent to intimidate Yixian. However, Yixian's speed was too fast. After his breakthrough, the Emperor's intense effect on him decreased significantly. He used his speed to dodge frantically. Demonic beasts couldn't use their ultimacies after transforming into their true forms. However, the Emperor's intent could. The two of them were still at a stalemate. Demonic Beast Emperor, don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. We demonic beasts can't be exterminated. A grade 9 demonic beast emperor shouted. Qin Huaizhong was originally a human. However, he used a special method to fuse with the heart of a demonic beast. Therefore, he directly surpassed the half-demonic beast level and became a true demonic beast. Now that he had fused with the heart and emperor intent, he had become the demonic beast emperor. He didn't have the curse of the demonic beast on him. This meant that his descendants wouldn't either. The demonic beasts had put in a lot of effort to remove the curse. Although Qin Huaizhong, a human, had obtained it, he was now a demonic beast. How can I, the demonic beast emperor, retreat? Qin Huaizhong didn't listen at all. However, his great emperor's will was stolen after all. It was much weaker than his own great emperor's will. Moreover, the demonic beast emperor had fallen for so long that his emperor intent had mostly dissipated. Therefore, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. On the other hand, Yi Xian's strength was constantly increasing. Ding! Throbbing of the Earth 32-layered Earth has transformed into throbbing of the Earth 64-layered Earth. The throbbing of the Earth had transformed at this moment. Its power had increased by several times. Alright. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he unleashed a 36 overlapping shadows at the red sky dragon. Countless sword lights swept towards Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong's dragon eyes widened, and his great emperor's will pressed down. But this time, he wasn't able to destroy the 36 overlapping shadows in one go. What? Qin Huaizhong was shocked. He hurriedly extended his claws and dispersed the attack. However, his claws were slightly injured. Good, my attack won't be defeated in one hit. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Under such circumstances, he did not dare to use up all the true qi in his body to use the sword-shattering stars. The reason why Qin Huaizhong was able to stab him with his sword was because Qin Huaizhong had not transformed, and the distance between them was rather far. At such a close distance, if he didn't have enough true energy, he could very well be killed by the will of the great emperor. Therefore, Yi Xian had been waiting for a chance to kill him in one strike. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world, 64 layered waves. Time passed little by little, but Yi Xian's strength continued to increase. At this point, the 36 overlapping shadows could already fuse the 64 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth 5 times. His attack power was getting stronger and stronger, and Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will was getting weaker and weaker. The situation was beginning to tilt in Yi Xian's favor. Qin Huaizhong's heart was getting heavier and heavier. He had no confidence in killing Yi Xian, so he was already thinking of retreating. Although he had the great emperor's will, it was too weak. It wouldn't be too late to seek revenge after he had refined the great emperor's will. After making up his mind, Qin Huaizhong turned around and left, abandoning the experts of the Yao race. Although the Yao race had already made up their minds, they still felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Qin Huaizhong retreat. Once Qin Huaizhong left, they would definitely die. Not only that, but the entire Yao race would be wiped out. However, Qin Huaizhong didn't have the Yao race's curse, and his descendants wouldn't either. When the time came, there would be a new Yao race, a stronger one. You still want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Qin Huaizhong had already become a Yao race enemy of the humans. If he escaped, the eastern continent would be in danger. Therefore, he had to stay. 36 overlapping shadows. 64 layered earth pulse. The 64 layered earth pulse combined 7 times flew towards Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong still used the great emperor's will to defend, but Yi Xian's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. The great emperor's will couldn't defeat Yi Xian's attack in one go, and Yi Xian's attacks were getting stronger. As he was retreating, he was finally injured by Yi Xian. 10 times. 11 times. 12 times. Yi Xian's strength continued to grow, while Qin Huaizhong's injuries were getting worse. Roar! At this moment, Qin Huaizhong suddenly roared to the sky, turned around and charged. He was going all out. Yi Xian furrowed his brows and attacked with all his might. Ding! Host has comprehended the profound meaning of lifting light as heavy. At this moment, another notification sounded from the system. Lifting light as heavy. This was the 3-layered profound meaning of strength. Haha, you're dead meat. Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. 36 overlapping shadows. 64-layered earth pulse. Boom! A sword ray slammed into Qin Huaizhong's body. Although this attack was weakened by Qin Huaizhong's great emperor's will, Yi Xian's attack power had at least doubled after he comprehended lifting light as heavy. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong would need to use at least 3 great emperor's will to defeat Yi Xian's attack. Roar! Qin Huaizhong roared in pain. This is my chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his right hand holding the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate swordplay, sword shatters the stars. The cold light sank into Qin Huaizhong's body. After a painful roar, he withered inch by inch. Looking at the rain of blood in front of him, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally killed Qin Huaizhong. If Qin Huaizhong did not die, the eastern continent would not be peaceful. However, Yi Xian felt that Qin Huaizhong was still a long way from becoming an empty god realm great emperor. He could only be considered a half-step great emperor. His great emperor's will was too far away. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy floated over. Yi Xian hurriedly took Qin Huaizhong's interspatial ring. This interspatial ring contained a large amount of treasures. At the same time, there was an unusual corpse. It was the corpse of a great emperor of the demonic beast race. However, it was missing a heart. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured the heavenly and earthly treasures inside, causing his cultivation to improve a little. After breaking through to level 9 sovereign, the system did not give any notification. It seems like there are no shackles for me to break through to empty god realm great emperor. Chapter 696. Yi Xian, your strength has increased to such a level. That's terrifying. Situ Outyin praised and asked, did the monster king escape? He's dead. I killed him. Yi Xian replied faintly. Situ Outyin and the other 5 were stunned when they heard the reply. They gasped. They knew that Qin Huaizhong was not an empty god realm great emperor, but he had the will of a great emperor. However, Yi Xian was able to kill him. He was extremely powerful. Now that the Monster King and the 9 great kings of monsters are dead, let's go and find the base camp of the monster tribe and eliminate them. Situ Outyin shouted. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. As long as they killed all the monster tribe in the wilderness, the eastern mainland would be connected to the main mainland. However, at that moment, everyone. Suddenly, an old voice was heard. Everyone trembled and turned around. They saw an old man in a white robe standing 100 meters away from them. What? Even I didn't notice? Yi Xian was shocked. He was a grade 9 overlord and his strength was stronger than Situ Outyin and the other 5 combined. However, he did not notice how the old man in a white robe got close to him. Powerful. The old man in a white robe was most likely an empty god realm great emperor. May I ask who you are? Situ Outyin cupped his fist and asked. He was the disciple of Sword God Palace's Luyang Sword God and had met all the palace masters. However, he had never seen the old man in a white robe before. I am Tianju Elder. The old man in a white robe replied. The name was unfamiliar to Yi Xian. However, Situ Outyin and the other 3 had heard of it before. Senior, you are. Situ Outyin stammered. Situ Aotian said with a trembling voice. When Yi Xian saw him like this, he immediately reacted. Could the old man in a white robe be an expert who had surpassed the empty god realm great emperor in the wilderness? Yes, this old man has some connections with the demon clan. The reason why I'm here is because I don't want you to kill them all. From now on, I will restrict the demon clan. They will not be able to leave the depths of the great wasteland. You humans can also connect to the main continent from the great wasteland. Old immortal Tianju said indifferently. This. Situ Outyin and the other 5 exchanged glances. However, Yi Xian heard something strange. You humans? This meant that old immortal Tianju was not human. Old immortal Tianju was related to the Yao clan, but he was not a human. Then what was he? Alright, we agree. Situ Outyin nodded. Since that's the case, let's use this place as the boundary. As old immortal Tianju spoke, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. A crack so long that one could not see the end of it slowly opened up to form a canyon. What kind of technique is this? Yi Xian was shocked. With just a thought, the ground cracked open to form an endless canyon. Even Yi Xian, who had the earth attribute void spirit, could not do that. From here onwards it will be the boundary of you humans. I will also set up a formation here. No demon clan will be able to leave. Old immortal Tianju pointed at the canyon below and said, "Yes, senior." Yi Xian and the others nodded. When their voices rang out, a formation rose up in the middle of the canyon, separating the two sides. Yi Xian and the others did not see how old immortal Tianju set up the formation. When they regained their senses, they realized that old immortal Tianju had disappeared without a trace. So powerful. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Old immortal Tianju came and went without a trace. They did not know what realm he was at. This is too terrifying. He is at least an advanced great emperor. He might even be a prime who has surpassed the empty god realm. Situ Outyin swallowed his saliva. Prime. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the second time he had heard of this term. The first time he had heard of it was in the Zephyr Thunder Palace. At that time, the Zephyr Thunder Emperor had left a message saying that he hoped that his successor could become a prime. It turned out that after the empty god realm great emperor was the prime. Alright, this matter has come to an end. We have to bring the news back. Situ Outyin said as he turned to Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, are you coming with us? Going to the Sword God Palace?" Yi Xian asked. "Yes. You are already a grade 9 king. If you can reach the Sword God Tower, you will be accepted as a disciple by a palace master. However, I reckon that even if you don't reach the tower, a palace master will accept you as a disciple." Situ Outyin said with a smile. Yi Xian understood what he meant. The main hall master of the Warlord Hall, Duanmu Yun, had already broken through to the empty god realm great emperor. As long as the other palace masters agreed, he could accept a disciple. Jiang Wenyue was the same. That was why he had accepted his son, Jiang Tianjin, as a disciple. However, in terms of aptitude, Yi Xian had already surpassed Jiang Tianjin and even the palace master. Who could become a peak empty god realm king at the age of 22? All right. Yi Xian nodded. He felt that it was time to meet his father. The Sword God Palace was located in another corner of the wilderness. However, with Yi Xian around, it only took them 7 days to reach the Sword God Palace from the depths of the wilderness. The Sword God Palace was built on top of the Sword God Tower. If one was not a member of the Sword God Palace, one would have to climb to the top of the tower. There were many cave dwellings built by experts near the Sword God Tower. At that moment, Situ Outyin and the other 5 arrived in front of a cliff. There was a huge golden door there. This is the cave dwelling of the palace master of the 7 Knights Palace. Yi Xian, you can wait here for a while. When I return to the Sword God Palace, I will. Before Situ Outyin could finish his sentence, the huge golden door opened with a loud bang and a man's voice drifted out. "I am in the cave dwelling. Come in." The voice belonged to Duanmu Yun. "So Palace Master Duanmu is here. In that case, we will take our leave first." Situ Outyin cupped his fists at Yi Xian and left immediately. Yi Xian watched them leave before he turned around and stepped into the huge door. Boom! The huge golden door closed again. After Yi Xian entered the cave dwelling, he walked straight until he finally arrived at a magnificent palace surrounded by flowers. At that moment, there were 2 figures standing at the entrance of the palace. One of them was Duanmu Yun, and the man beside her was Yi Xian, who had not seen him for more than 10 years, Yi Chong. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, Yi Xian recognized Yi Chong at a glance. "Father." Yi Xian strode forward. Yi Chong had left when Yi Xian was young, so he was unfamiliar with Yi Xian's appearance. However, the same blood flowed in their bones, so Yi Chong did not suspect anything. "Xianer." Yi Chong watched as Yi Xian ran in front of him and sized him up carefully. "Father, I am here." Yi Xian knelt on one knee and cupped his fists at Yi Chong. Chapter 697. Good. Yi Chong was overjoyed, but he suddenly felt guilty. He had left Yi Xian when he was still young. It had been more than 10 years since then. He did not know how Yi Xian had spent the past 10 years. Father and son are reunited. There must be a lot to talk about. Come in. Duan Muyun smiled at the two of them and led them into the palace. Indeed, they had not seen each other for more than 10 years. They must have endless things to talk about. Yi Xian was very excited when he saw Yi Chong. He began to talk about his experiences and the current situation of the Yi family. They chatted for a few hours. Duan Muyun sat quietly at the side and listened to the two of them talk. He did not seem impatient at all. Yi Chong was his good friend. He was very happy that Yi Xian had come to find him. Yi Xian, what is your current realm? Yi Chong could not help but ask. He felt that Yi Xian's aura was very strong and was not much weaker than his. Father, I am already a grade 9 king. Yi Xian answered honestly. Yi Chong nodded satisfactorily. Not bad. I can feel that your aura is very strong. It is not weaker than mine. Yi Xian looked at Yi Chong's pale face and asked, Father, how are your injuries? There are no serious injuries, but there are many hidden injuries. I am afraid there is no hope for me to break through to the empty god realm. Yi Chong shook his head helplessly. Father, won't it be fine as long as we get the great emperor's will? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Duan Muyun suddenly said, It is not that easy to get the great emperor's will. Under normal circumstances, when an empty god realm great emperor dies, the great emperor's will dissipate immediately. The great emperor of the monster race in the wilderness used a special method to preserve his will. However, after so many years it has mostly dissipated. This situation is very rare. Don't worry. I will definitely get it. Yi Xian was very confident. After all, there were no shackles on his breakthrough this time. As long as he had enough experience, he could become a great emperor. All right, I believe you. Yi Chong patted Yi Xian's shoulder excitedly. Yi Xian looked away and asked, Senior Duan Muyun, are there any conditions for me to challenge the Sword God Pagoda? No, just go straight ahead. Duan Muyun shook his head. But? Nihility God Realm Emperor, doesn't that mean no one will be able to pass? Yi Xian frowned. With a Void God Realm Great Emperor as the gatekeeper, it was too difficult. No one would be able to pass. Duan Muyun still shook his head. No, those who pass the Sword God Pagoda will indeed enter the Sword God Palace. However, there will occasionally be palace masters watching. If they think you are not bad, they will directly accept you into the Sword God Palace. Oh, I see. Yi Xian nodded and said, However, I hope to defeat Zhang Wenyue and enter the Sword God Pagoda. That's a good idea. Duan Muyun said faintly, but Zhang Wenyue has broken through to the Void God Realm and condensed Great Emperor intent. His strength is at least 10 times stronger than the monster emperor you encountered. It will be difficult for you to defeat him with your current strength. Monster Emperor Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor intent was very weak. However, Zhang Wenyue had broken through to the Void God Realm on his own. His Great Emperor intent was 10 times stronger than Qin Huaizhong's. If Yi Xian fought against him, he would be killed instantly. Don't worry, I can challenge the first 9 levels. Yi Xian said. He was already a grade 9 king. One more breakthrough and he would become a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Before he broke through, he would not be able to defeat Zhang Wenyue. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian was not afraid of Zhang Wenyue. Yes, you can try first. Even if you can't increase your strength, you can quickly comprehend the profound at the 5th and 8th levels. Duan Muyun nodded. The 5th level of the Sword God Pagoda was the Earth level. The Guardian was an Earth attribute peak Void God Realm King. Yi Xian could increase his strength if he fought against him. However, Yi Xian wanted to increase his strength the most. Father, is Mother doing well? Yi Xian suddenly asked. She has been in the Sword God Pagoda. She also has a heart demon, so she has not broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor. Yi Chong shook his head. Seeing Yi Chong's gloomy expression, Yi Xian was motivated. He had to rush up the Sword God Pagoda and defeat Zhang Wenyue to reunite Yi Chong and Zhang Xinyan. Let's not talk about this for now. Can you refine the sword essence? Duan Muyun suddenly changed the topic. Not yet. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't have enough devour crystals, so he couldn't refine the sword essence. Otherwise, he would have rushed up the Sword God Pagoda. After all, Duanmuyun said that if he refined the sword essence, he could kill in Void God Realm Great Emperor even if he was only a grade 3 king. Then continued to work hard. Duanmuyun nodded. She didn't tell Yi Xian what the sword essence was. Father Senior, I want to take a look at the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Xian suddenly stood up. It's north of the cave dwelling. Let me take you there. Yi Chong nodded. Since you want to go, let's go together. Duanmuyun also stood up. Immediately, the three of them flew toward the towering Sword God Pagoda under Duanmuyun's lead. The Sword God Pagoda was built by the first palace master of the Sword God Pagoda. Only those who are recognized by the Sword God Pagoda can fly up the pagoda. If anyone flies up without permission, they will be killed on the spot by the guards of the Sword God Pagoda. Duanmuyun explained while flying. Senior, are there many people in the Sword God Pagoda? Yi Xian asked with a frown. There are a total of 9 palaces in the Sword God Pagoda. I am the palace master of the 7-Night Palace. Situ Outyin is the disciple of the 6th Sun Palace Master. Zhang Wenyue is the palace master of the 9th Heaven Palace. As for your mother Zhang Xinyan, she is in the 4-Moon Palace. The Sword God Pagoda has been established for many years, and there are many disciples in each palace. However, the Sword God Pagoda accepts these disciples but not their children. Their children have to rely on their strength to ascend the pagoda. Duanmuyun turned to look in another direction and said, there is a city of 10,000 swords over there. The relatives of the disciples of the Sword God Pagoda usually live there. I see. Yi Xian nodded. No wonder Zhang Wenyue wanted to accept his son as his disciple. It was because of this. However, the Sword God Pagoda had been established for so many years. If it was passed down from generation to generation, there would be more than 1,000 disciples. Soon the three of them saw a huge pagoda. Chapter 698. Yi Xian was shocked because he realized that the 2 guards were actually level 8 sovereigns. The Sword God's palace was indeed extraordinary. Yi Chong was already a regular at the Sword God's palace, so the 2 guards recognized him and nodded slightly at him. However, this was Yi Xian's first time here. He's going to challenge the tower today. Duanmuyun glanced at Yi Xian and said, the guardians of the first 9 levels of the Sword God's pagoda are all illusions set up by the seniors. If you want to pass, you have to kill them. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he could go all out. The 2 guards were stunned, but Yi Xian had already entered the Sword God's pagoda. From the outside, the Sword God's pagoda was huge, but it was less than 10,000 meters in diameter. However, after Yi Xian entered, he couldn't see the end of it. So this is an illusion formation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This illusion formation was very advanced. After all, a level 9 sovereign's domain was more than 90,000 meters. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The guardians of the first 9 levels of the Sword God's pagoda were the same as the challenger. The one standing in front of Yi Xian was the guardian of gold. Kid, you can only pass if you kill me. The middle-aged man held a golden sword and said to Yi Xian indifferently, excuse me. Although the person in front of him was just a person formed by the illusion formation, Yi Xian still said politely. In the next moment, the middle-aged man felt an extremely strong pressure. Bang! The pressure of the double space instantly caused the middle-aged man's body to explode. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs scattered all over the ground. The illusion formation is really good. So realistic. Yi Xian sighed. In the next moment he saw a staircase leading to the 2nd level. Outside the Sword God's pagoda, the lights on the 1st level had already lit up, which meant that Yi Xian had passed the 1st level. So fast. Xianer is actually so strong. Yi Chong was shocked. Even if he wanted to pass the 1st level, it wouldn't be so easy. It seems that his strength has exceeded my expectations. Yi Chong, stay here and watch. I'll go up and take a look. Duanmuyun was interested and flew into the clouds, preparing to watch from the Sword God's pagoda. There were some pagoda mirrors in the Sword God's pagoda, so they could see the images of the pagoda's pagoda. When Duanmuyun returned to the Sword God Palace, he immediately rushed over. However, when he arrived, he discovered that Yi Xian had already passed the 2nd stage. So fast. At this moment, some disciples of the Sword God's palace happened to pass by and noticed this scene. Past the 2nd pagoda's genesis, S. Another SSS in a SS pagoda in Simmons. S realms pagoda, S's realm. SES's pagoda. SES's. This YES pagoda. S. SS1S. Third stage 1 second. Fourth S's. Fifth. Yixian was very fast. He soon reached the 7th level. 7 Knights Palace Master, is Yichong here again? Suddenly an old voice drifted over. Duamuyun turned around and saw an acquaintance. He greeted, Luyang Palace Master. The newcomer was Situ Outyan's master Luyang Sword God. It's not Yichong. Who's this kid? Luyang Sword God glanced at the pagoda mirror. In the next moment he was stunned. He's insta-killed the 7th level. The combination of gravity space and wind space? Indeed, the older the wiser. Luyang Sword God, who was a Void God Realm Great Emperor, saw through Yixian's. At this moment, Yixian had already entered the 8th stage. That kid's. It seems to be the Wind Thunder Emperor's. The weapon in his hand is the Wind Dragon Slash. Luyang Sword God discovered another secret. After his reminder, Duanmuyun also felt that it was true. The Wind Thunder Emperor was their senior. 1,000 years ago, he was also the Palace Master of Sword God Palace. However, they heard that the Wind Thunder Emperor went to the chaotic astral ocean when his lifespan was nearing its end. I see. This kid has inherited the Wind Thunder Emperor's legacy. Duamuyun immediately understood. As the two chatted, Yixian passed the 8th level and entered the 9th level. Good kid. What a high aptitude. I want this kid. Luyang Sword God's eyes lit up. However, Duanmuyun suddenly said, He's Yichong's son Yixian. What? Luyang Sword God suspected that he had heard wrongly. Yichong's son's aptitude is so high? He was wondering if he should offend those people from Nine Heavens Palace for Yixian. However, he decided against it. Jiang Wenyue had just broken through to Void God Realm Great Emperor. He was not a threat. However, the Nine Heavens Sword God was very strong and domineering. Otherwise, with Yichong's aptitude, he would have entered Sword God Palace long ago. The reason why no one accepted him was because they did not want to offend the Nine Heavens Sword God. Luyang Sword God was very conflicted. Luyang Palace's strength was weaker. Hence Luyang Sword God was eager to accept Yixian as his disciple. However, he was afraid of angering the Nine Heavens Sword God. At this moment, Yixian had already killed the gatekeeper of the 9th level and entered the 10th level. However, the gatekeeper of the 10th level was Jiang Wenyue. At this moment, he did not know that Yixian had already entered the 10th level. Since he's Yichong's son, I'm afraid he'll end up the same as Yichong if he goes up against Jiang Wenyue. It's a pity that Jiang Xinyan is grounded. She can't come out until she reaches Void God Realm Great Emperor. She can't even see her own son. Luyang Sword God sighed. When Yixian entered the 10th level, someone from Sword God Palace had already informed Jiang Wenyue. However, Jiang Wenyue did not know that the person entering the tower was Yixian. In Nine Heaven Palace Master, someone has already entered the 10th level of the Sword God Pagoda. A middle-aged man who resembled Jiang Tianjin opened his eyes and snorted. Is it Yichong again? Humph, after a few months of peace, he's overestimating himself again. In fact, he had been annoyed for a long time. He regretted not killing Yichong back then. Jiang Wenyue stood up and left Nine Heaven Palace. At this moment, Yixian was waiting on the 10th level. The first 9 levels were filled with opponents formed by the illusion array. He had directly used the dual space to crush the illusions. However, the one on the 10th level was his uncle Jiang Wenyue. When Jiang Tianjin entered Sword God Palace, he was only a grade 4 king. Now he should be at most grade 7 or 8. He is no longer a challenge to me. Yixian thought as he waited. Chapter 699. Jiang Wenyue had defeated Yixian 1,000 times, so Yixian wanted to see what Jiang Wenyue was capable of. He waited for a while on the 10th floor. Soon after, the door opened and a middle-aged man walked in. The middle-aged man was Jiang Tianjin's father, Jiang Wenyue. However, he felt a strange sensation when he entered. He had guessed wrongly because the one who had reached the 10th floor was not Yichong. Who are you? Why do you have the Jiang family's bloodline? Zhang Wenyue squinted his eyes and asked. The Zhang family of the Weapon King Hall was powerful, but they were nothing in the Sword God Palace's territory. In his memory, he was the strongest expert in the Zhang family, followed by Zhang Xinyan Zhang Tianjin, and the grade 6 king Old Master Zhang. However, Yi Xian could reach the 10th floor and had the Zhang family's bloodline. He could not figure out who he was. I am Yi Xian. Yi Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Yi. Zhang Wenyue was very sensitive to the surname Yi. You are Yi Xian? Zhang Wenyue asked in shock. That's right. Yi Xian replied faintly. As expected. Zhang Wenyue was shocked. Previously, he'd heard the news from the Zhang family. After hearing it, he was also very surprised. After all, Yi Xian had tortured his second son once. In just a few months, Yi Xian had grown to such a level. Yi Chong's talent was not inferior to his. If Yi Chong had been nurtured by the Zhang family since young, he would have broken through to the empty god realm Great Emperor realm. However, Yi Chong's son Yi Xian was even more talented. Zhang Wenyue calculated and found that Yi Xian was 22 years old. A grade 9 king at 22 years old would definitely become an empty god realm Great Emperor in the future. What a father and son. Yi Chong has entered the tower thousands of times but has never succeeded. I thought he had given up in the past few months, but it seems that he has shown his trump card. Zhang Wenyue snorted. I will fulfill my father's wish, Empyrean Palace Master. Yi Xian said coldly. The man in front of him was his mother's older brother, who was also his uncle. However, the Zhang family did not acknowledge him, so he would not acknowledge this uncle. The two of them were now opponents. Do you think that you have the qualifications to pass just because you've become a 9th-rank king? Zhang Wenyue said disdainfully. My goal is to enter the Sword God Pagoda. Yi Xian replied in a cold tone. There were 2 ways to enter the Sword God Pagoda. The first was through the Sword God Pagoda. The second was that a certain palace lord had taken a liking to him and accepted him as a subordinate. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking that even if he couldn't beat Zhang Wenyue, he would definitely be chosen by one of the palace lords based on his aptitude. At that time, wouldn't he be able to enter the Sword God's palace? Ha ha ha, you're too naive. Do you think that a palace master would take a fancy to you? Zhang Wenyue suddenly laughed out loud. At this moment, there were only 5 palace lords in the Sword God's palace, including him and Duan Muyun. They were respectively Tai, 4th moon, 6th sun, 7th night, and 9th heaven. In the Sword God's palace, Tai Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were the strongest. Tai Palace did not care about worldly affairs, so 9th Heaven Palace was more or less in charge of the Sword God's palace. In addition, 9th Heaven Sword God was very strong, so no one dared to accept Yi Chong. Even if Yi Xian revealed his extraordinary aptitude, he still needed someone to accept him. 7th Night Palace Lord Duan Muyun was also an outsider, so she needed the approval of the other palace lords to accept a disciple. Most importantly, 4th Moon Palace and 9th Heaven Palace were on the same side, and 6th Sun Palace did not want to provoke 9th Heaven Palace. Therefore, Zhang Wenyue felt that Yi Xian's words were laughable. However, Yi Xian's words were just a passing remark. His real goal was to suppress Zhang Wenyue. You father and son, both of you overestimate yourselves. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Zhang Wenyue shouted angrily as he recalled the incident where his youngest son Zhang Tiancheng was brutally beaten up by Yi Xian. Then you better be careful. 9th Heaven Palace Lord, if you're not careful, you'll be killed by me. Yi Xian sneered and raised the Wind Dragon Slash in his hand. Tempest Cloud Slash. Xiu. The sound of air breaking rang out as the green slash approached Zhang Wenyue. Wind Thunder Great Emperor? Zhang Wenyue suddenly realized. In the next moment, the Tempest Cloud Slash was destroyed by his Great Emperor intent. This attack was not Yi Xian's strongest attack. First of all, the Wind Dragon Slash had not been obtained for long, and the time it took to nurture it was not even 1/5 of the Bahuang sword. Secondly, although the Wind Blade Profound could increase his attack power, how could the Wind Blade Profound compare to the 64-layered Earth Pulse? Not bad, but you think you can defeat me with this? Zhang Wenyue mocked. He. Yi Xian grinned and kept the Wind Dragon Slash. In the next moment he took out the Bahuang sword. Sword God Bahuang's weapon. Zhang Wenyue squinted his eyes. Sword God Bahuang was one of the palace masters of the Sword God Palace. However, he had fallen, leaving the Bahuang palace empty. Until now, no one had broken through to the empty god realm. However, Zhang Wenyue had heard of Sword God Bahuang's name before. Sword God Bahuang was stronger than his master, second only to Sword God Tai. If Sword God Bahuang was still alive, Zhang Wenyue would not be able to defeat him even if he had 10 heads. However, the one holding the Bahuang sword was Yixian, so why should he be afraid? 36 overlapping shadows. 64 layered earth pulse. A brown sword chi attacked Zhang Wenyue again. Zhang Wenyue stared and the power of the sword chi was reduced by half. What? Zhang Wenyue was shocked. His thought was not enough to disperse the attack? How is this possible? Yixian smirked. What a joke. When he fought with Qin Huaizhong, his strength was a few times weaker than now. Why? It was because he had comprehended the light as heavy intent at the last moment. This was the triple profound of strength. In addition to his continuous improvement, the number of times he merged the earth pulse to the 36 overlapping shadows increased. Every time he merged the earth pulse, his attack power would increase exponentially. Currently, he had merged 18 times. Although Zhang Wenyue was an empty god realm emperor, he was only a rank 1 emperor. In addition to his sword god bloodline, he wanted to disperse Yixian's attack with a thought. No way. Haha, 9 Heavens Palace Master, your emperor intent is not that great. Yixian suddenly laughed and started attacking crazily. Whether it was empty god realm kings or empty god realm emperors, they all relied on their intents. Yixian's intents had far surpassed those geniuses. Of the wind and earth attributes, the only one he had yet to fully comprehend was the throbbing pulse of the world. Although the emperor intent was strong, a battle between emperors relied on their emperor intent to merge into their attacks. Chapter 700. Kid, don't be so arrogant. I'll show you what an empty god realm great emperor is like. Zhang Wenyue roared as his figure flashed and swept towards Yixian. Like Jiang Tianjin, he was of the fire attribute and had strong attack power. Earth-walking technique, 4 agility advancements, repulsive acceleration, and wind acceleration allowed Yixian's speed to surpass Zhang Wenyue's. Although Zhang Wenyue was an empty god realm great emperor, it didn't mean that he had comprehended all the ultimates. He had only comprehended the inextinguishable flames and rising from the ashes, which was much weaker than Jiang Tianjin. His great emperor's will and inextinguishable flames couldn't even touch Yixian. In other words, he was a moving sandbag. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth pulse 64 layers. Great wind cloud slash. Yixian's hands continued to attack. Not only that, but he also used various ultimates. Although Zhang Wenyue was protected by the great emperor's will, these attacks were able to weaken his great emperor's will. On the other hand, Yixian's energy consumption was equal. The scene of the two's battle was reflected on the tower's mirror. The disciples of Sword God Palace were shocked. Luyang Sword God was also shocked. Even Duan Muyun was shocked to the point of speechlessness. A grade 9 king was actually fighting an empty god realm great emperor? This was the first time they had seen it. That's right. This kid once obtained 2 sword god bloodline seeds and refined one of them. This fitness bloodline seed can increase the power of one's sword skills by 50%. No wonder Zhang Wenyue couldn't instantly defeat his attack. Duan Muyun suddenly realized. However, Yixian's 36 instantaneous attacks were extremely powerful. When combined with the earth pulse, the power was extremely strong. More and more disciples gathered in front of the tower's mirror. There were dozens of disciples from all 9 palaces. When the disciples of 9 Heavens Palace saw that their palace master couldn't even deal with a grade 9 king, they were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Some of them had better aptitude than Zhang Wenyue. But Zhang Wenyue was favored by sword god Jiutian. What could they do? Duan Muyun watched for a while before he quickly left the sword god palace. He wanted to inform Yi Chong, who was anxiously waiting at the bottom of the Sword God Pagoda. 10th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. 9 Heavens Palace Master, are all the palace masters of Sword God Palace as weak as you? Yixian laughed. Fortunately, he had the Sword God's Pagoda. The battle inside the Sword God's Pagoda was on the ground. If it were in the air, he would not have the movement speed bonus from the 4 agility advancements. Without the 40% movement speed boost, He naturally couldn't dodge Zhang Wenyue's attacks and Emperor's will. Bastard! Zhang Wenyue was fuming with anger. He was a Void God stage Great Emperor, but he was actually tricked by Yi Xian, a level 9 king. How could he tolerate this? However, the Emperor's will could not increase his speed. Yi Xian was too fast, and his Emperor's will could not keep up. If he separated the Great Emperor's will, the effect would be greatly reduced, and it would be useless. After all, Yi Xian still had the 64 layers of pulsating guard, which could be used to block the Emperor's will. For a moment, Zhang Wenyue really couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, the gap between the two was constantly changing. Let's wear each other out. Although it's a little disgraceful, as long as we can win, it doesn't matter what method we use. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The sacred tree of life was a part of his strength. Moreover, Zhang Wenyue was a Void God stage Great Emperor, and he was only a level 9 king. This was an unfair battle. In this world, the strong were respected. If this was a battle of life and death, Yi Xian would not hesitate to use sneak attacks, hidden weapons, or poison as long as he could win. In this world, many seniors would teach their juniors that it was not shameful to use unscrupulous methods, but it was shameful to die. Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. Zhang Wenyue's head was fuming with anger as he roared loudly. His voice was deafening, but Yi Xian was unmoved. He ran and attacked at the same time. His Zhenqi consumption was equal to his Zhenqi recovery. He was always at peak condition. As for Zhang Wenyue, his Great Emperors will had to defend against Yi Xian's domain attacks, break through the 36 overlapping shadows, and try to intimidate Yi Xian from time to time. His Great Emperor's will was rapidly depleting. The two of them, one chasing, one running, circled around the 10th level. More than 10 minutes passed like this. Zhang Wenyue's expression darkened. Only a third of his Great Emperor's will was left. Not only that, but his Zhenqi was also running low. Logically speaking, Yi Xian's Zhenqi should have been depleted long ago. However, Yi Xian was still alive and kicking, as if only a few seconds had passed. Zhang Wenyue couldn't understand this. This kid is weird. He can't use up all his Zhenqi. I can't do anything to him. What should I do? Zhang Wenyue pondered in his heart. He was a Void God Realm Emperor. If he was defeated by Yi Xian, he might as well resign from the 9th Heaven's Palace Master position. However, he couldn't think of anything even after thinking for more than 10 minutes. Now he no longer attacked Yi Xian. Instead, he started to evade. His actions fell into the eyes of the Sword God Palace's disciples. The 9th Heaven's Palace Master has given up on attacking. Is he admitting defeat? This is too terrifying. A Void God Realm Emperor actually jumped realms to challenge a Void God Realm Emperor. Is this kid the successor of the 8 Desolation Sword God? If he enters, will he become the 8 Desolation Palace Master? Just as these disciples were discussing, someone suddenly shouted, "Shut up!" When this voice entered everyone's ears, they turned around in astonishment and found that the one who spoke was a young man. Not good, it's Zhang Tianjin. Everyone recognized this young man because they were jealous of Zhang Tianjin. A few days ago, Zhang Tianjin had been accepted by Zhang Wenyue into the 9th Heaven's Palace, and had gained the favor of the 9th Heaven's Sword God. Subsequently, the 9th Heaven's Sword God had bestowed Zhang Tianjin with an Emperor's will. This Emperor's will was left behind by a Void God Realm Emperor that the 9th Heaven's Sword God had killed. Although the Emperor's will would dissipate after the death of an Void God Realm Emperor, the 9th Heaven's Sword God had a special method to capture it. This Emperor's will was a 3rd stage Emperor's will. With the 9th Heaven's Sword God's help, Zhang Tianjin had already refined it. Currently, Zhang Tianjin was a 3rd stage Emperor, stronger than Zhang Wenyue. It was said that Zhang Tianjin was applying for the position of the 8 Desolation Palace Master. Damn it, before I refined the Emperor's will, I was only a 7th stage Emperor. How can he be a 9th stage Emperor? Zhang Tianjin was furious. Previously, Yi Xian was at his mercy. Today, although his cultivation realm had suppressed Yi Xian, his birth was countless times better than Yi Xian's. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a little indignant. At the bottom of this book's cover, it says that this book was released on August 24th, and until today, December 1st, there are exactly 700 chapters. That's exactly 99 days. On average, Yu Luo updates 7 chapters a day, which is 15,000 words. I'm not bragging, but Yu Luo's speed has surpassed 99% of the books in my library. Among the hundreds of thousands of books in my library, my speed can be ranked in the top 100. Yu Luo can't be the best, but she can do better than most people. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 701. Jiang Tianjin stared fixedly at the tower mirror on the 10th floor. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred in the battle that shocked everyone present. The 9th Heaven Palace Master Zhang Wenyue was struck by Yi Xian's sword and was sent flying. The entire crowd was shocked. At this moment, Duanmu Yun had just returned and witnessed the scene. Great! Duanmu Yun couldn't help but shout. His voice entered everyone's ears, including Jiang Tianjin's. Jiang Tianjin's face was gloomy as he watched in disbelief. Zhang Wenyue, an empty God Realm Emperor, was struck by Yi Xian, a 9th grade king. How is this possible? Father's Emperor's intent has been depleted. Jiang Tianjin immediately reacted. At this moment he couldn't wait to rush in and kill Yi Xian. Zhang Wenyue was only 1 grade higher than Yi Xian, and his cultivation couldn't make up for the difference in ultimacy. However, Jiang Tianjin was a 3rd grade great emperor, and he could easily kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the gatekeeper wasn't him. On the 10th floor of the Sword God Pagoda. 9th Heaven Palace Master. How did you become the Palace Master with your strength? Yi Xian grinned and slowly walked over. At this moment, Zhang Wenyue was restrained by Yi Xian's dual space. Without the Emperor's intent, his speed was only 30% of his peak. Damn it! Zhang Wenyue shouted. He had never thought that he would be defeated by a 9th grade great emperor. TSK. 9th Heaven Palace Master, you're not strong enough. Why don't you give up your position and let me have a try? Yi Xian continued to mock. He wanted to take revenge for all these years. Some of this hatred was from Yi Chong, while some was from himself. Yi Chong had been beaten by Zhang Wenyue, and he had been beaten by Jiang Tianjin. Today, he had beaten Jiang Tianjin's father. It was really satisfying. Swish! A wind blade cut open Zhang Wenyue's arm, followed by an earth spike that pierced his thigh. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that his soul was about to be refined. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head. He regretted that Yi Chong couldn't see this scene. Kill me if you have the guts. Zhang Wenyue gritted his teeth and growled. It would have been fine if the battle in the Sword God Pagoda was sealed off, but he knew that this battle had already been reflected on the pagoda mirror. He had already lost all his face. Kill you? No, I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian smiled evilly and shook his head. Another crisp sound rang out. This time he was going to treat Zhang Wenyue like how he treated Jiang Tiancheng. Rip! 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 The earth spikes pierced into Zhang Wenyue's body, and he couldn't help but roar in pain. Bastard, go to hell! Suddenly Zhang Wenyue shouted. In the next moment, Yi Xian felt a powerful energy coming down on him from above. Zhang Wenyue had actually held back. But how could the scheming Yi Xian not have a backup plan? Boom! The 64 layers of pulsating guard blocked the majority of the great emperor's will, but Yi Xian was still heavily injured by Zhang Wenyue. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries quickly healed. Empyrean Palace Master, do you still have a trump card? Yi Xian wiped the blood off and said slowly. The reason why he didn't dodge was to make one thing clear. Even if Zhang Wenyue launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiang Tianjin, are you watching? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Boom! Suddenly, a large door opened near the two of them. The 10th floor was cleared. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the other palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda had judged his victory. Immediately, he removed the dual space and passed through the large door. What entered his eyes were some gorgeous buildings, and there were already quite a few people standing in front of him. Yi Xian, you did it! Duanmu Yun walked over quickly with a look of surprise. Senior Duanmu. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. Good, that's great. I didn't expect you to succeed on your first try. You're only a level 9 challenger, but you defeated Zhang Wenyue. That's great. Duanmu Yun praised repeatedly. He wanted Yi Xian to try the first 9 floors first, But he didn't expect Yixian to clear the first 9 floors in less than a second. In the end, he even defeated Zhang Wenyue, who was an empty god realm great emperor. Senior, I'm now. Yixian glanced at the group of Sword God Pagoda disciples behind Duanmu Yun. Don't worry. You're the first genius to clear the Sword God Pagoda in decades. Soon, all the palace masters of the Sword God Pagoda will gather here. Duanmu Yun replied with a smile. How many palace masters are there in the Sword God Pagoda? Yixian asked curiously. Duanmu Yun answered without thinking. There are only 6 palace masters now. They are Tai Wushuang, Siyu Luyang Qi and Zhoutian. San Yuan Wuxiang and Bahuang have all fallen. Only 6. Yixian narrowed his eyes. However, he understood that there were definitely more than just these few Void God Realm Emperors in the Sword God Palace. For example, even though the old 9th Heaven Sword God had abdicated, he was only living in seclusion. Duanmu Yun glanced at Yixian and said, however, there aren't many Void God Realm Great Emperors in the Sword God Pagoda. Most of them have left for the main continent. The main continent? Yixian raised his eyebrows. He was currently in the Eastern Continent, but he heard that the other regions of the Blood Rock Continent seemed to have merged into the main continent. This news came from the Sword God Pagoda. Therefore, the people of the Sword God Pagoda naturally went to the main continent, and their route to the main continent should be through the chaotic astral ocean. After all, they had an agreement with old immortal Tianju. Void God Realm Great Emperors weren't allowed to enter the vast wilderness. The Sword God Pagoda also has a stronghold in the main continent, but the main continent is much stronger than the Eastern Continent. Our Eastern Continent has been isolated from the vast wilderness for so many years, and we are already derailed. The difference in strength is too great. As for why the people from the main continent can't come over, it should be because of old immortal Tianju. Duanmu Yun nodded. At this moment, a figure suddenly swept over. Palace Master Chia, this kid is really heaven-defying. Do you want him? If not, give him to me. Liu Yang Sword God smiled as he moved to Yixian's side. Earlier, he was still hesitating if he should take the risk of angering Zhoutian Sword God by accepting Yixian. Now he had already made his decision. Accept. Palace Master Liu Yang, don't be anxious. Duanmu Yun said with a smile. How can I not be anxious? He is only a level 9 king, but he defeated the Emptiness God Realm Great Emperor Zhoutian Sword God. If he breaks through to the Empty God Realm, he will definitely be able to challenge those of a higher rank. Liu Yang Sword God looked excited. Chapter 702. The 6 Yang Sword God had lived for a few decades and had seen people with dual attributes. However, this was the first time he had seen a genius who had comprehended both gravity space and wind space at the same time. When these 2 spaces were combined, they were invincible. If they were combined with the Great Emperor's will, they would be even more powerful. Just as the 6 Yang Sword God's voice sounded, Zhang Wenyue slowly walked out. Zhang Tianjin quickly rushed over and glared fiercely at Yixian. Hey, this guy is here too? Yixian did not pay much attention to Zhang Tianjin earlier. Who would have thought that his enemy, Zhang Tianjin, would be here too? It seemed that he'd also seen the scene of his father being ravaged by Yixian. Awesome. Trash. I hate that I didn't burn you to ashes back then. Zhang Tianjin gritted his teeth and said. What a pity. Yixian grinned. Even Zhang Wenyue couldn't do anything to him. What could Zhang Tianjin do? However, he did not know that Zhang Tianjin had already refined the Third Order Great Emperor's will. He was much stronger than Zhang Wenyue. When Duanmu Yun saw Zhang Tianjin, he raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Yixian, I want to tell you something. Zhang Tianjin previously obtained the will of the Great Emperor bestowed by the 9th Heaven Sword God, and has already broken through to the 3rd stage of the Great Emperor. He's even stronger than me. What? This news was too bad for Yixian. Yixian thought that Zhang Tianjin was still a Void God Realm King. That way he could easily send him flying. Who would have thought that Zhang Tianjin was already a 3rd Order Great Emperor? Refining the Great Emperor's will seems to be weaker than condensing it yourself? Yixian replied softly. That's right, but it's still stronger than a 2nd Order Great Emperor. Duanmu Yun nodded. Yixian did not take it to heart. He thought to himself, TSK, wait until I become an emperor. I'll be able to crush you anytime I want. Refining the Great Emperor's will was much weaker than condensing it himself. As long as he broke through, he would definitely be able to send Zhang Tianjin flying. Right at this time another figure appeared. It was an old woman with a walking stick in her hand. Fourth Moon Palace Lord. Duanmuyun nodded slightly in greeting. The four-moon sword god glanced at him before his gaze finally landed on Zhang Wenyue, who was covered in blood. He said, "Nine Heavens Palace Master, you actually lost to a 9th grade king tier?" Just now, Duanmuyun had sent someone to inform her, so she already knew about this matter. At this moment Zhang Wenyue wished he could find a hole to hide in. He was so ashamed that he couldn't speak. Yi Xian's gaze also landed on the April Moon Palace Master, because the April Moon Palace Master was the master of his mother, Zhang Xinyan. "Ha ha ha, for Moon's Palace Master, would you believe me if I said that this brat is Zhang Xinyan's son?" Liu Yang Sword God laughed. "What? Son?" The four-moon sword god was stunned. Among her disciples Zhang Xinyan had the highest aptitude. She had already begun to condense the will of a great emperor. Who would have thought that Yi Xian was actually Zhang Xinyan's son? That's right. Yi Xian is Zhang Xinyan and Yi Chang's son. Duanmuyun nodded. This time the four-moon sword god believed it. However, she didn't say anything else. Instead, she carefully sized up Yi Xian with her old eyes. Now, there were already 4 palace masters in the sword god palace. Only Tai sword god was left. Whoosh! Another figure flew over. However, this time it wasn't Tai sword god. It was his son Wu Shang. "Huh, you look like Wu Shang." Liu Yang sword god looked at him in surprise. "I obtained a bit of the fountain of youth a while ago." Wu Shang answered honestly. He originally looked like a middle-aged man, but now he looked like he was in his 30s. Liu Yang sword god said enviously, "Fountain of youth. I'm so envious. I've already forgotten what I looked like when I was young." Not only that, but even the four-moon sword god was the same. Which woman didn't want to stay young forever? However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Father is in seclusion, so he can't come personally. Wu Shang said. Tai sword god was the strongest person in the sword god palace. He was in seclusion all year round. Even his son Wu Shang only saw him a few times in a year. At most he would listen to his voice. No one had any objections to Wu Shang taking over. Alright, Yi Xian has passed the test, and is qualified to join the Sword God Palace. I wonder which palace master wants to take him as a disciple? Wu Shang finished speaking and looked around. I want him. Liu Yang Sword God immediately said. Although Yi Xian defeated Zhang Wenyue, Liu Yang Sword God wasn't weak either. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Zhang Wenyue. He was more than enough to teach Yi Xian. As for Duanmuyun, after fusing with the sword god's bloodline, he felt that he was only slightly stronger than Zhang Wenyue. Therefore, he felt that he wasn't qualified to be Yi Xian's master. Palace Master Liu Yang, are you sure? For Moon Sword God asked with a frown. Palace Master Liu Yang, don't use your old flame to pressure me. I want this brat. Liu Yang Sword God said with a firm expression. Yi Xian was stunned. He guessed that the Palace Master Liu Yang Sword God's old flame was the Empyrean Palace Master. He looked around and found that everyone was calm. It seemed that this wasn't a secret. Indeed, Zhang Xinyan could become the Four-Moon Sword God's disciple, because he and Zhang Wenyue's master were husband and wife. How dare you? For Moon Sword God snorted coldly. Yi Xian was extremely grateful to the Six-Yang Sword God. Although this was the first time he'd seen the Six-Yang Sword God, he felt as if they were old friends. Based on his intuition, this old man was definitely a good person. Anyone else? Wu Shang looked at Duanmuyun and the others. For Moon Sword God also had his eyes on Yi Xian. However, he had heard about the Jiang family. If he accepted Yi Xian, it would be troublesome. Duanmuyun wasn't qualified. And it was even more impossible for Zhang Wenyue to be defeated by Yi Xian. The Sword God Palace disciples present all understood that Yi Xian was going to become Liu Yang Sword God's disciple. Being in the Sword God Palace didn't mean that they were all personal disciples of the Palace Master. Most of them were just in-name disciples. However, with Yi Xian's talent, he was definitely going to be a personal disciple. However, just as Liu Yang Sword God was waiting for Wu Shang to announce, Wu Shang suddenly said, Palace Master Liu Yang, my apologies. After my father found out about this, he also wanted to accept a disciple. When the surrounding people heard this, they were shocked. Didn't the Tai Palace Master never accept personal disciples? Even the unnamed disciples were taught by Wu Shang and the others. However, this wasn't surprising. A genius like Yi Xian was rare. Although someone had passed the Sword God Pagoda a few decades ago, the guardian of the 10th level was only a level 9 king. The Tai Palace Master accepting a disciple was unexpected, but within reason. Wu Shang, you can't do this. Liu Yang Sword God wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 703. Sorry, this is my father's idea, Wu Shang said honestly. Sai, let's leave the choice to this kid. Even if the opponent is the Tai Palace Master, I can't give up. Liu Yang's gaze fell on Yi Xian. Everyone's gaze also fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already passed the Sword God Pagoda, and was qualified to choose between Tai Palace and Liu Yang Palace. However, he wasn't sure because he knew too little about the Sword God Pagoda. He turned to Duan Muyun, hoping for her opinion. Duan Muyun was startled and suddenly thought, Wu Shang, Yi Xian has obtained the inheritance of 8 Desolation Sword God. Now that he has passed the Sword God Pagoda, why don't he join 8 Desolation Palace? 8 Desolation Palace currently has no palace master. Wu Shang also paused when he heard this suggestion. Both Tai Sword God and Liu Yang Sword God had the intention to accept disciples, but Yi Xian could also choose Sanyuan Palace, Wuxiang Palace or 8 Desolation Palace. Indeed, I'm only representing my father. I respect Yi Xian's choice. Wu Shang nodded. Yi Xian was slightly surprised when he heard this. Yi Chong obtained the inheritance of 8 Desolation Great Emperor, but left the most important 8 Desolation sword to him. It would be better if he became the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. No. But right at this moment someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look and found that the person who spoke was Jiang Tianjin. Jiang Tianjin also had his eyes on the position of 8 Desolation Palace Master, but he was still a member of 9 Heavens Palace. If Yi Xian joined 8 Desolation Palace, he would be at a disadvantage. Jiang Tianjin, what do you think? Wu Shang asked. Jiang Tianjin was at a loss for words. He really didn't have any reason to stop Yi Xian from joining 8 Desolation Palace. However, if Yi Xian joined Tai Palace, then there would be many uncertain factors in the future. It would be even more difficult to deal with than Yi Xian joining 8 Desolation Palace. Therefore, Jiang Tianjin retreated. Wu Shang looked at him and said, Jiang Tianjin, I know you are applying to be the 8 Desolation Palace's palace master, but you are still a member of 9 Heavens Palace. However, the positions of 3 Yuan, 5 Xiang, and 8 Huang Palace Master have been vacant for many years. How about this, after a period of time, we will begin to fight for the positions of these 3 Palace Master. What? Everyone present was stunned. Fighting for the positions of 3 Palace Masters at once? In fact, many people had suggested this before, but they were all rejected by the Tai Sword deity. But now they were competing for 3 Palace Lords at once. Were there so many candidates? Jiang Tianjin was a strong candidate. If Yi Xian could break through to the Void God realm, he would be very powerful too. However, other than the 2 of them, there was no one else who could take out the position. Could it be that another Void God realm king's disciple would take up the position? Wu Shang was stronger than Jiang Tianjin, but he refused the position of Palace Lord. The reason why Duan Muyun and Zhang Wenyue could become Palace Lords was because of their master. As for the 4 Moon Sword deity and 6 Sun Sword deity, they were also prepared to give up their positions. However, it was not up to these Void God realm kings to fight for the position. After all, the 6 Sun Sword deity and 7 Night Sword deity also had sons, but they were not in the Eastern continent. Hearing this, Jiang Tianjin's eyes lit up. In fact, he still had 2 choices, the 3 Yuan and 5 Xiang, but he was going to fight for the 8 Huang Palace. As for why, it was needless to say. Humph, the position of 8 Huang Palace Master is mine. Yi Xian glanced at Jiang Tianjin and snorted coldly in his heart. At this time, Wu Shang reminded, Yi Xian, if you join our Tai Palace, you can also fight for the position of Palace Master. Jiang Tianjin's face fell, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. If Yi Xian joined the 8 Huang Palace, he would not be afraid of anyone. After all, the Tai Sword deity was the leader of the Sword God Palace, and his strength was much stronger than the 9 Heaven Sword deity. All right. Yixian didn't even think as he directly agreed. He thought that he could only fight for the position of palace master by joining the 8 Huang Palace. He did not expect that he could also fight for the position of palace master from other palaces. When Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue heard Yixian's reply, they looked at each other. Things were going to be troublesome. However, at this moment, huff huff, the entire Sword God Palace was suddenly covered by a strange energy, and a strong wind blew. Wuxiang, 6 Yang Sword Deity, for Moon Sword Deity, Duanmu Yun, Jiang Wenyue, Jiang Tianjin, and the others' faces changed. The Emperor's intent is condensing. Someone has broken through to the Void God realm. 6 Yang Sword Deity exclaimed. The disciples present were shocked. Who broke through to the Void God realm? It's in that direction, let's go. Wuxiang and the others immediately turned and left, and Yixian quickly followed behind. Who would have thought that such a joyous occasion would happen? Yixian had just passed the Sword God Pagoda and joined the Tai Palace. Now, someone had broken through to the Void God realm. Wuxiang led the group in that direction. After flying for a while, they finally confirmed that they were at a place. For Moon Palace, someone has broken through in the 4 Moon Palace. 6 Yang Sword Deity raised his eyebrows. Yixian's heart trembled. His mother, Jiang Xinyan, seemed to be in the 4 Moon Palace. The group quickly landed in the 4 Moon Palace and rushed in. Along the way, there were also some female disciples of the 4 Moon Palace rushing in. In the end, they all gathered in front of a small palace. This is Xinyan's residence. For Moon Palace recognized it at a glance. After all, Jiang Xinyan was her proudest disciple. However, the others did not know who was living in the palace. At this moment, the Emperor's intent had finished condensing. So strong. She has just broken through, but she has already condensed so much Emperor's intent. Could it be Jiang Xinyan? 6 Yang Sword Deity said. Hearing this, Jiang Wenyue was shocked. Jiang Xinyan was his biological sister. Of course, Yixian was the most shocked. He did not expect that the one who had broken through this time was his biological mother. This was not the main point. The main point was that he might be able to see his biological mother soon. Rumble. Suddenly, the door of the small palace cracked open, and a beautiful woman in blue clothes walked out from it. Master! The lady was stunned when she saw so many people gathered in front of her residence. Xinyan, you have broken through? The 4 Moon Palace master asked anxiously. Jiang Xinyan nodded solemnly and said, Master, I have broken through to the Void God realm. Can I leave the 4 Moon Palace now? The 4 Moon Palace master paused. Previously, she had restricted Jiang Xinyan's movements. However, Jiang Xinyan still found out about Yi Chong, causing her to have a heart demon. She did not expect Jiang Xinyan to break through her heart demon and become a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Chapter 704. Ha ha, Jiang Xinyan, come here. Let me introduce you to someone. I'm sure you'll want to meet him. Jiang Xinyan turned around and saw her brother Jiang Wenyue and Jiang Tianjin. However, the 6th Sun Sword God wasn't referring to them. He was referring to a young man. When Jiang Xinyan saw the young man's face clearly, her body trembled violently. This young man was Yixian. Even if Jiang Wenyue didn't rely on his bloodline to recognize Yixian, Jiang Xinyan, as Yixian's birth mother, had a bloodline connection with him. Thus, Jiang Xinyan also recognized him. You? Jiang Xinyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Yixian hurried forward and said, Yixian greets mother. Although she had guessed it, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but cry when she heard Yixian's words. She quickly walked forward and caressed Yixian's determined face. When Jiang Xinyan's hand touched Yixian's skin, their bloodline connection was activated to the maximum. Child, you've worked hard all these years, Jiang Xinyan said with a loving expression. When Yixian was still an infant, Yi Chong brought him back to the Yi family. He had never seen Jiang Xinyan. When he was a few years old, Yi Chong left the Yi family and went to the Bloodcliff continent. Yixian could almost be considered an orphan. However, today the mother and son were finally reunited. Mother, father is below the Sword God Pagoda. Yixian calmed down and said slowly, All right, let's go. Jiang Xinyan grabbed Yixian's hand and left the 4 Moon Palace. This time the 4 Moon Sword God couldn't stop them. After all, Jiang Xinyan had broken through to the Void God realm. Damn it! Jiang Wenyue cursed in his heart. He could only watch as Yi Xian and Jiang Xinyan left. TSK, I'll go take a look too. The six-sun sword god chuckled and chased after them. Duanmu Yun also followed. The four of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, below the sword god pagoda, Yi Xian passed. Yi Chong looked at the crystal on the 10th floor of the sword god pagoda and was stunned. He stood there stupefied. Not only that, but the two guards of the sword god pagoda were also stunned. They'd guarded the sword god pagoda for so many years, yet this was the first time they'd seen someone pass through the sword god pagoda. Could it be that there was a problem with the pagoda? At this time, the three people who looked up suddenly saw several figures descending rapidly. Yi Xian and Xinyan? When Yi Chong saw who it was, Yi was stunned. Why had he attacked the sword god pagoda 1,000 times? Wasn't it because he wanted to see Xinyan? Jiang Xinyan threw herself into Yi Chong's arms. After more than 20 years, they finally met again. This to be. Yin be it BC. Xian, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen a man who attacked the sword god pagoda 1,000 times in order to see his wife. Every time he was heavily injured, he wouldn't give up. Haha, great, this is great. I've lived for so many years. My state of mind is incomparable to that of an ordinary person. But why do I feel like crying? The six-sun sword god wiped the corners of his eyes. Duanmu Yun also smiled and said to Yi Xian, "Your parents will be proud of you." Family reunion. One of Yi Xian's wishes had been fulfilled. Not only that, but Yi Chong's inner demon was also instantly eliminated. At that moment, a strange energy suddenly condensed in the surroundings. The six-sun sword god and Duanmu Yun looked at each other. The former exclaimed, "The great emperor's intent is condensing. Yi Chong, you broke through?" After the six-sun sword god's reminder, Yi Chong suddenly realized that his body's environment had changed greatly due to his excitement. The shackles that had blocked him for so many years had disappeared. Void God Realm Great Emperor. Quick! Concentrate on condensing the Great Emperor's intent. Duanmu Yun also hurriedly said. After breaking through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor, one could condense the Great Emperor's intent. This was a crucial moment. When Jiang Xinyan broke through, the amount of Great Emperor's intent that she condensed was much more than ordinary Great Emperors. It was much more than when Duanmu Yun and Jiang Wenyue broke through. Yi Chong's aptitude was not weak either. This was a good opportunity to consolidate his cultivation. The three of us will protect you. The six-sun sword god stood aside and Jiang Xinyan also retreated. At that moment there were a total of 3 Void God Realm Great Emperors here. Although they could not help much, it was better than Yi Chong condensing the Great Emperor's intent alone. Yi Xian had also retreated. He did not dare to make any noise for fear of affecting Yi Chong. With the help of 3 Void God Realm Great Emperors, Yi Chong's cultivation level continued to rise. He condensed it so quickly. It's much faster than me in the past. The six-sun sword god was very shocked. He felt that Yi Chong might be higher than Jiang Xinyan this time. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled, and only the sound of sand and stones could be heard. At the same time, Wu Shang and the others also stood in the air and watched. With a thought, Yi Chong became a great emperor. Yi Chong's aptitude was not any weaker than them. Amazing. He might be able to break through to the second stage of the Great Emperor realm. Wu Shang said softly. What? Behind him, Jiang Wenyue, Jiang Tianjin, and the others were shocked. A grade 9 king directly broke through to the second stage of the Great Emperor realm? Jiang Wenyue and his son did not feel good. One of them had the guidance of an expert, while the other had directly refined the third stage of the Great Emperor realm. If they were compared to Yi Chong, they were not worth mentioning. At that moment, Yi Chong's Great Emperor's intent had already surpassed the average Void God Realm Great Emperor realm, and it was still rising. Finally, after a minute, the wind stopped. Second stage of the Great Emperor realm. The six-sun sword god exclaimed. Yi Chong actually broke through from grade 9 king to the second stage of the Great Emperor realm. This was something that had never happened in 1,000 years. Yi Chong opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. His Great Emperor's intent was very strong. It had surpassed Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Wenyue, and Duanmu Yun. He was indeed at the standard of a second-stage Great Emperor realm. Congratulations, father. Yi Xian hurriedly went up to him. Congratulations, congratulations. The six-sun sword god said happily. In his heart he was amazed by this pair of father and son. Although Yi Xian had joined the Tai Palace, he had already built a good relationship with Yi Xian and his son. In the future, Yi Xian and his son's achievements would not be lower than his. This was a good thing. Many thanks for senior's help. Yi Chong hurriedly cupped his fists. Jiang Xinyan and Duan Muyun were only at the first stage of the Great Emperor realm. The reason why he could break through to the second stage of the Great Emperor realm was mainly because of the six-sun sword god. Haha, you're too polite. The six-sun sword god smiled and waved his hand. Yi Xian was able to defeat the Void God Realm Great Emperor Zhang Wenyue as a Grade 9 king. His father Yi Chong had broken through to the second stage of the Great Emperor realm. Now it was better to build a good relationship with them. Chapter 705. At that moment Wu Shang and the others landed as well. Wu Shang's gaze fell on Yi Chong as he said, Yi Chong, I hereby invite you to join Sword God's palace. You can choose from Tai, Trinity, 5 Xiangs or 8 Desolation. Wu Shang's words shocked everyone present. Trinity, 5 Xiangs and 8 Desolation were currently without a palace master. If Yi Chong were to join them, he would be able to secure the position of palace master. Wu Shang, this, Zhang Wenyue quickly spoke. He was only able to become the palace master because of a good master, so he felt that it was unfair. However, Yi Chong immediately interrupted. I choose 8 Desolation. The reason why he was able to rise was because of the inheritance of 8 Desolation Sword God. Hence, he naturally had to choose 8 Desolation Palace. There was no doubt about it. Alright, from now on, you'll be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. Wu Shang said directly. Boom! Everyone present was shocked. Yi Chong had just joined Sword God's palace and he was immediately appointed as the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. He was on equal footing with Zhang Wenyue. It was the first time in 100 years that this had happened. Wu Shang, this is against the rules. For Moon Sword God stood out. The appointment of a palace master must be convincing and more than half of the palace masters must agree. Alright, I'll represent my father. We'll decide on the spot. Wu Shang nodded. However, the result was the same. Wu Shang represented Tai Palace, Duan Muyun represented Xie Palace, and Lu Yang Sword God represented Lu Yang Palace. If the three of them agreed, it would be more than half of the palace masters. The palace masters of Trinity, 5 Xiangs, and 8 Desolation Palace had fallen. Only Unparalleled Palace was left. However, the Unparalleled Palace Master was not present. I agree. Lu Yang Sword God immediately said. I agree too. Duan Muyun followed. As long as Wu Shang agreed, Yi Chong would be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. However, before Wu Shang could speak, For Moon Sword God snorted coldly, Forget it. Xinyan, you'll be the palace master of 4 Moons Palace from now on. Wu Shang was the one who invited Yi Chong to join Sword God's palace master. He was the one who suggested that Yi Chong be the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. How could he disagree? Wu Shang Xinyan's a sword god? In this way, Yi Chong had 4 votes and was firmly seated in the position of 8 Desolation Palace Master. If Yi Chong hadn't broken through yet, she could have helped. But now that both Yi Xian and Jiang Xinyan had broken through, she didn't want to get involved in this mess. The conflict between the Jiang and Yi families should be left to their own devices. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xinyan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Zhang Wenyue, who was covered in blood, had already stabilized his injuries and changed into a new set of clothes. After seeing this scene, he could only sigh and say, Congratulations, little sister. He didn't want to get involved anymore, so he turned around and left. Thank you, big brother. Jiang Xinyan thanked him again. As for Jiang Tianjin, he glared fiercely at Yi Xian before leaving with Zhang Wenyue. The matter had finally come to an end. Ha ha ha, Yi Chong, congratulations. Your family is about to occupy the Sword God's palace, Sword God Lu Yang said with a smile. Jiang Xinyan was now the palace master of 4 Moon Palace while Yi Chong was the palace master of 8 Desolation Palace. Duan Muyun and Sword God Lu Yang of 7 Night Palace were on good terms with their family. Not only that, but Yi Xian had also become a disciple of Tai Palace. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for the position of palace master in the future. Therefore, almost all the members of Sword God's palace were related to their family. It was amazing. Come, let's go to my cave abode, Duanmu Yuan said with a smile when she saw that the matter had come to an end. Today was a great day. Yi Xian first reunited with his father. Then he saw his mother. Finally, his family was reunited. In addition, Jiang Xinyan and Yi Chong had also broken through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor Realm. The latter had even jumped 2 levels. It was great news. Their family chatted for the whole day, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, on the second day, someone came to visit Duanmu Yan's cave abode. It was Wu Shang. Yi Xian, you have joined Tai Palace. I will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master. In a few days we will leave for the main continent. Do you want to stay in Sword God's palace or come with us? Wu Shang asked directly after seeing Yi Xian. Go to the main continent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was now stuck at level 9 challenger. Although he could ask his parents for something to break through, he still felt that it was better to do it himself. Now that the monsters of the Desolation Wilderness are restricted by old immortal Tianju, we can directly cross the Desolation Wilderness and reach the main continent. I think that is your stage. Wu Shang continued. Okay. Yi Xian nodded without thinking. Whether it was the Eastern Continent or the chaotic Astral Ocean, there was no place for him. The levels here were too low. His cultivation was different from others. The possibility of him leveling up was too small. In that case, let's meet at the Sword God Pagoda tomorrow morning. Also, Jiang Tianjin will be in the team this time. Wu Shang left after saying that. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Now that Jiang Wenyue was no longer a threat to him, Jiang Tianjin was already a 3rd-stage Great Emperor. Although he had refined other Great Emperor's will, he was still stronger than a 2nd-stage Great Emperor. If he wanted to fight against Jiang Tianjin, he would have to at least break through to the Void God Realm. Xin'er, that Jiang Tianjin has a strange personality. You have to be careful this time. Jiang Xinyan reminded. I will. Yi Xian nodded. He knew that Jiang Tianjin had 2 personalities. One was cold and the other was evil. The one that he had seen recently was the cold one. The evil one that liked to torture people had never appeared before. This time, he would be heading to the main continent with Wu Shang. There might be danger on the way, so he had to be careful of Jiang Tianjin, even though Jiang Tianjin was his cousin. Soon it was time. Yi Xian left Duanmu Yan's cave dwelling and headed to the Sword God Pagoda. At this time, many people had already gathered at the Sword God Pagoda. They were not weak. Almost all of them were level 8 kings. Some were even level 9 kings. Wu Shang, Jiang Tianjin. Yi Xian saw the 2 of them at first glance. Yi Xian knew that Wu Shang was a 3rd-stage Great Emperor. However, he was much stronger than Jiang Tianjin. After all, Wu Shang had cultivated on his own. On the other hand, Jiang Tianjin had refined the Great Emperor's will to break through to the 3rd-stage Great Emperor realm. Yi Xian, I will lead the team this time. Listen to my orders. Wu Shang said to Yi Xian. Yes, senior brother Wu Shang. Yi Xian nodded. Ever since Yi Xian arrived, Jiang Tianjin had revealed an evil smile. It seemed that Jiang Tianjin was being controlled by his evil personality. Compared to his cold personality, Jiang Tianjin's evil personality was more terrifying. Don't be anxious. Wait until I break through to the Void God realm. I will torture you until you call me father. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Chapter 706. Alright, everyone is here. Let's set off early. Wu Shang glanced at Yi Xian and Jiang Tianjin before leaping into the air. There were 10 disciples from Sword God Palace who were between 25 and 35 years old, accompanying the 3 of them to the main continent. In the Eastern Continent, they couldn't get any good experience and could only cultivate in seclusion. On the main continent, there were many Void God Realm Great Emperors and even Supremes. That was the real stage. Wu Shang flew to the west and the others followed him. When the Eastern Continent was isolated from the world, the layout of the Blood Cliff Continent had changed. There is a death desert behind the Great Wilderness. We have to cross this death desert to reach the Sunflame Holy Court. Wu Shang explained as he flew. Senior brother Wu Shang, is the Sunflame Holy Court strong? A 9th grade king asked. Strong. Those who can be called sacred dynasties all have supreme experts. Wu Shang nodded and said. When the great wilderness was blocked, we flew all the way from the chaotic astral ocean. However, we met the Sunflame Holy Court first, so we established a small force in the Sunflame Holy Court. Palace Master Wushuang and the old palace masters are in charge. Supremes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Supremes were the realms after the Void God Realm Great Emperor. It was said that old immortal Tianju was also a Supremes. Do Supremes also use ultimacy and Great Emperor intent? Someone asked. Wushang shook his head and said, no, to become a Supremes, one has to seal the Great Emperor intent and form the Supreme's golden body. The Supreme's golden body is hard to hurt. Even 109th grade Great Emperors can't hurt it. So strong? Everyone was shocked. Yixian was the same. Hundreds of 9th grade Great Emperors couldn't hurt the Supreme's golden body. What kind of attack would it take? Senior brother Wushang, how do Supremes fight? The Void God Realm relies on the profound meaning. Once you reach the Sovereign Realm, you have to cultivate all kinds of intents such as sword intents, blade intents, and so on. Only an attack that incorporates the sword intents can hurt the Sovereign Golden Body. After Wushang finished speaking, he glanced at Yixian from the corner of his eye and said, a senior of my Sword God Palace comprehended sword intent when he was at the Nihility God Realm. Although it was only an incomplete sword intent, it still increased his strength by more than 10 times. In the end, he died because of his old injuries. Upon hearing this, Yixian paused. He noticed Wushang's gaze. Could it be that Wushang is talking about Sword God Bahuang? The sword intent seed in my devour space was left behind by Sword God Bahuang? Yixian was shocked. A Void God Realm Great Emperor comprehended sword intent. This was enough to be proud of. However, not many people knew about this secret. However, Yixian was shocked just now. Coupled with his strange expression, Jiang Tianjin peeked at him. Senior brother Wushang, who is that senior? Jiang Tianjin asked curiously. You don't need to know. Wushang turned around and said, Yixian, you have the gravity space and the wind space. Help us speed up. Yixian was pulled back to reality by this sentence. He nodded and said, okay. In the next moment, the 12 of them felt two forces pushing them forward. However, only Jiang Tianjin did not. Tsk tisk. Jiang Tianjin laughed strangely in his heart. He did not care. His speed was not slower than Yixian. The latter's speed was only for the Sword God Palace disciples. Soon the 13-man team crossed the Great Desolate Plains. Void God Realm Great Emperors were not allowed to enter the Great Wilderness. However, they could now, so they soon arrived at the Desert of Death. Looking at the boundless desert in front of them, Wushang and the others stopped. There is a special formation in this Desert of Death. We can't fly. Even if we jump, we can only reach 100 meters. Therefore, we can only walk. Wushang explained. Senior brother Wushang, is there any danger in this Desert of Death? Someone asked. Yes, there are many. Wushang nodded and said. For example, the sand pits on the ground. Even kings would find it hard to climb out if they are accidentally sucked in. There are also some desert creatures such as poisonous scorpions and poisonous snakes. Of course, the most dangerous thing is the desert storm. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors would not be able to escape unscathed. Everyone swallowed their saliva and took out their weapons. They were extremely alert. Yixian, you have the earth attribute. Create a passage. Wushang turned to Yixian and said, okay. Yixian walked in. In front of him, the sand in front of him was separated, and then a mud path that was several meters wide rose up. In this Desert of Death, the earth attribute had the highest survivability. However, Yixian frowned slightly. The sand in this Desert of Death was not ordinary sand. He had spent a lot of effort to build this mud path. He took the lead and walked on the mud path. Immediately, he felt a strange pressure that prevented him from flying. Not only that, even the repulsive force and wind force were ineffective. Wushang also walked on the mud path. He patted Yixian's shoulder and said, it doesn't need to be so wide. 2 meters is enough. Yixian nodded in silence. Everyone continued to follow Wushang. This mud path brought them great convenience. They did not have to worry about stepping on sand pits or being ambushed by desert creatures. However, this Desert of Death did not lack Void God Realm Great Emperors. Even Wushang could not guarantee that he could leave this Desert of Death alive. Yixian built the mud bridge while being vigilant of his surroundings. He did not know why, but he had a strange premonition that something was about to happen. Be careful. I feel that something is wrong. Wuxiang reminded. He also felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. However, he was a third-stage great emperor. With Jiang Tianjin beside him, he could deal with most of the problems. They advanced for a while, but in the end Wuxiang could not help but stop. Senior brother Wuxiang, what's wrong? A sword god palace disciple asked curiously. Be careful. I'll check the surroundings, Wuxiang said as he looked around. In the next moment, his great emperor will blasted a big hole 1,000 meters away. Boom! The sound was very loud. Sand and dust billowed, but there was nothing. Wuxiang paused for a moment, then quickly turned his head. Boom! Another big hole appeared. But in the next moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded. Kill! Poof! 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 One figure after another leaped out of the sand. Desert bandits, be careful. Chapter 707. Although the Death Desert was dangerous, there were many trade routes that passed through here. Hence there were desert bandits. These desert bandits were proficient in sand escape techniques and were very stealthy. Even Wuxiang, a stage 3 great emperor, did not discover them. He only felt that something was wrong. At this time there were more than 20 desert bandits, more than a dozen B&B great kings, and 3 empty god realm emperors. TSK, they are courting death. Jiang Tianjin smiled evilly. 3 empty god realm great emperors dared to find trouble with them? They were overestimating themselves. Jiang Tianjin and I will deal with the empty god realm great emperors. Yixian, you deal with the kings. Wuxiang immediately assigned the tasks. Understood. Yixian nodded and charged out. He was just a step away from breaking through to the empty god realm great emperor. If all of these kings were given to him, it would be enough. Go to hell. Yixian opened his eyes wide. He was extremely fast and merciless. The 10 sword god palace disciples also charged out, but compared to Yixian they were as slow as snails. When Yixian finished off the 10 desert bandits, Wuxiang and Jiang Tianjin had already dealt with the 3 stage 1 great emperors. They are tough, let's go. One of the desert bandits shouted and quickly burrowed into the ground. Yixian was just a step away from breaking through, and was about to use ground shrink to give chase. However, he was stopped by Wuxiang at this moment. Yixian, don't chase. Wuxiang hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Yixian stopped and looked at Wuxiang in surprise. The Death Desert is more dangerous underground. Only experienced desert bandits can come and go as they please. If you go down recklessly, I am afraid you will die miserably, Wuxiang explained. In fact, Yixian also knew this, but he had the Tree of Life bloodline and was not afraid of it. However, since Wuxiang had already spoken, he would just forget about it. At this moment, he was only a step away from the empty god realm great emperor realm. No wonder senior brother Wuxiang felt that something was wrong. So it was because of these desert bandits. Fortunately, senior brother Wuxiang was here. Otherwise, we would be in deep trouble. The 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace were a little shocked. At the same time, they also felt the power of the main continent. A mere desert bandit actually had an empty god realm great emperor. This made them feel very pressured. We've killed more than 10 desert bandits, and 3 of them are the leaders of the desert bandits. The leader of the desert bandits will definitely come for revenge. You guys be careful, I only revealed the strength of a second-order great emperor just now, Wuxiang said to Yixian and the others. Yixian's eyes lit up. He wanted the other party to walk right into his trap. As long as these bandits dared to come again, he would be able to break through to the Nihility God stage. Let's go. The 10 of you have to be careful. Don't spread out. Wuxiang reminded them and continued forward. Although Yixian was only a level 9 king, his speed was faster than Zhang Wenyue's. Among those present, only Wuxiang and Jiang Tianjin were faster than him. Therefore, Wuxiang was not worried about Yixian. They continued forward for half an hour. Then Wuxiang felt that something was wrong again. Clang! 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 Wuxiang formed the golden rampart and protected everyone inside. Desert bandits, come out. With the previous example, Wuxiang was sure that there was a group of desert bandits around them, ready to ambush them. Sure enough, as Wuxiang expected, as soon as his voice fell, a number of figures rushed out of the sand. This time there were more than 30 people, 5 of which were empty God Realm Great Emperors. Where did you come from? How dare you kill my men? The desert bandit leader shouted coldly. The strong are respected. What's there to talk about? Wuxiang replied indifferently. The desert bandit leader squinted his eyes. How dare you? Although you have some background, my men are not that easy to kill. Go. The moment he gave the order, all the desert bandits launched an attack. The desert bandit leader was a level 3 Great Emperor. Among the other 4 leaders, there was 1 level 2 Great Emperor and 3 level 1 Great Emperors. As for the rest, they were all level 8 kings. Although they did not have the advantage in numbers, Wuxiang was the son of the Tai sword god. His strength was not comparable to those of the same level. At that moment he stopped the desert bandit leader alone. As for the level 2 Great Emperor and 3 level 1 Great Emperors, he left them to Jiang Tianjin. The pressure is too much. Let's break through first. Yi Xian made a plan in his heart and immediately charged out. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth pulse 64 layers. One attack could kill a desert bandit. Yi Xian's attack speed was also fast. When Wuxiang and the desert bandit leader started fighting, he had already killed 5 level 9 kings. Almost there. He devoured the spoils of war, and his cultivation level continued to increase. Desert bandit, robber, pirate, mountain bandit. These were all professions with great wealth. However, they did not have many items on them. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have broken through to the empty God Realm Great Emperor. The other 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace also gathered together to defend against the attacks of the desert bandits. However, no matter how many bandits there were, they could not withstand Yi Xian's massacre. That kid is strong. I will kill him. A level 1 Great Emperor bandit shouted. Originally, Jiang Tianjin could have stopped him. However, he purposely let the desert bandit pass. Humph. You want to kill me with such a small trick? Yi Xian snorted in his heart. With a double oppression, he killed a level 9 king bandit leader. He quickly flew over and caught the Qian Kuan ring of the desert bandit leader. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a level 1 Great Emperor. When the system notification sounded out, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He had finally broken through. At this moment there was a strange energy in his mind. This was the Great Emperor's intent. The Great Emperor's intent could be merged with martial arts and ultimacies, greatly increasing the power. However, most people would need to form their own Great Emperor's intent to break through. However, Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere. The strength of the Great Emperor's intent was similar to that of an ordinary person. Ding! The host has learned the third move of the 8 Desolation sword skill. Sword of Annihilation. Sword of 8 Desolation, Sword of Shattering Stars, and Sword of Annihilation were the 3 ultimate skills of the 8 Desolation Emperor. Now Yi Xian had learned all 3 of them. Before the level 1 Great Emperor bandit leader arrived, Yi Xian merged the Great Emperor's intent into the double space. Bang! 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 One by one, the desert bandits exploded. The double space merged with the Great Emperor's intent was extremely powerful. So strong. Everyone present was shocked. The desert bandits thought that Yi Xian was a hidden void god realm Great Emperor. However, the people from the Sword God Palace knew that Yi Xian was just a level 9 king. Why would he suddenly have the Great Emperor's intent now? Kid die. At this moment, the level 1 Great Emperor bandit leader arrived. Chapter 708. Dual Space. Yi Xian glared at the first stage Great Emperor. 2 invisible forces trapped the first stage Great Emperor. Ugh! The first stage Great Emperor was trapped by the dual space, which was infused with the Great Emperor's will. It was so uncomfortable that he couldn't speak. However, this was the desert of death. Yi Xian's upward repulsive force and wind force were ineffective. Hence, the first stage Great Emperor quickly drilled into the sand. Bang! However, when he completely entered the sand, the pressure of the double space squeezed his head until it exploded. A first stage Great Emperor dead. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away his universe ring. His strength once again skyrocketed. On the other side, the 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace were dealing with the 12 sand bandits. Wuxiang and Jiang Tianjin didn't feel much pressure. and weren't at a disadvantage. However, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity to increase his strength. If he could kill all the sand bandits, he would be able to suppress Jiang Tianjin. However, at this moment, rumble! Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in everyone's heart. They turned around and saw a huge wave in the distance. When the desert bandits saw the source of this huge wave, their faces were filled with fear. Not good. It's the death sandstorm. Run! The sand bandit leader shouted and quickly retreated. He then drilled into the sand. Wuxiang didn't give chase because he understood that it wasn't the right time to do so. Quick, everyone gather here! Wuxiang hurriedly shouted. The 10 disciples of the Sword God Palace quickly gathered. They didn't dare to be negligent because they felt that the death sandstorm was no small matter. Even the Third Order Great Emperor Desert Bandit leader's face turned pale. What did these Ninth Order kings amount to? Yi Xian quickly opened up the sand. Let's go down! Wuxiang hurriedly shouted. The death sandstorm must be very dangerous to be able to make Wuxiang so frightened. Yi Xian didn't say anything and drilled into the sand. Then Wuxiang and the others immediately followed and kept going down. Among them, only Yi Xian had the earth attribute. Although Wuxiang was a Third Order Great Emperor, he had the metal attribute and could not control the sand. Therefore, Yi Xian was much faster than him. The death sandstorm is the most dangerous thing in the death desert. Even I could die in it. Later on, I will build a golden wall. You guys should also focus on forming physical objects. Do not be swept away by the death sandstorm. Wuxiang shouted as he followed. He calculated the time and immediately formed a golden wall to envelop all of them. In the blink of an eye, the 13 of them were in a narrow space with 6 golden walls. Boom! All of a sudden, the 13 of them staggered. Soon after, they realized that they had been swept up by the sandstorm and were sent flying into the air. Quick, reinforce it! Wuxiang hurriedly reminded everyone when he saw that they were in a daze. Yi Xian reacted and quickly formed an earth wall. Just now, when he glanced at the sandstorm, it gave him the same feeling as Windblade's second-level death storm. However, its power was probably 10 times stronger than the death storm. If a human was swept up by the death sandstorm, they would probably be sliced to death by the wind blades. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors would not be able to survive. Gotcha! 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 Although Wuxiang was a Third Order Great Emperor, his golden wall could not completely withstand the death sandstorm. At this time, there were already many gaps in the golden wall, and sand was continuously seeping in. We must hold on until the death sandstorm ends. Wuxiang shouted with a gloomy expression. The death sandstorm was very strong. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors could die. Although Wuxiang was a Third Order Great Emperor, he did not dare to guarantee that he could survive. He estimated that if he was in the death sandstorm, he would only have a 70% chance of survival. Jiang Tianjin had 50%, and Yi Xian had less than 30%. As for the 10 Sword God Palace disciples, there was almost no chance of survival. This was the death sandstorm that even the desert bandits were afraid of. Gotcha! 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 Although everyone tried their best to repair the gap, they could not make ends meet. In less than 10 seconds, a large gap was cut off in Wuxiang's golden wall. Everyone looked at the gap and saw nothing but darkness. However, they could faintly smell the scent of blood. They did not know if the blood belonged to the desert bandits or the caravan. It's over. The golden wall cannot hold on any longer. Everyone follow me and charge out. Wuxiang shouted in the wind. He was fully armed and took the lead to charge out of the gap. Jiang Tianjin did not dare to say anything else and quickly followed behind. Yi Xian followed closely behind. However, the 10 disciples from the Sword God's palace were terrified. No, we can't. If we go out, we will definitely die. What should we do? Senior brother Wuxiang's golden wall is about to collapse. Even if we don't go out, we will still die. We will die anyway. Let's fight. A few Sword God Palace disciples rushed out. However, they could not fly in this place. They were instantly swept away by the death sandstorm. One of them even had half of his head cut off by a sharp wind blade. Without the protection of the Great Emperor's will, they were like tofu in the death sandstorm. The others did not dare to go out after seeing their miserable state. They could only helplessly stay in Wuxiang's golden wall. Gotcha! Without Wuxiang's repair, the golden wall quickly collapsed. Soon after, the remaining Sword God Palace disciples were swept away by the death sandstorm. Their fates were left to fate. At this time, Yixian and Jiang Tianjin were constantly swept away by the death sandstorm under Wuxiang's lead. They kept failing and even Wuxiang was injured. If the death sandstorm was outside, it would be easier to deal with it. However, this death sandstorm was in the death desert. It was impossible to fly in the death desert, so it was very dangerous. You two use the great emperor's will to protect me. I will open the way. Yixian used gravity and wind to help. Wuxiang roared loudly. His great emperor's will was the strongest, so it was best to use it to open the way. However, if it was used to open the way, his defense would be weaker. Therefore, he needed Yixian and Jiang Tianjin to work together. In the death desert, upward repulsion and wind were useless. However, downward repulsion was useful. Yixian and the other two formed a line and kept rushing out. However, the death sandstorm's wind was too strong. Even with the great emperor's will in the double space, they could only move forward slowly. After rushing for a full minute, they were still in the death sandstorm's inner circle. They had not even reached the outer circle. Chapter 709. Damn it! Wuxiang cursed angrily. He had already experienced the might of this sandstorm. In fact, he could have used his great emperor's will to protect himself and survive. However, if he did so, Yixian and Jiang Tianjin would be in trouble. Right at this moment, whoosh whoosh! Suddenly a gust of wind blew. Jiang Tianjin, who was in the middle, was swept away by the sandstorm. What? Wuxiang was startled. Soon he realized that Jiang Tianjin had used up a lot of his great emperor's will when fighting against the bandit leaders. Therefore, he had used it very carefully. And because of Jiang Tianjin's mistake, he was the first to be blown away. Yixian, if this continues, both of us will exhaust our great emperor's will. We can only give up and follow the direction of the sandstorm. That's the only way to survive. Wuxiang shouted. Understood. Yixian's face turned gloomy. Next, he used his great emperor's will to protect himself and stop the impact. Whoosh whoosh! The sandstorm of death swept him away as well. In the sandstorm, one had to follow the direction of the sandstorm. If one went against it, they would only die miserably. Fortunately, he had the dual space. His body was also of the wind attribute. Under the situation where he followed the wind, his survival ability was not lower than Wuxiang's. I can only leave it to fate. Yixian's face was gloomy as he followed the sandstorm. Next, he used his great emperor's will very carefully. Normally, he would use his Zhanqi and profound. Although his great emperor's will could recover quickly, he still had to be careful. Even if there were wind blades, as long as they did not injure his vitals, he would not defend and let the tree of life recover on its own. In the death sandstorm, it was pitch black. He could no longer see Wuxiang, and he had no idea where Jiang Tianjin had been swept away to. At this moment, he could not care so much. He could only protect himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The sandstorm continued to spin and move, sweeping in countless sand and dust. Fortunately, Yixian's throbbing earth pulse had increased to 64 layers. As long as he merged his great emperor's will into the 64 layers, he would be able to block the fatal wind blades. Normally, he would only need to use the normal 64-layered pulsating guard. Another minute passed. In this 1 minute, Yixian had lost count of how many times he had followed the deadly sandstorm. Most people would feel dizzy, but he was full of energy. After all, he had stayed in Yiyan's gravitational space for a full 10 days. At this moment, Yixian frowned. He suddenly felt the death sandstorm slowing down. Was it about to stop? Immediately, his eyes lit up. Seemed that he should be able to survive. He just didn't know how the others would fare. Huff huff. His intuition was right. The death sandstorm had indeed begun to weaken, and the wind blade attacks had also lessened. He continued to rotate with the death sandstorm at the same speed as the rotation speed. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly infused the great emperor's will into the 64 pulsatile guards. Boom! The death sandstorm suddenly exploded, and the powerful shockwave instantly sent Yixian flying. PFFF, even with the great emperor's will infused into the 64 pulsatile guards, Yixian was still severely injured. His head buzzed, and he could only feel that his body was in a weightless state. His entire body was covered in sand. By the time Yixian reacted, he found himself in a sand pit. This sand pit was constantly swallowing him up. Not good. Yixian immediately woke up. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly used the profound meaning of ground shrink. In the death desert, the death sand pits were also very terrifying. This was because one couldn't fly here. If one accidentally fell into these death sand pits, the quicksand would constantly swallow one's body and bury one in the endless desert. If it was ordinary sand, ordinary martial artists could easily escape. However, this wasn't ordinary sand. Only Void God Realm Great Emperors or those who had comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrink could escape easily. Coincidentally, Yixian had both of them, so he escaped from the quicksand. I'm finally out. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. His luck was really bad. It was his first time entering the death desert, and he actually encountered such a terrifying thing. He glanced at his current attire, which could only be described as appalling. After all, during the sandstorm of death, his arms and legs had been cut off several times, and even his waist had been cut off several times. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have survived. I wonder how senior brother Wuxiang and the others are doing. Yixian looked around and didn't feel any powerful aura. He jumped up and looked around. There was only sand piles around him. There was no one. Let's look around first. Yixian changed into a clean set of clothes and started looking for survivors. Just now, he was sent flying by the super shockwave of the death sandstorm. However, the direction his feet were facing when he landed was the direction he flew from. Therefore, he quickly started searching. Even he was sent flying by the shockwave. It was the same for the others. However, it was still uncertain if they could survive. Yixian started to wander around. The death desert was filled with earth attribute Yuan Qi. He directly raised a 1-meter wide dirt road and started searching. After searching for a while, he found a corpse first. However, it was the corpse of a desert bandit. The sand of the death desert has the effect of hiding aura. What a pity! Yixian shook his head helplessly. This desert bandit's corpse was only 1/3 complete. He didn't know where the yin and yang ring had flown to. If it had fallen into the sand pile, he wouldn't be able to find it. He continued to search. A few minutes later, he found a second corpse. This time, the corpse was someone he recognized. It was the corpse of a rank 8 martial king from the Sword God Palace. Even Wuxiang, a rank 3 great emperor, wasn't 100% sure that he could survive the death sandstorm. Yixian was lucky enough to survive. As for those who weren't Void God Realm Great Emperors, they could only rely on luck. If there was one corpse, there would be a second one. A few minutes later, Yixian found a total of 4 corpses of the Sword God Palace's disciples. There were also a few corpses of desert bandits. However, at this moment he suddenly felt a powerful aura. Void God Realm Great Emperor? He frowned because he didn't know if this Void God Realm Great Emperor was a desert bandit, Wuxiang or Jiang Tianjin. Therefore, he hurriedly concealed his aura and escaped into the sand. The bandit leader who fought with Wuxiang earlier was also a rank 3 great emperor. His strength wasn't bad. If Yixian encountered him now with his current realm, Yixian wouldn't be able to do anything to the bandit leader in a short time. He could only rely on guerrilla warfare. Chapter 7:10. However, when he saw the face of the empty God Realm Great Emperor, he jumped out of the sand. Senior brother Wuxiang. Yixian hurriedly called out. The newcomer was not the desert bandit leader, but the son of the Tai sword god Wuxiang. Junior brother Yi, I'm glad you're okay. Wuxiang ran over with a pale face. His white robe was stained with blood. The death sandstorm had brought him a lot of trouble. Although the metal defense that had merged with the Great Emperor's will was very strong, he had been swept away for a few minutes and consumed a lot of his Great Emperor's will. Senior brother Wuxiang, I saw 4 corpses along the way. Yixian hurriedly said. Wuxiang sighed. Don't blame yourself, this is the death sandstorm. It's too ferocious. Those below the Void God realm can only rely on luck. Even those experienced bandits couldn't escape. Let's search again and see if there are any survivors. Alright. Yixian nodded. With the addition of Wuxiang, Yixian was no longer afraid of encountering the desert bandit leader. Instead, he hoped to encounter him. However, this group of desert bandits generally walked on the ground. At that time, Wuxiang only found those desert bandits with weaker strength. The two searched for a while but did not find anything. Instead, they saw many corpses that seemed to belong to the desert caravan. Yixian, stop. Suddenly, Wuxiang shouted. Yixian paused and said, Senior brother Wuxiang, what's wrong? There's a very strong aura. It might be the desert bandit leaders. Wuxiang quickly squatted down and gently climbed to a sand dune. He poked his head out to take a look. There was a group of people in front of him. There were more than 10 desert bandits wearing white scarves and more than 10 people wearing different clothes. Wuxiang squinted and said, Zhang Tianjin is also caught? Yixian was startled. He looked over and sure enough Zhang Tianjin was also in the group. His body was stained with blood and seemed to be seriously injured. At the same time, there were also the desert bandit leader and 4 other leaders among the bandits. Among the others, there were 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace. The rest were strangers. Yixian had never seen them before. The bandit leader who fought with me just now was actually standing behind someone. It seems that the strength of the person in front is not to be underestimated. Wuxiang said in a low voice. At least a third-order great emperor. Yixian understood Wuxiang's meaning. In this world, the strong were respected. For a third-order great emperor to walk behind someone, it meant that the other party's status was higher than his. If it's just that desert bandit leader, I can deal with him alone. However, there's still a third-order great emperor and several void god realm great emperors. The 2 of us are no match for them. Wuxiang shook his head. Although Yixian didn't want to save Zhang Tianjin, there were 2 disciples of Sword God Palace among the people held hostage by the bandits. One of them was from Ba Huang Palace, so he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. Senior brother Wuxiang, what should we do now? Yixian turned around and asked. Wait. Wuxiang replied. Although these bandits can burrow into the ground, their captives can't. Therefore, they have to walk back to their nest. Then, should we launch a sneak attack and rescue them by force? Yixian asked. Yixian still frowned. But the bandits can just steal the Qiankuan ring. What's the point of capturing people? Throw them away and become slaves. Look at them. They are wearing a special kind of shackle that can restrict their use of true qi. Even Void God Realm Great Emperors won't be able to use their Great Emperor willpower if they're shackled. Wuxiang explained. Slaves. Yixian was shocked. Void God Realm Great Emperors were using them as slaves? What was that for? Slaves are popular in the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. They will use a special method to carve the word slave on their faces, making them slaves for eternity. Even if you peel off their skin, when new skin grows, the word slave will still be engraved on their face. These slaves are usually bought by some family forces. They can be used as sparring partners or sent out to carry out missions. Wuxiang continued. Yixian's eyes suddenly lit up. He was fantasizing about carving the word slave on Zhang Tianjin's face. How cool would that be? However, there were 2 disciples of the Sword God Palace beside Zhang Tianjin. Hence he couldn't just stand by and watch. Let's go. Follow them carefully. Don't be discovered. Wuxiang took the lead and followed them. Fortunately, they were in the Death Desert. There were countless sand dunes for them to hide in. In addition, the 2 of them concealed their auras. Hence, it was difficult for the bandits to discover them. The 2 of them followed behind the group of bandits and moved forward. After more than half an hour, the 2 of them suddenly saw the group of bandits jump into a huge sand pit. It seems that that's their nest. Let's wait for a while. Wuxiang said. Waiting for a while was to let the bandits lower their guard. After the group of bandits jumped in, the huge sand pit closed. It seemed that there was an earth attribute king or great emperor controlling it. However, Yixian and Wuxiang had already memorized the location. Yixian, use earth shrinking and bring me to investigate. Wuxiang turned around and said. Yixian nodded. Then he brought Wuxiang into the sand and slowly approached. The huge sand pit was the main camp of the bandits. However, there were at least 2 third-stage great emperors inside. Hence they had to be careful. The sand pit was a passageway that looked like a well. It was a kilometer deep. Yixian used earth shrinking to rush to one side of the wall and broke a small hole. I heard that the bandits built a castle underground. This path should lead to that castle. Wuxiang poked his head out to take a look. He didn't see anyone. But we don't know where the captives are. Yixian replied. Yes. Hence we can't rescue them by force. Wuxiang nodded and said, otherwise I'll lure the 2/3 stage great emperors away. You use earth shrinking to investigate and then rescue them. This is the main camp of the bandits. They will check for danger from time to time. It's safer to use earth shrinking here. In truth, Yixian wasn't afraid of the poisonous scorpions and snakes in the sand. After all, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Senior brother Wuxiang, can you do it alone? Yixian asked. If it wasn't for the death sandstorm, that bandit leader would have been killed by me. It won't be a problem for me to hold back the two of them. With your strength, I estimate that you can fight against second stage great emperors. However, this time we're not going to clear out the bandits' nest. We're going to rescue them. As long as we rescue them, we'll meet at the place where we first met. Wuxiang explained his plan. All right. Chapter 7:11. Yixian did not want to save Jiang Tianjin, but with Wuxiang and 2 other disciples of Sword God Palace, he could not sit back and do nothing. Then you hide here, I will kill my way out. Remember, we are saving people, not wiping out a bandit nest. Wuxiang reminded him again. Senior brother Wuxiang, don't worry. Even if I can't win, escaping is not a problem. Yixian said confidently. Although these bandits were proficient in the earth burrowing technique, how could they compare to a true earth burrowing technique? Yixian's speed was several times faster than theirs. In that case, I will go, Wuxiang said and rushed out. As for Yixian, he quickly circled around to the other side of the well. How dare you, bandits, come out and die? Wuxiang shouted as he leaped down. There were 2 desert bandits guarding the bottom of the well, but as soon as they reacted, they were killed without a single scratch. There was no hesitation at all. Wuxiang's voice was deafening, and the entire underground castle shook. When he landed, many bandits surrounded him. How dare you rush in? Who are you? One of the bandits asked in shock. Humph, you kidnapped my companion, can't you recognize me? Wuxiang shouted and raised his sword. In the next moment the bandit was cut in half. Not only that, but the other bandits were not spared either. Wuxiang was a 3rd-order great emperor. Even a 2nd-order great emperor would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Only a 3rd-order great emperor could fight against him, and it was only a fight. Wuxiang's voice was very loud. Soon the Void God Realm Great Emperor bandits would come out. Since they were all bandits, he would kill them one by one. The more bandits Wuxiang killed, the lower the chances of Yixian being discovered. At this moment, Yixian had already started to move. He used the earth burrowing technique to travel through the walls. The bandit nest was quite big. Yixian first looked around to see if he could find the slaves that were about to be sold. Rumble. Just as he was shuttling through the bandit's lair, a loud noise came from outside. It seemed that Wuxiang was already fighting with the bandit leader. Yixian also hastened his footsteps. Now, he did not use ground shrink and directly entered. Coincidentally, 2 desert bandits passed by and saw him. Who's there? A desert bandit shouted. But in the next moment he saw 2 cold flashes of light. Then his head and that of the other bandit flew into the air. Yixian quickly chased after them and took their universe rings. Although Yixian's speed was fast, he had to come out to take a look every time. It wasn't as practical as using world walking. After all, Yixian's dexterity had advanced 4 times, and he could use double space acceleration. Thus, world walking was more useful than world walking in this situation. At this moment he suddenly thought of something. Rather than looking for it himself, it would be more convenient to ask the desert bandits. Coincidentally, the second group of people he met after coming out was actually a Void God Stage Great Emperor Desert Bandit leader. Kid, you're courting death. The bandit leader shouted and charged towards Yixian. However, Yixian was known to be invincible. A mere first-order Great Emperor was nothing to him. Double space acceleration. Great Emperor intent. In the next moment, the bandit leader's body stiffened and he could not move. What? The bandit leader was shocked. He could feel that Yixian's Great Emperor intent was similar to his, but their strength was worlds apart. By the time he reacted, Yixian was already in front of him and said, "Where are the slaves you captured? Bastard, kill me if you have the guts." The bandit leader would rather die than comply. "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Yixian glared and the pressure of double space acceleration began to increase. The bandit leader could only feel his head buzzing. It would not be long before his head was crushed. I'll talk. The bandit leader smelled the scent of death and quickly changed his mind. "Speak." Yixian shouted coldly. "There are 2 paths behind me. Just take the left one." The bandit leader said hurriedly. Yixian glanced at the bandit leader. There were indeed 2 paths behind the bandit leader. Yixian immediately swung his sword. "Sila!" The bandit leader's head flew. He thought that if he spoke, Yixian would not kill him. Yixian quickly removed the bandit leader's interspatial ring and rushed towards the left path. His speed was very fast, faster than a third-order great emperor. Not long after, he saw a prison. There was a group of people inside, about 40 to 50 of them. "Jiang Tianjin?" Yixian looked over and saw Jiang Tianjin's miserable figure. However, outside this prison, there were 2 bandit leaders guarding it. "Who's there?" The 2 bandit leaders noticed Yixian, but in the next moment they were unable to move. Although this bandit group was not bad and had 2 third-order great emperors, there was only 1 second-order great emperor. He was one of Jiang Tianjin's opponents. The 2 bandit leaders guarding the prison were only first-order great emperors. Yixian used all his strength to execute dual space and killed both of them. He quickly swept over and collected the 2's interspatial rings. He then turned around and glared. Pung! The prison's special lock exploded and the prison door opened. Then the people inside came out one after another. However, they had special shackles on their bodies. If they were not opened, they were just a group of ordinary people with stronger physiques. Even an ordinary virtual god could kill them. "Little brother, are you here to save us? Little brother, quickly release us. Let's kill our way out. These damn bandits. We have more than 10 Void God Realm Great Emperors and a third-order Great Emperor. Let's kill them together." The group of people shouted. Yixian did not care about them. He quickly broke the shackles on Jiang Tianjin and the 2 Sword God Palace disciples and threw them 3 middle-grade Void God weapons. "Yixian, where's senior brother Wuxiang?" a Sword God Palace disciple asked. He lured the 2 third-order Great Emperors away. "I'm here to save you," Yixian said as he released the shackles on some of the people around him and threw them some middle-grade Void God weapons. When these people were captured, they were shackled and their interspatial rings were taken away. Hence, the weapons they had accumulated for many years were gone. However, compared to weapons, their lives were more important. Soon these people were released from their shackles. At the same time they had weapons. "Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives."